What time is it? How late am I? Let me see. 12 p.m. It's fine. I haven't started the Sims one yet. I'm starting the YouTube first because last time I started right away on both. It made a preview of the visualizer. So I think I'll start the Sims one at the start. Also, I need to try a couple of things. I need to try the AV1 thing, see if I can get it to work. And some of that stuff. Shorty 2, yeah, 0. It's 0, it's times 0. It is what it is. An hour early. Sure. I'm reading a book tonight. You know what book? Anybody guess what book I'm reading tonight? I have left enough clues to guess, if you want to guess. This morning. I'm gonna make a setup for reading today too, real quick. Where I'm thinking, I have no idea. Okay, I'm thinking, so I'm gonna put like a visualizer. What I'm thinking is, cause I was okay. Here's what was here's where I came with this idea. Earlier yesterday, I was eating, and I get visually like bored. Do you get visually bored? Where are these clurs? You need Whoa, clurs, calm down there. Racial clurs. Anyway. Well, they're around, bro. They're around. Okay, let me give you some more clues, I guess. It's a book. It's a book. Well, here's it published. Let me see. It's an old book. It's an old book. There's some more clues. It's an old book. Okay, so this, yesterday, I was eating. And when I eat, I don't know why, I get visually bored. Like, I can listen to things sometimes, but like I get bored when I'm looking at something while I'm eating. I'm like, what am I supposed to do, you know? Just sitting there eating by myself. My brain gets visually bored. Now, of course, you can just deal with that. Sure. But instead, what I did was, I put on a book on tape. And I put a visualizer on. And I was like, this is okay. You know, I was looking at the visualizer. So now I was thinking to myself, what if I read a book? Eventually I thought this to myself. What if I read a book and make the visualizer, you know, just like on my audio, and then make it so when I turn or like push a button, the screen changes over to the face, so to delineate clearly when I'm reading versus when I'm talking to chat. So that's what we're going to build real quick at the start. Is we're going to take a visualizer, we're going to edit it to work with my voice, which is real quick. You just change the source and see how it looks. And then I'm going to tune the numbers where we need to. And then plug that into a layout where we'll swap to the old face when either I push a button like my foot pedal or I auto-magically do when I turn my head, you know. The reason I'm thinking about not doing it with my head turning is because I figure sometimes I'm going to want to look forward, right, and talk to chat. So, and also when I do it with my head works for some effects just fine when I turn to the side, right? But sometimes like it just goes off randomly when I do that kind of effect when it's powered by head tracking. Sometimes that means it just moves around sometimes. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to make the effect go off too early. So I'm thinking maybe I just make it a button or a foot pedal or something. I can also pause. We put music on, like atmospheric music, and then pause it when I stop to talk to you guys. I want to clearly delineate it, but not make it like we're only reading the book. We're still hanging out, is what I'm thinking. But I'm gonna try to make it visually obvious, and I guess audible too. That makes sense? Makes sense? We'll see. I mean, I'm trying to make it obvious when I stop and when I'm reading. And we are gonna post it. We are gonna stream to the Sims too. I'm just gonna do it at the start once we get the surprise out of the way. What we're doing. That's it. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in. How many songs are on here? I'll be back in like a couple songs. Orally? Yeah, I don't know. Orally, obviously, is a word, like an oral exam. Do I mean that? No, not exactly. Right? I mean, like, or the point is, I want it to be audible. I'm making up a word. That's orally? No, like, oh, no. I'm making up a word here. It's like hearing it on audio, AU, okay? Oral is mouth. Yeah, I know, I'm using audio. Oral, that's what I mean. I mean the one with the A, dummy, what are you doing? Yeah, I mean the one with the A. I'm saying I want the sound to stop, the music to stop. That'd be orally, yeah, with A. Hour. How are you supposed to say that word? Aural cues. How am I supposed to say the word? What am I can't land that. I don't know. But that word, yeah, that's the word I mean. The word, I don't know if it's the word I'm saying, but it's the word I mean. Aural clues. Anyway, yeah, I want the music, the video, not the video, I want to switch to the face, right? Maybe the face on top of it, like it's like a gray, it translucent. But also could maybe do one of those effects where it totally switches. We have some of those shaders, right? We have like a couple of those shaders to switch in a clever way. We could use those. Oral and aural are the same. Oral is said. Yeah, they are. I'm pretty sure. I was right the first time when I was just saying it normally. I've gotten worse and further degraded the more I've looked at the word and tried to say it differently, right? I said it correctly the first time. I was pretty sure of that, but I was questioning myself and I was trying other pronunciations and none of them sounded remotely right. So yeah, I think it is the right way. Yeah, saucy puns. Yeah, sure, right. Yeah, it's like tripartite. There was another word I heard recently. There was another word I heard recently where I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to read that word correctly. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to read that word correctly. I forget what it was. You said that word correctly the first time and never again, yeah. And then again just a second ago. Uh-huh. Sure, true. So today we're reading a book. Exciting. I'm excited. I'm excited to try a new setup on purpose. Yeah, I did. I was like, bro, did you hear me stop? Like, I read the word, right? And then I stopped on a breath. Like, I was like, do I fuck it up? Do I fuck it up on purpose now? Now that I said the word, do I add some extra sound or something? And I just stopped. I wasn't even sure, G. I wasn't even sure. I'm like, do I say this correctly and stop here? Do I make a noise? Do I pretend that I still can't read it? What do I do? A second ago, I did that. I was like, you can hear me catch my breath at the end. I'm like, I'll just stop. I'll just leave it like that. Anyway. You all just said it like some Egyptian pharaoh. Yeah, I enunciated it more than you were supposed to. It was because, like I said, I wasn't committed to what I was doing when I started. Oh, you mean partiti? Yeah, sure. Tripartiti. You mean all the ways I've said it over time? You're saying? Yeah, it's a fun word to mess up, Gio. It's a fun word to mess up. There's so many letters and vowels, and it's a fun word to mess up in the past. Yeah. It's fun. It's a fun word to mess with. Right? Because there's like just so many letters and vowels and consonants, and it could really be read a lot of ways. Quite a variety, yeah. Like, it's fun. It's a fun word to mess up. But anyway. Yeah, I like getting some words like that wrong, because you know, I genuinely don't think that word is worth keeping. Like, isn't that kind of funny? Like those arguments when I'm arguing about it, like, why even care? That part's real. I think the word is stupid, but they're getting it wrong and saying it is a joke. But the argument I make about this word's stupid, why would I care? Anyways, that part's real. That part's real. That part's real. Ever since we started streaming, I don't know, it's funny sometimes to like see what chat can pick up on, you know, like, I know you've seen a lot of it now, Gio. You picked up, eventually I like hammered some of it into your head. Like, I've done some of the bits so many times, the things so many times. It's obvious now. Well, no. Don't even put that in my chat. Don't even. They swap your prefix, bipartati. Yeah, I know. And don't even with that. Reading a book today, guys. Exciting. Some people coming in the chat I see on the thing, and then they're like, it's not started yet, and then they're leaving. So we're starting soon, guys. There's only like one more song, I think. What else do I gotta do? Oh, we gotta build the thing. It should be really quick though. We just need to make a new scene. Pick a visualizer. I think I'm gonna use one of the recent ones. Switch the sources in it. Put both that one and one of the face things into the scene. Make it work with maybe my foot pedal. Well, I don't know. Does the visualizer get my foot pedal right now? Hold on. Can I send my foot? Does it know my foot pedal exists? Because I've never used it really. Let's see. Start. No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It does. Don't want to use my foot pedal though. The pedals up there. Oh, the pedals up there don't work. They gotta, maybe they're a toggle or something. Hold on. The lower two. Oh, that one does work actually. Just harder to hit. You gotta like stomp on it. This one down here though is light. Let's see. I think I'll just use a note on the keyboard maybe. So I can just hit that on the side. And of course I could just make it in my head. Could make it auto magic. Huh. But nobody does that. I suppose Septi... Stop, shut the fuck up with that. I don't... What the hell would that mean? What are you even doing with letters there? Jesus Christ. Oh, in Breath of Fire yesterday, we made it through the desert, Geo. We finally made it to the desert town. We had to kill the pig. I don't know if you got to see it. We had to kill the pig. The desert pig that's supposed to get us back. We had, at a certain point, Nina is dying from exhaustion. And you look around like, how am I supposed to solve her exhaustion? And I was just looking around like, I don't know what to do. And then I was like, oh yeah, what could I do? Well, Ryu has a sword move, right? So I slashed the cactus first, and I was like, okay, so is it the cactus? No. And then I just slashed at the pig thinking it wouldn't work, and it killed the pig. And he dies. Like, it slices his throat. And I was like, what? It slices his throat, that pig. I had no idea that's what was gonna happen. I didn't know you were gonna kill it. But yeah, you kill it, you take its meat, because it's meat. Well, apparently, I guess, maybe some NPC said it somewhere. The meat, you say it to yourself when you kill it. The meat of a desert pig is supposed to cure exhaustion. The meat from a desert pig cures exhaustion. I don't remember any random person saying that, but I guess somebody did at some point. That maybe I didn't talk to or something. Somehow I missed them. I don't know. But to yourself you go when you do it. The meat from a desert pig is supposed to cure exhaustion, and then you take the meat and it fades to black when you go talk to her. Like you give it, like you, I don't know if you cook it. I don't know what the implication is, but you like the animation, like lean down, and then it fades to black. She's like laying in the tent, and you like lean down next to her, and then it fades to black. So, what does that mean? I don't know. Maybe you went out and cooked it. Maybe you just handed her raw meat. I don't know. Both are possible, right? It's possible you lean down like, hey, I have this for you. I'm gonna go cook it. Then you go cook it. It's fade to black. What the hell do we know? What happened? But anyway, then she's like, okay, fine. Because what happens is first you get to a fake end. Like okay, when you get there, you don't see it. You don't have that's the confusing part. If you aim for the mirage, I mean, if you aim for the civilization, I don't think you get there. I think it's like a mirage. It's off one spot or something. Because you do eventually see it, the town, right? You do eventually see it on the horizon. But I think if you go towards it directly, because we go on an angle according to the guide and the guy talking. If you're trying to go towards it, you'll probably be off. You'll probably never reach it. It's probably like a mirage. It's one zone off, I think. But anyways, when you go the right way, you don't see anything, and it seems hopeless. And then it causes a scene where you're like, "Fuck, where do we go? We can't see anything." And then there's like a big hill, and you go up to the hill, and you're like, "Well, let's climb up that hill and see if we can see anything." It turns out the hill's a monster, and you gotta kill him. And then she collapses from. Oh, it's time to start. Then she collapses from, exhaustion or whatever, and then you get there because it's actually around the corner. It's actually over the hill. And then we got there, and then that was it. Pretty cool. Yeah, it was fun. It was cool. I mean, it sucks kinda. That desert part kinda sucks because I mean, it took me 2 days, right, to actually get there. That was kind of crappy. Which one of these? I gotta change out some of these visualizers because they're like too intense to be back there anyway. Oh yeah, we also gonna set up the simp string. I think we'll do that after we're ready to go. After we're ready to hold on. I need some music. Let's use I linked Perry, this ambient artist I play stuff from. And he was using it for his math streams. Pretty cool. He's doing some kind of like matrix. He's doing like school homework on stream. Which is funny. I don't think I would ever do that. I don't think so. I mean, I am gonna read a book in a minute, but I don't think I would do that. I don't know if I would. But he figures he doesn't have the time to stream otherwise, right? So he figures he's going to do it. And people can hang out if they want to. Which, I mean, is streaming, that's totally valid. Like, YouTube makes it weird a little bit, right? Because it's all like videos and things, and some people don't want to watch certain videos, But streaming in general, like on Twitch or Kick or something, that would be that weird to do your homework on stream, right? YouTube makes it a little weird, but Twitch or Kick, like any normal streamer, they do that kind of thing, right? They do, like, you see them like basically doing homework or whatever thing, coding, all that kind of stuff is streamed, so not that weird. But anyway, it also is one of the reasons that inspired me to read a book today, because if he can read a book, I mean, if he can do stupid, boring math stuff, I could read a book. That's what I figure. People have told me to read books before, read stuff before. And my name is CrackyReads, right? I can get away with it. Do a day. I'm thinking I'm going to read the book. I'm going to start the book today. And then next week, on Wednesday night, Thursday morning, I'll continue it. The audiobook is like 24 hours or something. So I thought about doing it as like a subathon, seeing if I could finish it. But that seems insane, doesn't it? If the audiobook is 24 hours, me doing it, how long would that take? A year? A streamathon, I would be dead. I'd have to work. It'd have to be one of those lazy streamathons where I can sleep, right? But anyway, I'm not doing it. I'm reading a book over time. We're just gonna read as long as I can, with the, like, engaging and keep it engaging. What's the book? We are going to be reading Socialism, an economic and sociological analysis by Mises. Ludwig von Mises. That's what we're going to be reading. By Ludwig von Mises. Originally published in 1922 in Weimar, Germany. Of course, it's been retranslated, republished many times. What's crazy is he covers everything in this book, and pretty well. Everything we've researched over these years on our own, you know, from all these different sources and things, he just says in the thing, like, it's just in there, like, great. Was this a burned book? Wow. I think it was a mostly ignored book. They talk about in the preface a little bit, but it was a mostly ignored book, Gio, at its time. It was a mostly ignored book. Like, it was like people acted like he didn't know what he was talking about. People ignored it. People either like the academia at the time, either ignored it, B criticized it because they didn't really understand why he was trying to take economic formula and apply it to apply it to socialism. Like, why did he try and test it by scientific analysis? You know, they don't even understand. The people, the socialists at the time, the social economists at the time, didn't even understand why you would need some kind of formula or some kind of working economic model to look at to even judge socialism. They didn't even understand why you would do such a thing, why you would look at it economically as an economic system. They didn't even really understand it, which, you know, of course that's true. It's communists we're talking about, right? So gonna be fun, I think. Gonna be fun. But it's an economic system. Yeah, I know, right? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Unless, oh, hold on, let me make sure chat's I don't chat popped out on any of it here. Well, yeah, of course it actually is. Right? It makes total sense that he would do that. But he talks about everything in this fucking book, man. It talks about the dynamics between, later on it even talks about the dynamics between, like, men and women and the family and all this kind of shit. And how that's, you know, connected to feminism. Talks about feminism. The Wild Book. Considering it was published in, again, 1922. Of course, it has been updated over the years. There's a 1951 edition, which I think is going to be the one. I think the one we're reading is a 1951 edition. 1951 edition, I think. And he died in 1973. So I assume he would be doing the updated. I mean, he did the updated edition, right? The only edition he wouldn't have updated would be the 2022 one, the newer one. Apparently the 2022 edition too. But anyways, I think we're reading the 1951 edition, which he originally wrote in 1922. But I'm sure there's some new stuff. There's some stuff from like later time in there, in the 55 edition. Written by a Ludwig. Beethoven was a Ludwig. That's true. But he survived the war then. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he died at a ripe old age, 92. 92. Ludwig von Mises did. Pretty old. That's pretty old. 92. He died in New York. So he obviously escaped to America, right? He escaped to America. I don't know much about, like they consider him, he's considered an Austrian American political economist and philosopher. They call his, you know, do you guys know this or not? I don't know. They call his school of economics Austrian economics. He's the person that really like starts that. When people say Austrian economics, that's what they mean. They mean Ludwig von Mises. That's what they mean. Obviously, there's been other people that have followed the thread, but that's what they mean. Even though he became American, but that's what they mean. He escaped Britain, so he wrote this book in his 20s. He's American. Yeah, he went to America. He became American. Just like my grandfather. Well, not just like my grandfather. But yeah, let's see. It says some of it, maybe his history. When he moved, when he escaped it. He was drafted by the Austrian government for World War I, despite being ideologically and morally opposed to the war. So he had to serve during World War I. He briefly alluded to the harsh realities of war in his seminal work, Human Action, a treatise on economics. So he not only is there this book we're about to read, the Socialism one, he's wrote, you know, tons of stuff on his general view of economics. And his view of economics is similar to, well, it's in reverse, right? Their view is similar to his. Like Milton Friedman clearly knows the Austrian school of economics. Milton Friedman did. Thomas Sowell. Those types of economists that I like, they're clearly in the vein of Austrian economics. What did he say? Nothing is fair in war. It is not just that God is for the big battalions and that those who are better equipped defeat poorly equipped adversaries. It is not that those in the front lines shed their lifeblood in obscurity while the commanders, comfortably located in headquarters hundreds of miles behind the trenches, gain glory and fame. It is not just that John is killed and Mark crippled for the rest of his life while Paul returns home safe and sound and enjoys all the privileges accorded to veterans. It may be admitted that it is not fair that war enhances the profits of those entrepreneurs who contribute best to the equipment of the fighting forces. But it would be foolish to deny that the profit system produces the best weapons. But it would be foolish to deny that the profit system produces the best weapons. That's probably true, right? A real market, free market probably does produce the best weapons. What else happened? In 1940, Mises and his wife left Austria, by then a territory of Nazi Germany, and immigrated to New York in the United States. He came to the United States under a grant by the Rockefeller Foundation. I see. So apparently, right during the war, I mean, when Nazi Germany was expanding, this isn't Project Paperclip or anything. This is before, when we were just like opening the doors to any kind of like academic or anything that wanted to escape. And I guess we have like the Rockefeller Foundation funding it. Sure, that makes sense. The Tommy gun was a great gun, but it was expensive. Freaking Rockefeller Foundation. Rockefeller Foundation. Mises became a visiting professor at New York University and held this position from 1945 until his retirement in 1969. But he was not salaried by the university. Huh. Interesting. Businessman and libertarian commentator Lawrence Fertig, a member of the New York University Board of Trustees, funded Mises and his work. Isn't that interesting? Like a lot of like that's almost like an artist. Like he has to like have it like people. Some back in the day before we understood like the value of economics, like some people did, obviously. But it's almost like an art, right, at first. Even though it's kind of like it's closer to a science. But it's still not quite. So it's like an art. He has to get it funded. He has to get it privately funded by someone. So the grease gun, which was cheap, but still worked, was used later. So it wasn't profit as money, but profit as how much for cheap. Yeah, but then those kind of things, it's not really a profit motive. Exactly. It's like too corrupt a lot of the time in the examples that go awry. Like it's like bureaucracy usually that fucks those things up somewhere along the line. Not the for-profit part. It's usually like some element of the infrastructure or, you know, regulation or something like this that actually fucks it up. I don't know enough about it to say though, but I assume there's somewhere along the line you can look at and find bureaucracy and shit messing it up. Like even the desire of making it cheap is not a for-profit motive, right? It's as a top-down decision by bureaucrats. You know, right? It's not that's not for-profit necessarily. That's central planning a little bit. So what but of course that's the question of all this kind of stuff. He believed that laissez-faire capitalism is the only system that allows individuals to express their intersubjective appraisals of goods and services in an open market, thereby creating a nexus of price signals based on the relative exchange ratios between goods. Yeah, I mean that seems true to me. He says something else in the description of the book. Gio, let me read you the description of the book here that I found really interesting. It says here that it's a thought that's been sticking with me since I read it pretty much. Ludwig von Mises' Socialism is the most important critical examination of socialism ever written. Socialism is most famous for Mises' penetrating economic calculation argument. The book contains much more, however. Mises not only shows the impossibility of socialism, he defends capitalism against the main argument socialists and other critics have raised against it. A centrally planned system cannot substitute some other form of economic calculation for market prices, because no such alternative exists. Capitalism is true economic democracy. Huh? Think about it, bro. Every dollar is a vote. It is democracy. It's pure democracy if it was free. Yeah, he's right, I think. The problem is, right, that the public takes over so much. Like, the public invents its own problem. Capitalism already works to solve it, but the public seeks to create a new problem by taking control over everything. Like the free market already solves the problem, but then the public says no, you need us, you need the state here, and they put their greasy fingers in everything, and that is the problem. Then we need central planning because they're fucking everything up, right? But if we just let the market go and let everyone vote with their money, then it would be a democracy. It would be a democratic market. And yes, every vote isn't equal, but why should every vote be equal? Everyone's time is not equal. Everyone's effort is not equal. Of course they're not. And what balances that? Prices do. Prices figure it out. Prices handle that. All of that would need to be calculated by a state to make it fair is already done. It already works. You just get the state out of the way and it works. But instead the state takes over a bunch of it and then it goes, okay, well, how do we control this? Okay, vote. But that voting is artificial. That state is artificial. It's not true democracy. True democracy is a free market. Well, if you need 2 million guns, but the same money gets you 200,000, it's a central thing. Yes, nowadays they would just spend into debt, though. Well, if you need 200 guns, right? Well, somebody's making that call, bro, right? That you need 200,000 guns. And that you need to do it with this amount of money. That's bureaucracy, right? Like, you're already hamstringing it. You're not just like, how do we make the most cost-effective gun? You're saying we need to make this many guns. That's already a central planning argument. I mean, it's already it started from the beginning, central planning. So it's already can't be considered a true for-profit motive. Because they plan, like, there's already all this other shit that has nothing to do with profit that they already decided. Okay, we need this many. Okay, we need whatever. Okay, we need this. That's just a person at the top deciding things. 2 million guns or 2 million? Yeah, but why did you draft 2 million guys? Why did you draft 2 million dudes? Right? These are all political decisions affecting. These are all political opinion. These are all political machinations first and foremost. Okay, we gotta get the sim set up. What else do I gotta do? I gotta get chat captured. Sorry, I'm a little behind schedule. Let me think. Okay, I gotta get chat captured. Why isn't chat captured yet? Chat captured? There you go. But I don't know about the story of the gun thing to point out exactly where I think the problem is when it comes to that stuff. So I'm sure I could point it out though if I knew the topic well enough. Just like the when I looked into the lead thing and the regulations. But I don't know really anything. I don't really remember learning anything about the gun. So, in the central, yeah. The problem then is that war is a product of the state. Yeah, that is part of the problem. We'll bring it up in the book, but in the book it's talked about how isn't it crazy that international law still doesn't value life the same way private law does? Like by private law, it's illegal to kill someone, period, right? Everywhere. But international law, that's not true. Because if two states are warring and they're killing each other, that's not held the same way as murder. That's not considered murder. International law is less protective of human life than private law is. Human rights though. Right, but they're actually worse, right? The international view of it all is actually worse. Like, it's actually worse than like what the private courts and stuff establish. In like local law establishes. Because it's like because it's more removed from what's the real problems, right? The international law is further away, and that's why they don't figure it out. But local law is local, so you have to have a solution locally. Like if somebody kills a neighbor, you have to have a way to resolve that. Whereas the international stuff, it's like it's so far away that they can just shrug and not really have they don't really have to be held accountable for any of that. It's against the law to murder, take life without cause, or we'd all be vegan. Those are separate things, bro. I don't consider killing an animal murder. I don't consider. I'm talking about human life. I'm not talking about animals. I'm not talking about pig or dog even. I'm talking about human life. I do not think we should extend such protections to animals. That's ridiculous. I don't think so. I know in some areas people do, right? Yeah, but that's a whole different conversation. I'm talking about human life. The life with the capacity for good, for free will. Oh, it ate the statement between those? Oh, okay. Well, that explains that. Okay, let's see. So chat's up. Do we even really need chat on this thing? I'm thinking... I was thinking I was going to use something like... Hold on. Which visualizer is there? Oh, that's a Linda thing. It's a face. It's just a random visualizer. I guess I didn't import the one I was thinking. Hold on. Import project. This one, I think. What I wanted to use. I need to make a new... I need to import this scene. Which is... Yes. Could be imported now. Or in a second. There we go. This one. And I was thinking, I make this work on my voice. What source is my voice? Not the movie though. The video should stay the song. I mean, yeah, whatever the song is. Is it 2? This is the Q. Yeah, that's it. Okay. It's 2. First 2. First 2. Okay, and then it's when I talk, yeah? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, and then the Linda moving in the background is the song. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah. I like that. Okay, and then the idea is I want to plug this all into... I want to make a new scene and plug that all into an effect that I can use to switch between that and the face and a version of the face. So, hold on. So we need that scene itself, and then we need the face we're going to use. Find that too. Which one of these am I thinking? No. Don't I have the face there? Oh, here, there. Okay, this is the face, but that'd be too dark, right? Maybe if I put this over the other thing and make it, yeah, I could do that. Wait, so hold on. The idea would be I use that one, but then I like still put the background behind it, but make it lighter. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea. That's fine. That'll work. Which one is that? It's this. Okay. So now I need to make the layer null, so I plug it in. The other thing in behind it and figure that out in a second. Okay. And then I have this set of shaders here. Triple rotate, is this one of them? No, that's not one of them actually. That one got stuck in the folder for no reason, it looks like. Doorway, doom screen. Oh yeah, the doom screen. Disco light, so that doesn't count. Cube, is that a... That one is it. That one is one. Okay. They do the cube? Cube's pretty cool. As also, if you outlaw war, what happens when that law gets broken? Well, I don't know if you would outlaw war. I don't know. That's a good question, Gio. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna build this effect up real quick. So stop the head tracking. Make it this button here. And then make it... What I want it to do is be a threshold or a trigger. Yeah, threshold, right? And so when I hit it at all, it will switch. But I want it to smooth so it does the effect. Yeah. Okay. 2 more. 2 more. I'm thinking like, what's this look like? How dark is it when I'm talking here? Is it too dark? So I'm thinking like when I'm reading chat, I do this, and then I'm reading like that. I think slower still, huh? Like 8. It's too slow, I think. I think it's too slow. It's getting there though. 7? What was that? Cracky's got the shakes? You got the shakes. Is it gonna roll like that each time? What, do you not like it? What are you saying? Use something else? What do you, don't ask a question. Say what you're thinking. Skip the part where you ask the question. You're saying you don't think the using the rolling is too much? What are you thinking? Sir. Well, this is a button, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is a little button I can push. I think when I look at chat and I talk to chat, I push the button, right? And then I go back to reading and I go. And then I read again. What are you thinking? Too much or... Oh, let's do it again. This good? Too much? Use it during effect? I have other effects we could use. I was thinking to do that every time you glance at chat, I'd probably go insane. No, I'm manually going to do it. Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason I was like, I'm not going to use head tracking for this because, yeah. Because then I would do it randomly all the time. Yeah. There are some effects I like that way. Like the chat box, I think, works pretty good that way, right? Because, like, it kind of moves around sometimes. And I think that gives life to the scene. But this one is the whole screen. I don't want it to be doing it every time, right? It's too much. I agree with you. Yeah. yeah, it'd be too much. Every time I tilted my head to the side, it would no, there's just a set button. I click it, it goes all the way to the max number. I hold it while I'm talking. I'm thinking, right? I could make it a foot pedal instead of the button I have here. And then I let go when it goes back. Hold while I'm talking. I'm reading chat or whatever. Basically I have to consciously, I'm thinking like I consciously switch modes, right? Like it's like, okay, I'm reading a paragraph, I stop at the end of the paragraph or 2 paragraphs or whatever, I check chat, I talk to chat for a minute, we talk about what we learned, whatever, or what comments I have on the thing, and then go back. Yeah, the chat box just flips in and out on that side, it works, yeah. But a command switch is fine. I was thinking, yeah. Yeah, okay, nice. So I was thinking this is fine. Okay. What else we gotta get done then? I know this is a long time startup, but we're not even past the intro, Geo. It's only 40 minutes something. 50 minutes, I think. 50 minutes. Okay, that looks pretty good. I like the way it looks when I talk. I like how it looks like I'm the box. I think it's pretty sick looking. I like Linda in the background being the music. I think all this is looking pretty good. I wish the button to be out of breathing. This will make it easy to edit it later too if I want to make. This book is public domain, so what I'm thinking is, here, hold on. The book is public domain, so what I'm thinking is, it's fine if I edit this down to just me reading the book and just leave that on YouTube too, as like the name of the book. I don't see why that would be a problem either. I can have an audiobook in my library of things, right? Why not? It's a public domain book. It's a good topic people should know about. Yeah. I'm gonna use different buttons for different swaps. Yeah, that's true. I could, yeah, definitely. Right now though, I want to build this as our first one, right? But yeah, you're right. Like, we could build this thing out, right, for reading books and hanging out and reading. Definitely could. Sure, why not? I doubt it'll be the only. I mean, obviously, it's gonna be the only time I do it. I want to read through this book, so it's gonna take a couple Wednesday, Thursday mornings to read it. Anyway. What else? We gotta get up on Simp still. I want to test that for a minute. See what codec I can get working there, and then And then we're ready to go, I think. I'll just pick out some of this ambient stuff to go with the thing, and we'll read. And that'll be the stream. I'm also thinking it'd probably be a good VOD for people to put on, like wherever, like at work or whatever, you know, because like it'll just be reading a book and then kind of talking. It'll be a good like listen to VOD for people that like that. Which we do have a fair amount of people that like that, I think, that watch the stream and like put it on as a VOD, like they just listen to it somewhere. So I think this will be perfect for that. Like if you have spins, but these would be set. Like a screen melt or a horizontal axis spin. Sure. Well, easily ones I could swap it to. Hold on. So we have the cube. Save. Hold on. Ones I have a couple other shaders built, like, that I set aside for this. I think I've shown some of them to you before, though. So that was, that's called what? Cube. I also have bounce. I don't like the bounce one. I don't like that one. I have circle crop. That's, I have to redo all the numbers when I change it to a different one. Hold on. I have to redo all the numbers. But, hold on. Threshold 0.01. Then what, I smooth it at like 5. It's probably fine. There's another option. That's a circle crop. The circle crop. You put like audiobook in the title? Well, I was thinking CrackyReads, blah 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 blah, the title. I put audiobook at the end, yeah. And the name of the book and description. Its streams have descriptions. Well, I could do that, but I think I'm gonna put the name in the title. I'm gonna put CrackyReads. I'm gonna capitalize the R on reads, put a colon, and then put the title, and then I could put the squares with audiobook at the end. That's what I think I'm gonna do with the title. There's enough room for that, I think, for the full title. CrackyReads is one word with the R capitalized. That's a circle crop. What else is there? There's also cross warp. Hold on. Relax when it freaks out. Sorry about that. It's just how it is. Threshold 0.1. Smooth. I have to redo the numbers every time. Sorry. Doesn't keep them. Was this one? What do we use? We use this one for. This is cross warp. You've used it before for something. That'll work better. I was just thinking you want it to be a surprise for now. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. It was a surprise just until I start reading. Just until I start reading the book. That was pretty nice looking. Pretty cool. Right? Well, let me see what it looks like on my big screen. It would need to be slower a little bit, but that might be the one to use, honestly. Pretty sick looking. Slow it down some more. Hold on. Try like 8. What about 9? Smooth it as much as I can. That's too slow. It's too slow. It's far too slow. How come 8 is like this? Oh, 8's not bad. I don't know. 8. Okay. 8's not bad. 7. 7's pretty good, actually. 7's pretty good, actually. Maybe a little slower, though. 7.5, maybe. I think 8 was too slow. 7.5. How about that? Looks pretty good, I think. I'm gonna put that one on the side. I might use that one instead of the box. Copy instead of the cube. Okay, and then we have. You seen we have the Doom one, of course. Is that the next one? No, cross zoom is the next one. Numbers a little crazy as always. Okay, threshold 0, 1. There's 0, 1. And smooth like 0.7. What does that look like? Can you even tell it did anything? Oh no, because you have to make the strength up. Hold on. Ah, I see. I see how that one works now. CrackyReads Socialism, Part 1. Yeah. You have to turn the strength up. What do I make the strength? Like the audio volume. That's cool looking. That's a cool one too. That's a cool one too. That's a cool one too. I don't think I'm going to use it today, but that's a very cool one. Very cool transition. Okay. The volume's too erratic though. CrackyReads Socialism, but oh yeah, that's true. I don't think there's any point to put CrackyReads in a box. I don't like being in a box anyway. I don't like it anyway. Okay, that is cross zoom. You following? And then we have the doom screen one, and then we have doorway to test too. So the doom screen one's pretty sick, right? We've used this for Pilot X uses this one. Pilot X uses this one for his chat. Pilot X uses this. Okay, smooth, average. No, not average, right? Oops. I put smooth. Oops. Wait, I did it all wrong. I put smooth first instead of the threshold. Stupid. Okay. Now I put 0.01. Okay, now. There you go. That's pretty sick, actually. That's actually pretty sick. That's actually super sick. That's actually super sick, bro. Am I wrong? Super sick, actually. Yeah, hold on. Super sick. 8. It goes back up slower than it goes down. Bro, that's cool. Am I wrong? Am I wrong or is that cool? There's drip scale. You can adjust the drip scale. It seems like it should be the other way. You think? Well, I can switch on. You mean like this? You think this would be better? Is that what you're telling me? You think that'd be better? I just swapped the inputs. And then invert this. And then it would work in reverse. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either, bro. Pretty sick though, right? Which was the reading side? Without the face is the reading side. Without the face is the reading side. The one with the face is when we're out of context. There's the other way. Pulls up over the face. Pulls up over the face. Those are the options with the Doom thing. I think maybe use the Doom thing. We like retro stuff here, right? And the way it comes together, it's like rain when it goes all the way back up to the top. Like rain or something. Like it kind of like calibrates back, like it connects all together. It's cool looking. Yeah, I think I'm using the Doom one. Why not? Let's stick with this one, yeah? But which way? Which way do I use, Gio? Drop it? Or... This is fun, though. This is fun. Or, let me try the other way again. Hold on. Which would be what? I go up, I cover the screen to talk. I can't, it does kind of make more sense that I come in conceptually, doesn't it? But it makes sense too that I'd be behind the screen too. Both make sense. Both make sense. Both make sense conceptually, I think. Okay, the slow return to read mode is like the opposite of what it should be, but I like it since it messes with my brain. Okay, so you're saying the other way than this? You're saying this way? Melting up is weird, yeah? And turn off the invert. I think. Hold on. Wait, I want to... Yeah, turn off the invert. Okay. So now, this is me not pressing a button. This is me pressing a button. Then... like this? I like this a lot. I think it looks really cool. I think it's really cool. It's like I'm behind the screen, right? I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's good. Even though the screen's still behind me after, it's like I'm behind the screen. I don't know why it's so quicker down than it is. Does the number actually go quicker? And then my answer is why. Because I have a threshold there. It should. Oh, you know what? It probably adds in the number from the velocity still. Maybe? No. I don't know. I don't know why it's so quick down. Just how it goes. I guess. I said keep it though? Yeah, I'm going to keep it like this. I think this is good. I'm going to save it just like this. I have the crossword backup if we want to switch later. Okay, save project. Okay, I think that looks good. Oops, where did I get here? Okay. Project succeeded. Now, do we bother with anything with chat? I think we don't need chat on screen for this, right? Because it's an audiobook thing. I'll read chat when I read chat, right? I'm like, okay, blah, 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 and then back to reading. I like that it goes up like that, like settles. I think that's pretty cool, because then it's like, by the time I look back and I like find my place to start reading, it'll probably line up pretty good. You know what I mean? Like I'm talking to chat, blah blah, like blah 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 blah, dumb nonsense I say, and then you know I'm like, okay, back to reading. I let go, and then I get to where I'm reading, and then start reading, right? And then it's like as the thing settles, I think that's pretty good. Maybe put a fixed chat box on the same screen as face. We could, yeah, we could, yeah. You wanna? Sure, okay. On here, okay. For the regular, the YouTube chat. So this, I put it in the middle there to get it shown. What's gray though? Do I do it that way? Unless I do it on top of the vase. I think gray's fine though. Maybe. Let me see. Is that possible to read or too dark? Pretty dark. Pretty dark. Put it on the top and then add, what I should do, put it on top, but add a here. Let's let it invert so it stays up for now. Okay, so what I'm thinking is then I make it kind of transparent and then it'll blend better. Just to like a little bit transparent, I think. Transparency. Just a little bit, not that much. Just like a little bit. There we go. Yeah, looks good. Now I need to adjust all the sizes and things. That's easier to read, right? Easier to read. I'll put that on the side and resize it. So I need transform and scale. Something about the transform. I guess you could make it go closer to the screen to make it bigger, couldn't you? Yeah, you could, huh? Then you don't really need zoom. Something I realized recently. Okay. There. And you don't really need the scale. Be sealed. You look like you have a talisman plastered on your face. Later you could replace that with a Sims chat. Yeah, that's true. Or put both or whatever, right? One on each side or whatever thing. Or, yeah. Yeah, sure. What do you mean a talisman? What are you talking about? The cube looks like a talisman? Which was is the reading side? I say keep it though. Maybe put fixed chat font. Looks good. What do you think? Readable? It'll be a little brighter still. I could just leave it bright. Hold on. I'll just leave it bright just for... Drop the aesthetic bonus for making it clear, a little clearer, and just leave it like that just so people can read it. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Do I just leave it like that to so it's easy to read? I guess so, huh? It hurts the aesthetic a little bit though. The chat was a rectangle splat in the middle of your face, like a Shinto Buddhist talisman. Yeah, sure it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, yeah. That was one of those Chinese zombies. Yeah. It could be cool if the face could turn in here too, right? Like turn to face the chat. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, but long term, I'm thinking. It would be kind of cool if the face turned to look at chat when it was reading it, right? That'd be kind of cool. Just like a little bit. Not as much as it does. Not as much as the new face does, but like a little bit. Like just turn so you can tell I'm moving my head. Yeah, we'll do that later. I think that'd be cool. Not today though. Okay. Everything else done. I think we're good. I can turn off that. Push when I'm ready. Oh, hey, it spins the other way when you talk. The other way? Oh no, it spins the other way eventually. It's a oscillator, Geo. It's a triangle oscillator that goes faster when I talk. Is what that is, the spinning thing. She goes to one side, right? And then she spins back the other way. It's a triangle oscillator. But it's when I talk, like, okay, so there's a steady slow increase, right, from the oscillator, and then when I add to it, it makes it go faster. So it's gonna make it seem like, yeah, like it's doing stuff, but it's really just it's just an oscillator going up and down, and talking makes it go faster, makes the oscillator oscillate faster. Make sense? Yeah. Aural accelerator. Yeah. I was thinking like something like this. Oh, I should put on screen the name of the book too, huh? We should put on screen the name of the book. Probably. Well, I mean, I guess it's going to be in the title. Does it really need to be on screen? What do you think, Gio? Should the name of the book be on screen? Yes or no? All right, I need to start setting up the Sims thing. Let me open. Close that. Close that. Go to Sims website. Oh, good idea. Yeah, you think so? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think I need a layer null here so I can stack stuff, and then the text on the top. Wait, it might be better inside the cube visualizer, because then I could do things with it. That's where I'm gonna put it, actually. Text. Okay. Maybe a crawl on the top during the reading phase. Yeah, a crawl. Okay. Yeah. We do that. So like, let's get the full name. Here. What do we see? Nothing yet? Yeah, I gotta figure out how to Okay, you know, I want to see if let's say layers, mask, and then plug it into the shader. What is that going to do? What, is it visible that way? Oops. Yeah, I think so. Wait, hold on, make it smaller. Oh, we gotta pick a font. I'm gonna pick a font. Doom font, That's good. What's that? Arial? Sure. Okay, and then smaller. Smaller. Big enough. And then scroll it. Like, so it barely fits and then have it scroll by. I think that's good, yeah. And I have to use, what is it called? It's called like, it's is it a glitch thing? Vertet, no. Buffer, no. One of these categories has it stylized. Somewhere it has distortion, I think. No. Geometry adjustment? Geometry. Okay. Horizontal hold. 0.01. There you go. That makes it do that. Makes it do that. Then translate. There. And then, oh, it's on. Oh, it's still in the. Oh, right, of course, it's still in the background. Whoa, a huge subtitle. Just like the call. What do you think about right now? What do you think about this right now? What do you think? It's still there when I do this, but that's fine. Not really a problem. Huge shot? Yeah, it's long, right? That's true. The book has a long title. That is true. It's a true statement about the world. Okay, now we get the Sims thing set up, right? I think I'm good on that. It doesn't change color, though. It's just the default color of the shader. It's like those scratch panels that are blacked out and reveal rainbow colors underneath. Yeah, it is like that, huh? What I did was I masked it the same as the shader that's masking the Linda thing in the middle. So it looks like it's the same. It's a shared background, right? It's a shared layer. So yeah, it's like you scratch it off and you see the layer that the Linda is exposing to when it shows the cube. Yeah? Yeah, that's a good idea, right? It's not, though? Huh? It's not what? It's not what? It's not what, though? It doesn't... The colors of the... aren't affecting it. It's a mask is what the text is now. It's a mask for the shader. The same shader that is the Linda thing's a mask for. They're both exposing the same exact shader. It's one shader. Right? Hold on. Well, you said it looks like it's shared. Well, it is. It is shared, but in a way it's not, because what I'm doing is I'm plugging the shader into both of them separately. Right? But it is, in a way, I mean, it is it's the same shared shader, though. Look. This. Right? This. I see? Yeah. But yeah, I've done effects like that before, where like I have a shader for the one part and I have certain parts of the screen expose it. It kind of, I got the idea from, what's his name in Monkey Island, right? With his coat. It's the same idea, kinda. His coat's like a, is like a mask on some kind of texture, is how they do it, I think. That's basically the same idea, right? When, you know what I'm talking about? When the little guy, the what is his name? The salesman guy? When he's like flailing his arms around? His suit, is just a mask for the texture, for a texture. I'm pretty sure. So like it looks like he's moving around, but the suit pattern stays static. Same kind of idea, right? Anyway, same kind of idea. Same kind of. That's where I got the idea anyway. Okay, Sims thing, and then we're ready to go. This music is too relaxing, I think. Music's too relaxing. Way too relaxing. So lots of people, damn, people are making new accounts on the Sims room. I see people. People I know. So the Max says he'll link anybody's friends that sign up with $30 worth of Sims coin. I didn't know how much he was giving specifically, but that's what he says in the other one. $30 of Sims coin. $30 of Sims coin is how much he'll give you to sign up. Is that not crazy? There's money on the table for people. I can't get people to fucking sign up for this website. There's literally money. It's literally printing money, Geo. Do you know how much my portfolio is worth now? Hold on this fucking website that I could sell off right now today if I wanted to just cash out and make money. Do you want to know? Hold on, I'll tell you. $186.31. That's real money I could just sell right now. And bro, anyway, keep trying to trick people. I keep trying to scam people. I keep trying to, you know, but it'll be fine once you start. Yeah, that's true. I'm telling you, bro, there's money on the table for that website. Everybody's too cautious because I guess it's crypto. I guess that's why. But he'll give you $30. You don't even have to pay money to start. You don't even have to get. You can get into it, watch the stream for free on there. Costs you no money. However, you do need to get a hold of some Prime. What do they call it? Not Prime. Base network, whatever it's called. But that's because the transaction fees cost like 0.0 whatever 1%. And so you got to cover that somehow. But he gives you $30, so worth the Sims one. Anyway. Trying to give people money here. I can't do it. I can't give. I'm like, bro, get a bag. I'm throwing money in your bag. Get over. I can't carry all this money. Get a bag. And everyone's like, nah, I don't really want to do that. Okay, here's money in your bag. Open a bag. Get a bag. I'm throwing money. Here's money. I give to you. Here. And everyone's like, nah, I don't know about that. Try a new thing. Listen, you don't understand how comfortable I am doing nothing. Okay? Like everybody, bro, people all the time are like, give me that opportunity, please. If I just had that opportunity, I could make it. And I'm like, okay, here it is. People are like, oh, wait, hold on. What is that now? No. I don't want to, do I have to do something? No. Do something for free money? No, I'm not doing that. No, never mind. I don't want money. Okay, just get a bag, bro. Just get a bag. No, I'm fine. I don't need money. Okay. Okay, man. I did my part, right? I don't gotta feel bad. I don't gotta feel bad. I don't gotta whatever. I did my best I could do. It's starting to blow up now, though. I see a bunch of new people, like people from Kick. Smile's on here now, which is exciting. I want to get a key for Smile. I don't know if I have any money left, though. I can't. I spent all my money on the things. I'm gonna have to sell one to I don't really want to, but I might look and I might sell one. Because I might sell a key I bought for somebody's to buy one from Smile. Because I know Smile's reliable. I've only got $3 worth. His key is $4. His key is $4. His key is $4. If I go to my portfolio, go to my keys, can I look at like all my keys somewhere? I think you can somewhere. Pretty sure you can. I'll go to keys. Let me see. I'm not gonna sell the ones I have 2 of. I could sell one of mine for $6. I have 6 of my own keys. Is that a crazy idea? Whoa, bug rubs are worth $7. I don't want to sell one of bug rubs though. Crow's Nest I got are $9. Fluffy Show, I only have 1 of those. I don't want to sell one. If I only got 1 to watch their stream, I don't want to sell it. But bug rub I have 6 and it could be $7. I don't want to sell any bug rub coins, keys though. I can sell one of my own. $6. $6.58. I'm selling one of my own. That put me at something. Maybe I can buy one. Maybe I'll just stream. Maybe I'll get tipped enough that I can buy one. Maybe somebody will come by and tip me, and then I can buy one for Smile. Because I doubt it's not going to matter till he streams, right? So I don't in a rush to buy him. I'll buy one later. I do want to buy one from Smile though, because he's always been cool, and I'm sure, and he's a reliable streamer. Like he streams every morning, and his keys are only $4, so I'm sure it'll be worth more than that eventually. So I'll definitely get one before. I'll get one when I finish stream in the morning. I'll make sure I get one somehow. Like I said, if I get tipped over there, then that would cover it. If I don't, then what am I saying? Let's see, let's get it working. So I go to my room, right? My Sims room. Okay, not Ethereum. You need Ethereum base, Geo. But Ethereum base, correct. Base Ethereum is called. I put, hold on. I put a picture up last time. Or I took a screenshot or something of it. Here. Upload. Okay, copy. This is the icon, Geo. If you look at it, it has the important thing is that little circle with the, it's like some kind of like StarCraft turret or something. Do you see what I'm talking about? As long as it has that, that's the base network as far as I understand. That symbol means the base network. And I used Uniswap for everything. I don't know what other people are using, but I used Uniswap and I used MoonPay to buy Ethereum. I actually bought the wrong one at first. I bought Ethereum regular. I didn't buy base. And then I swapped it, and it worked fine. It swapped it 1-to-1 almost. I think I just lost the, like, whatever exchange fee. It was like I lost like 50 cents or something. Which was a mistake. I shouldn't have ended up. But compared to bank fees, bro. So how do I find it? Well, to buy. How do you find which thing, Gio? How do you find which thing? You need a wallet first to hold it, right? Okay, so here's how crypto works. Crypto is basically, it's like okay, so like there's the ledger, right? The network where everything goes, and then you need a wallet to hold your ID, basically your key, or your access to the ledger. So you install some kind of extension, or you have it on your phone or whatever. I have an extension, Uniswap, which also has an app. I'm sure you just log into both things. You need something to hold your ID, basically. And that's what a wallet is. It holds your ID. I have a wallet? Okay. Well, then on there should be something to buy. Some kind of, like, do you have, I don't know if you're using Uniswap or a different one. But then somewhere it should say buy. And then you try and buy Ethereum. Found it? Okay. The thing is, though, the methods of buying are a little pain in the ass sometimes. So I understand that's the problem some people have, but MoonPay worked pretty good for me, and I use PayPal. But I don't know, bro. I don't know if you have any trouble with any of those. Coinbase, Robinhood was saying, is sus. Robinhood was saying Coinbase is sus and like keeps records and stuff. But didn't say anything bad about the other ones. Base mainnet. Yeah, I think that would be correct. Yeah, I think the main network for Base, and I think that would be correct. Yeah, Ethereum on the Base network would be correct. Yeah. I don't see any other one. Like, hold on. I don't see any other one. Well, you gotta make sure when you sign up on Simps to attach it to either your Twitter or your Twitch to get a name. And he said once you do that, Max will send you and he sees it. Max will send you the Simps. So you gotta have a name. He's given the ones with names of Simps. I don't think he's given the ones without names Simps. I don't know though, because I don't know if I got mine before I put a name or not. I think I got mine. I don't know. I'm not totally sure. I'm not totally sure if I got mine before I put a name or not. Simps keeping 95% of key prices seems like a hard sell for streamers. Simps keeping 95% of key price. Well, they really make money on, they make 5% on the trade, really, is where they really make money, right? Because the 95%, who really owns 95% on the key price is the viewer, right? Whoever owns the key, otherwise it doesn't exist. It's not that they're, I mean, I guess you can look at it as them keeping 95%, but you make the 5% of the transaction, right? So you're the man. It's like, I don't know, you can always look at what you don't have, but if you look at what you have and it's pretty good, then you don't really need to worry about what you don't have. I don't know. Like, I guess technically they do if you sell, but basically the smart contract doesn't exist anymore when you sell it, I think. So it's not like they're really holding on to 95%. It's just disappearing. I mean, it's going back to the network, right? And then you're taking the money, and they're taking the Simps coin. It's going off the ledger, right? And then when you buy it, then you own it. The viewer owns 95%. Am I crazy? No, right? The viewer owns 95% of the key. The streamer only owns 5%. The viewer owns 95%. Whoever owns the key owns 95% of the key. Bro, lots of people have signed up, it looks like. Lots of people have signed up. Newest rooms, I saw Smile on there. A Smile on there. I think it's gonna blow up. I don't know if Smile heard about it. I told Robbie about it. I wonder if Robbie told him about it. I told Robbie about it. I immediately told Robbie about it. I agree, and they need it to be that way to keep the platform solvent, right? Yeah. Like, this seems like, I mean, to me, like, I understand crypto to like the layman level, right? And to me, this seems like a solid way to do it, like a genius way to do it, pretty much. Any other way would be more of a scam, you know, like any other way would be more of a... Now, it is true, you can still rug pull in this, right? You could. The issue is, though, like, the asset you're selling is a stream room, right? So it depends on people's trust, like, in the person, right? Just like the rug pull stuff. Is the person gonna do that? And then pay attention to, like, who's buying the things, right? And watch that market and stuff and be safe. Like on mine, Bug Rub bought a bunch of them, right? If you didn't know who Bug Rub was, and you didn't know he also has, like, a dog in the fight, and we're like bros, then you might be like, he could rug pull some. But if you do know who he is, and you do know he's, like, you know, he's got a streamer there on the platform too, and it would hurt his reputation to do something like that, then there's a part of it too that's going to be accountability, right? Because a lot of the people there are going to be streamers themselves, and if they act like dickheads with their trades, then people are going to notice, right? If people behave like dickheads with their trades, they're going to lose their credibility. There's a lot of good things here, I think, that, like, on Sims. I'm not, the Sims isn't up yet, but there's a lot of good things on Sims, I think, for, like, that, right? Like, you're going to have a name for yourself. You need to honor that, for people to respect you and to buy in. Right now, it's early, so everybody's buying everything they can get their hands on. But eventually, that's not going to be the case, right? Eventually, it's going to be like, do I know this guy? Is this a good investment? It's going to be thinking like that eventually. It definitely is going to be. Right now, the guy's just, like, giving people $30 to throw wherever. As long as that's the case, it's going to be a little bit crazy. But eventually, when it's people's own money and it's all seeded and everything's going, then it's going to be like, okay, do I trust this guy? Do I think this channel is going to be good? Do I think it's an investment? It's going to be like that, right? And that's going to be a good thing if it works. It's not any more risk than any stream platform would think. A streamer can stop streaming the day after you buy a sub. That's true. And the other thing is, this is almost like, I mean, like the things like communists always want, Nintendo. You can own a share in me now, right? Like worker-owned co-ops. This is like, bro, it's blowing my mind how many good examples of things this model does. Like, I keep thinking, like, am I missing something? Am I missing a key element why this sucks? Because every way I look at it, it seems like a great idea. Like, you, the viewer, can now own a share in CrackyReads, right? On Sims. You can own a share of that that room. You own a piece of it. That's like what the freaking communists have talked about forever. Like, you, the viewer, can own a piece, and you can own as much as you want. You can influence the price, you can influence the value, you can, in a very real way, influence the value of the stream. That's crazy, man. That's a crazy element. But it's one that should be good, right? Because, like, think about this. Unsubbing, if you have one key, right? Maybe you have more keys, but let's say you have one key for this thought experiment, and you're watching a stream. It'll come down to, in your head, a calculation. Is this stream worth more money than me selling this key to me right now? And as long as the answer is yes, you'll hold on to it. But there will be times where you're like, no, it's not. I need this money, or whatever thing. And so the people, that incentive means you have to provide something of value to people. Because they can sell the key for money. They don't need you more than they need the money if you're not entertaining them. It's that's good though. That's not bad. That's good. That's a good thing. That means you have to deliver on your promise, man. You have to bring them more entertainment than that value, that key seems to be worth to them. I have a wallet and stuff, but I signed up to the site with my email and it has given me another wallet. You have a wallet, and is money in the wallet? I assume you could send stuff to the other wallet. I don't know what you mean. I don't know exactly what that is. Another wallet. I don't know why you have another wallet, Gio. I don't know. What site did you sign up is giving you another wallet? I'm checking my wallet code. My wallet code is the same as my Uniswap wallet. I don't know if that's the wallet thing that's doing that. Is your wallet trying to hold another wallet? Like, is it its problem? Or what? I don't know what's doing that. Because the site doesn't do that, I think. I think that's your wallet that could do that. The only thing that could do that is your wallet, I think. I'm not sure, though. Sims? Should I just add it to my extension? Yeah, I did. I mean, yeah, I would, I guess. I don't know what I don't know what happened. All I did was ask me for a wallet thing, and I set up one, and I don't know how you got another wallet. But if you can, yeah, I would. If you can just get it to work, then just get it to work. My wallet's the same, though. My wallet on the thing, and my extension wallet's the same. But, I don't see why you couldn't do that, too. It's hard to think of distributed networks as a great thing that they are, yet because using them as awesome ways is still cutting edge. Yeah, true. I mean, I think this idea is really a really exciting experiment, man. I think all we need is the website to keep getting updated, and it's really exciting. Speaking of, I need to get the thing set up. Geo, I don't know, trying to hook it up. I don't know. I didn't have that happen, so I don't know. I remember just signing up, and then it asked me for like a wall. I mean, what did it do? I don't remember. I didn't record it. I'm pretty sure I needed the wallet extension to do something to sign up. But I don't know, bro. I don't know what's happening with that. I don't know. I have my wallet, deposit, export, withdraw. What's export? I can export my wallet. Tap on your wallet with Ethereum using a debit card. Oh, it lets you go to buy your it lets you do a Coinbase on-ramp thing. But I didn't do that. When you click buy that way. I bought through my wallet, though. I bought through my wallet. Which is Uniswap. I didn't buy through the thing. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, good. Okay, good. The keys, the CrackyReads keys will probably be reasonable for a while, I would think. I would think so. You can see in the trade history, there's some random person, some random person that bought some, sold some, and then they bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they sold 3. Which makes sense to cash out sometimes, I think. I was thinking about that. As long as you know the channel is still going to be in an upward trajectory, I think it makes total sense to sell sometimes here and there a little bit if you want to. Because then you can always reinvest later, you know? It's not a big deal. And as long as you're making more than like 10%, whatever the Lord's tax or whatever, the money that's going to be taken by me and the platform. Then cash out if you want to, I think, when you need to. So if you don't sign up with an existing wallet, Simp seems to make you one. When I signed up using my email, it didn't give me a username but an address. Yeah, it doesn't give you a username. The username, like Nintendo's saying, you don't have a username until you don't really have a username, but what it lets you do is take a username from your Twitch or your Twitter. When you go to, what is it? Activity? And where do you go? You go to profile, and then it's somewhere, I don't know, somewhere it says like, link this or link that. Settings? No, I don't know. Somewhere it says it. And whatever one you link, it'll get that name and description from. It has a little circle thing that you click and it check marks. I think that's when you update it on that website to change your name. I think if you want to update your name, you have to change it on whatever thing you linked it to. It gets the name from there. Because, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. There's a little circle thing, or there's a little window thing next to your name when you go to your profile. I think clicking that updates from the source is what I think that does. It updates from your account, your name. My name is from my Twitch. And like the Twitch, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Well, I had an address like that too, but when I look at my address, it's the same one on my wallet. And I don't know how I ended up there, Geo, but that's where I am now. When I look at my address, my wallet address that's on Sims, it's the same one in my wallet. It's the same one. But I don't know how I arrived there. Like, I don't remember the in-between. But that's what I have. Hidden tokens. Kermit the Frog. Kevin. What? Learn more about hidden tokens. These are potential scams. Small balances and tokens you hidden. Hidden tokens are not included in your toilet wallet balance. Why do I own Kermit the Frog? Huh? I own Toby too. Where did I get these? They're worth less than a penny. I own 6.9 Kermit the Frog, and I own 1 Kevin. How did I end up with these? What? Why do I own these? Did they give me these scam tokens? I have 1 Kevin, I think. What the fuck's a Kevin, bro? I don't want this. Can I sell it for a penny or something? It's worth 0.000130 of a penny. No, I guess I'll just hold on to my Kevin coin then. Kevin? Yeah, I don't know. I could have used MetaMask to sign up because you signed up with your wallet. Okay. I could have used, I think that's what happened. MetaMask, I remember using before. I would assume it works too. You can transfer wallets to different extensions, I think. I don't know how hard it is though, but I believe you can. If push comes to shove and you need to, I think you can. I just don't know I've never done it. I don't know. I think that is a thing people do though. And you could also just transfer them, like the money itself. So, I guess whatever too, right? You could just transfer the crypto from one to another too. So it doesn't really matter if you can't get a wallet, if you can still send it, right? You can just send it to yourself, the other wallet. So, I don't know. Worst case, you send to, like, on that Pump Fun website, they gave me a random wallet on Pump Fun back when I gambled on there, and I would send from that wallet to my other wallet. I've just lost money on Pump Fun though. I never really won any money. I just lost it. I just gambled on stupid coins that never did well. I mean, yeah, I didn't find a single one that really took that like I managed to make. There was a couple times where I had opportunities to sell and make money that I could have made money on, but I didn't do it. All right, let's get some hype. Let's change the music. This music is putting me to sleep. It's the music. It's the music, I think. Let's put on some different, same producer, but give me something a little more awake. Let's see. And I'm going to set up the Sims right now. Simps, so people can see us on there if they want to come by. Isn't it cool that Max, like, I know the owner of that website now, right, on Simps. I obviously, now the other thing too is we were talking about this with Golden Boy. Something cool is the owner could hate me on Simps. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't affect my ability to sell my keys, right? It's not like freaking Kick. It's not like YouTube. It's not like any of them where you can get special treatment and it matters. Here, it doesn't matter, right? The system will run on its own. Like, even if the guy hated me, you can't do anything about it. Like, he doesn't hate me. The guy seems to like me, but you know what I'm saying? It's not like the mustache era. It doesn't. There's no part of the website where it's run by like fiat. You know what I'm saying? Now it is true right now he's just funding people money, but it's the same starter money. It's not like his friends he gives way more to. He's giving the same starting amount to everybody that comes in, as long as they set a name. So what does that mean? Well, that's a pretty fair market. That's an open market. Yes, it's a seeded market, so there is a little bit of weirdness that comes with that, with seeding the market, because people aren't going to be as careful with somebody else's money as they are their own. True. But nonetheless, so crazier question? Sure. How much ETH do I get to buy Craggy Key? Well, they're currently worth 6. Well, okay, here's the thing. You don't have to buy Ethereum to buy the CrackyReads key. You buy some base Ethereum to have it in your wallet because it's the currency that's used for the transaction fees. Have you set up an account on the thing with a name? You have a name, right, Gio? Hold on. At some point when the guy wakes up, which he's asleep right now, I assume, he will send you Simps. You can buy the coins with Simps alone. Nintendo, did you ever get your Simps or no? I can tell the guy when he comes. I'm sure he's going to come by like later or something. Yeah, I see you, Gio. Okay, now when the guy wakes up, he'll send you Simp coin. Okay? Almost certainly. He sent me it. And if he forgets, we can ask him. When we see him. He'll come by the stream if I'm on into the morning. He'll come by, I'm pretty sure. So, but I guess you gotta buy one, because you're not gonna be... Well, no, you can watch on YouTube until he gives you some Simps. I do have a name. So, you just want to put some in there. I put like $10 in there. But I ended up spending some of it too. Because, okay, so when you buy a key, it gives you the option of either currency. Either base, Ethereum, or Simps. And then when you do a transaction on the base network, you need to pay the transaction fee, which is always in base Ethereum. Does that make sense? Are you following? So Simps is a currency. Like, it's a currency and says a token inside the currency. It only works on this website pretty much, right? But it can't pay for the transfers, right? So there's like a 0.0 whatever % fee. It's like a penny. When I bought stuff, it was like a penny. I was watching. Something like it's 0.0 something 1%, like for a transaction fee. So you need some Ethereum to pay to cover that. But he will give you Simp, so you'll be able to buy him with that. You don't actually have to. That's why I'm saying it's almost free to invest in the stream at this point. It's almost free. You just need to put in the oil to wax the wheels. Can I own CrackyReads? Where's the buy room button? I got you. It's right here, bro. Oh, hold on. This is the actual room, Gio. And yes, you can. Well, this is CrackyReads Premium. We can have as many rooms as we want. This is going to be the main room for a while. I'm going to at some point launch another room though. I definitely will. I just don't know like how I'm going to approach that yet. Like if it's going to be special shows, if it's going to be, you know what I mean? Right now I'm just doing CrackyReads Premium to see how it goes. But eventually we'll launch some other rooms too. But that's the room. And buy room. There's buy key and buy room. They're the same thing, I think. Buy access. And when it says buy room, now that's all the same thing, I think. Buy access at the bottom is buying the keys. And then if somewhere else says buy the key, it's probably the same thing. But the buy access and sell access work. That's what I click. And then you can click how many keys when you click that. And then you click which Ethereum or you can click Ethereum or Simp underneath that. You see him? I can sell my own keys. If I sold all my keys, it'd be 26 bucks. Well, that's because I'd be dumping them, and so they'd go down progressively. $5 if I sold one. Buy room. I don't see where you see buy room though. I never tried that. Speaking of, I need to open our multi-stream thing, and we need to see what the simp setup is, and we need to test it. I want to see if I can get AV1 working, because nobody's got it working yet. Okay, so I'm using AVAC NV encoding AV1 for my primary thing. Okay, so we're gonna try that first again, because he said he was gonna look at it. I don't know if he did any tweaks, and then we're gonna say go live, and then if that doesn't work, which I assume it won't, what I'm going to do is go in there and change it one at a time. Okay, so main encoder, and try all the like AV1 ones and see if any works. Because there's AV1 we could try. There's H264 is what Twitch uses. That will definitely work. There's HVAC, just HVAC, HEVAC. That's supposed to be better than 264. H264. I have SVT AV1. I don't know what that is. I think I'll try main encoder, and then I'll try HVAC raw, see if that video can work. And if not, I'll put it back on 264, and we'll just start the stream normal. Okay, so go live. Okay, and let's test it. Let's see. Okay, so I see. Oh, he has a volume slider now. They're doing improvements already. Do you see that? There's a volume slider now. That wasn't a thing yesterday. Damn, that's impressive. There's already a volume slider. Okay, no video though. No video though. So that means it doesn't work so far. Okay, if I just cut it here where I am, and put it back on, I'll cut. Wait, don't cut. What if I just change the encoder here while I'm doing it? Click OK. Let disconnect it and reconnect it. Okay, disconnect, reconnect. Okay. I'm gonna put in chat that I'm testing stuff. Okay. Yeah, still no still just black screen video. So I think AV1 is just gonna do that. Turn it off again. Okay. HVAC didn't work either. Okay. What are these weird ones? SVT AV1? I don't know what that means. Try that. Guys, I broke the stream. Is it back? Are we back on the same one, hopefully? On YouTube? I broke OBS. Is it back? Yeah or no? Hopefully it's back. OBS. Yeah, we back? Beep, we back? Okay. Nice. Alright, so I guess I gotta use HVAC to get this to work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click stop stream, stop live, See if that goes off now. The other thing I notice is it doesn't automatically go off sometimes. Sometimes it stays on when I'm not really streaming. Like right now it's still on. And I don't know how to make sure it goes off. Because I want it to go off. I assume there's some kind of like poll rate or whatever. I assume it checks some kind of minutes. But last time it was on for like a long time. So it doesn't say. Still shows me live. I keep refreshing to. I'm gonna wait a minute to see if it goes away. Because last time I switched in the middle, caused a weird delay. Still says I'm live. Huh. I don't know what's up with that. I'm gonna have to ask Max about that. But he didn't. They added an audio slider already. That's crazy. They added an audio slider. Exciting stuff. Why is that exciting? Because it's been like one day or so, or a couple of days since I got on it, and the guy and Max has already fixed something. That's awesome. Like you're saying, that was a feature coming, right? I didn't know like in a couple of days. I didn't know like in a couple of days that was coming. All right. If at the end of the month we see significant improvements to the platform, I'm going to go very hard on the platform. Like I'm gonna go all in. I think. If they actually show they can iterate back to back to back in a way that's impressive, then I see then I have no red flags about the website. That's my current red flag is. Are they going to be confident enough that we can rely on them to like update stuff? That's the question, right? Can we actually trust them to do that? That's the question. Can we? I don't know. We'll find out. Speaking of, it still says live. Okay. I think I'm gonna click go live and then stop it again. See if that stops it. I don't know. I'm gonna get it to stop. Now I'm gonna wait one more minute and I'm gonna go live either way in like a minute. With the live indicator or not, I'm just gonna go live. Because I don't know if that's really a bug. I don't know why that happened last time. The delay to the thing. Because I did it before when Dingus was here. And he said it was quick. It was really fast. The whole stream was really fast. So I don't know what happened yesterday. I don't know what happened yesterday. Why it was like 3 minutes delayed or something. I checked it too. Bugger was saying it. I checked it, and it was delayed. Okay. Still says live. Still says live. Well, I guess we'll just go live for real and hope it isn't a problem. I'm gonna count down 30 seconds. 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. That's not seconds, so it's too fast. 27, 26, 25. I should look at a clock probably. 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. Oh, you know what? This whole intro. Okay, stream start in chat maybe. I'm gonna need to get a timestamp to this for people to skip the whole build process of the stream. That was like 2 hours or something. What number was I at? 12? I'm just guessing. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, you know what I could do? 5. I could add Sims to my other cut to restrict. No, I don't want to do that. But I could. Can I hold on? Let me look at the settings real quick. Can I add? I was seeing if I could do the restream also with the same encoding that I do for the other one. Is what I'm thinking, and then like send to both. Was that possible? Like I have main encoder, but what about secondary encoder? Like can two streams share the same? Do we just turn down the YouTube to H.264 for today? And then I don't gotta worry about nothing? And then just use the main encoder? That's what I do, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna cut the stream real quick and I'm gonna change the settings and... Fuck, wait. Will that mess things up? Will it work? I don't know. There might be a new stream. Okay, are we back on YouTube? Is everything good on YouTube? Are we back on YouTube? Is everything fine on YouTube? Yeah, we're off on the thing too. Okay, everything's looking good. Okay. When am I back on YouTube is the question. Same stream, new stream. Are we fine? Am I gone? Yeah, we're here. Yes? Okay. Okay. Alright, we can turn on the other stream then. Alright, we're ready, guys.
Beta!
Thank you for that. Alright, finally we're ready. You guys, let's get ready. I gotta pick a song for... Oh, oops. Might as well go live on there first, then pick the thing. Okay, go live. Start a video stream. Okay, now click Sims. Okay, and now everything should work just fine. Oh, I should hold this. Now everything should work just fine. Yeah, it looks good over there. I like that they added an audio toggle already. You guys see that? That I have Sims keys. There's an audio toggle now. Pretty exciting stuff. So refresh required. YouTube came back on its own. Good on YouTube. Yeah. Nintendo, do you see that on Sims now? Here, I'll link the Sims room again. They added the audio toggle already. They added mute already. That was like one day, bro. Is that not crazy? Pretty crazy to me. I'm impressed with that. I don't know how else, like how many other things they're gonna get quickly like that, but like we need pop-out chats still. We need some other features like that. But out of the ones he was saying I'm working on, he got one done already, so exciting. And you can still do right-click, show all controls to see the under controls. Oh no, they cover those. But then you can but you can't pause it if you do that though. It covers it, but you can do the double click to pause it. So it still works. Yeah. It looks like. Yeah, that all works. That is correct. So you can pause it if you need to on Sims. You can also the mute controls pop up over the right click show controls thing, but the only thing the show controls had on it was pause. So you can still pull that up to gain pause ability, it looks like. Or wait, can you pause it by double click ever? No, you gotta do that to be able to pause. Okay, so if you want the capability to pause, right click, show all controls. Now the controls are behind the mute controls, which I just think you just didn't think about, which is fine. But the controls don't have anything there except pause, but they enable the feature, the pause, when they're activated. So, yeah. Oh, it's a regular click to pause and unpause. Okay. So, if you want to pause, you can do that. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Looks good. Alright, let's read this book. Let's start reading then. Finally, after 1,000,000 hours, let's start reading. Let's pick out a song to listen to. So we're going to be reading again. Oh, hold on. I need to, try and hold this button while I'm doing things. It's backwards. I'm gonna invert the number real quick. I'm gonna invert the number so I don't have to do this. Okay, let go. And then I'll put it back. I'll put it back. All right. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I need to change the YouTube title, right? Let me do that. CrackyReads. CrackyReads with a capital R, and then Socialism and Economic and Sociological Analysis. And then I guess I'll put the square thing, the Japanese square thing, and I'll put audiobook. Audiobook. So now if you're looking for an audiobook, in my thing, you'll find that this is one. This is an audiobook. And yeah, all right, here we go. Let's pick out some music to listen to. What would be Cacophony of Notes in a Silent World? Beyond the Gates of Kunlom. Like that one. Like the sound of that. Beyond the Gates of Kunlom. I've used this one before, I think. Listen. Cracky, I didn't get a message yet. Sorry, I didn't pay for a key. Oh, it's okay. You're good. I'm not upset about that. I'm just reading a book today. We're reading. Oh, there's no rush. There's no rush. You know, for me, from my perspective, there's no rush. From your perspective, is where the rush would be, not mine, right? Like, it doesn't bother me. I will be happy whenever you get in on it. But nonetheless, oh, I was also thinking, if somebody wants to restream to start, like when we have private simp stuff and they want to restream it on Discord or wherever, I think that's fine. Because it's still like a V. If you really want to interact with me, you still need to buy a key. So I think that'd be fine too. True, I'm missing out. Yeah, right. That's what I was saying. But anyway, and I'm not trying to pitch it a bunch today, but we aren't live on there today. Though we're reading a book. We're reading a book, guys. That's the focus today. Again, it is Socialism and Economic and Sociological Analysis. So as you can see, I set this up where the visualizer goes with my reading, and the Linda in the background. Let me show you. The Linda in the background animates with the music, right? So that's a cool little thing. And the actual visualizer stuff animates with me. And I'm thinking I have it up like this. I have it like this when I'm reading. And then when I talk to chat, I do this, right? So it'll be visually very clear what's going on. I was thinking about pausing the music back and forth. I don't know if I have to do that or not, though. Should we pause the music when I pull it up or not bother? I guess if it was edited down, then we should pause the music, right? So it would continue normally. Any thoughts on that? I can make it pause pretty easily. Hold on, I'll try it. I'll test it. Let's test it, and then we'll say. Are the streams something you want to record for yourself? The Sims ones? I think I should. I'm gonna make space. Maybe I'm gonna get another hard drive. I like the party stream. There was an era, Robin Hood, that was a couple months ago. It was in December, where I really pushed to try to get a deal on party. So what I did was, I did long YouTube streams. Well, I did like a decent YouTube stream, then I would cut it, and then I would go to party in the morning, and we'd watch like Jerry Springer, and we do like really crazy stuff there. I had a really good time with it. I was trying to impress the staff and stuff so we get a deal. I don't know why we didn't get one, but it was like there was a month, get a deal in a month, whatever. So I did. I streamed really hard there, but I really had fun with the streams there. Like, I want that kind of stuff again. And I think that's where those are going to be on Simps, as well as, the restream stuff. Would I like to record that for sure? Yeah, I think so. I kind of wish I did it in the party era. But because like I was the DMCA-able and all this stuff, I didn't bother. So those are all lost to time, kind of. But they were just kind of like fun hangout things. So it's kind of fine too. There wasn't any story in them, like for the stream. It was just Carl pretty much every day. A couple days it wasn't. A couple days we did Japanese stuff. I made a lot of friends there, which is why I think this is going to go well too. Because like even if the website like evaporates, we're going to make friends here with other streamers and maybe some crypto people. Is that not a net good? No matter what happens with the actual key stuff, like to me that seems like a net good. Like because the other people that are coming are people with a mindset like me, like that they think their stream is of value, right? That they think it's of value. They don't think they're just like getting a welfare check, like kick people. They think it's of value, and that's important. That means either they're right and they have a good stream, or they're delusional. But that's either way. You know, we'll be able to tell that. Sounds fun. It was pretty fun. Party stream is the tits, especially in December when people need a distraction. Yeah, it was really fun. And yeah, I was trying to just entertain people over there. It was really fun. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna basically I'm planning on doing it again. Yeah. I'd like to. I had a really good time, and I feel like I thrive under pressure. You know, like even if it's like self-inflicted pressure, I think I thrive under pressure. I think I'm good at it. I like it. Enjoy it. What else was I doing? Oh, I was gonna make this button. Hold on. Pause the thing. Pause. Let's see if we like this. Capture MIDI. That'll be that to pause it. And then I'll have to make one to play. Also, oh, my mouse is clicking. Mouse is double clicking. Well, I don't use a mouse. Before anybody corrects me, I don't use a mouse. I use a trackball. But my trackball double clicking. Stop it. Every time I click, it's like the micro switch hits the thing twice or something. Oops, I wish it would stop though. Okay, capture, push this button. You need to charm down. Oh, I guess it worked. Okay. Don't swallow the MIDI message because I need to go to the thing. Outgoing. I want it to be the computer pause, which is keystroke, I think works. Keystrokes, yeah. And then play. Oops. Random music comes out of the ether. Okay. Where was that from? The Windows Media Player? That's the intro, I think. Okay, hold on, let's try this again. Okay. Yeah, it works. Okay, so clear. Push that. Yes. And now, does it work when I active, etc.? Okay. If I'm here, work, not work. Huh. Not doing anything, huh? Why would it not work? What am I doing wrong? Oh, I want any velocity. It's set velocity, set velocity. That's a mistake. There we go. Okay, so then I want to duplicate that. Oh, can I make it either or? Note on or note off? No. I have to make a separate one. Okay. We'll duplicate and make it note off. With any velocity. Well, velocity is always 0 for note off, right? There you go. Pressure greatly improves my writing proficiency for long-form essays and blogs. I feel like it helps me too. When I'm working on a translation, there we go. So, okay, pretty nice, guys, pretty nice. Now I have this inverted, so it's actually, okay. So here, so I'm reading the story, I'm reading the book, blah 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 blah. Right then, I'm checking chat, talking to you guys. Wait, it didn't work. Huh. I didn't know what oh, you know what? Huh. Why didn't it work? Fuck. Okay, that should have worked perfectly. Turn this off and let's see. Hold on. Okay, the pause works. If I let go, it should. The note off should also work. It doesn't. If I switch it to any velocity, let's try. Yeah, that works actually. Wait, it's backwards though, right? How do I switch? That's backwards though. Okay, so turn it off first. And then turn it on now. Okay, now it's set up right. Okay. So what do you think? We should pause audio when I talk to chat, or no? Or just let it play all the time? I think it's kind of cool. For that I use amphetamines. Pressure? Yeah. My issue with amphetamines like that, Geo, is they dull your emotions some. They're gonna kill you earlier. Your heart is gonna explode. There's a lot. I have too many issues with them. You get me? But I don't take no stimulants. But I don't take any pills. Well, actually, it's not. Actually, it's not totally true. I do take pills, but I stuff them myself. I fill them. I pack them myself. What do we think of this setup? What do we think of this setup, guys? Pause like this. Read. Yeah, good. All right, I'm gonna get. Let's start reading. Let me start the music over. Let's start reading. All right, here we go. A preface to the new edition. Oops, it's back. It's supposed to be playing music now, right? Oh, I gotta play it. Oh, it is playing. It is playing. Okay. A preface to the new edition of Socialism, an economic and sociological analysis by Ludwig von Mises. You guys ready? I need to make sure I can see. Hold on, my Sims chat too, just in case somebody talks over there. Hey, Bugro. I'm reading today. I'm reading a book today. The same book I was talking to you about yesterday. I'm starting to read it today. Well, let me see, make it so I can see chat. There we go. Okay, now I can see Sims chat over there if I need it. Okay. I'm supposed to be doing this when I want to interrupt it. I don't know why I'm not getting this down yet, but I'm supposed to hold this when I want to interrupt it. Okay, here we go. A preface to Socialism, an economic and sociological analysis, preface and new edition. The world is split into two. Okay, dyslexic, start over. Okay, sorry. I got it this time. I won't mess up anymore. The world is split today into two hostile camps, fighting each other with utmost vehemence. It's really intense. Communists and anti-communists, the magniloquent rhetoric to which these factions resort in their feud obscures the fact that they both perfectly agree in the ultimate end of their program for mankind's social and economic organization. They both aim at the abolition of private enterprise and private ownership of the means of production, and at the establishment of socialism. They want to substitute totalitarian government control for the market economy. No longer should individuals, by their buying or abstention from buying, determine what is to be produced and in what quantity and quality. Henceforth, the government's unique plan alone should settle all these matters. Paternal care of the welfare state will reduce all people to the status of bonded workers bound to comply without asking questions with the orders issued by the planning authority. Neither is there any substantial difference between the intention of the self-styled progressives and those of the Italian fascists and German Nazis. The fascists and the Nazis were no less eager to establish all-round regimentation of all economic activities than those governments and parties which flamboyantly advertise their anti-fascist tenets. And Mr. Perón in Argentina tries to enforce a scheme which is a replica of the New Deal and the Fair Deal, and like these will, if not stopped in time, result in full socialism. The great ideological conflict of our age must not be confused with the mutual rivalries among the various totalitarian movements. The real issue is not who should run the totalitarian apparatus. The real problem is whether or not socialism should supplant the market economy. It is the subject with which my book deals. World conditions have changed considerably since the first edition of my essay was published. But all these disastrous wars and revolutions, heinous mass murders, and frightful catastrophes have not affected the main issue: the desperate struggle of lovers of freedom, prosperity, and civilization against the rising tide of totalitarian barbarism. In the epilogue one deal with the most important aspects of the events of the last decades. A more detailed study of all problems involved is to be found in 3 books of mine published by the Yale University Press: Omnipotent Government, The Rise of the Total State and Total War, Bureaucracy, and Human Action, a treatise on economics. That's the preface. Yes, mass-produced corks, even though we have neither bottles nor drink, because the cork count will make other nations think we're hoarding wealth in booze. Yeah, let's do it. The cork count, exactly. My emotions are numb to death. Yeah. All right, there's a preface. Hold on, there's another preface. This is the preface to the second German edition. This one's longer. Holy moly, this one's super long. Okay, this was written in this preface was written in 1932. But I guess, you know, we're trying to read it also. We should read it. This part's long. It is a matter of dispute whether prior to the middle of the 19th century there existed any clear conception of the socialist idea, by which is understood the socialization of the means of production with its corollary, the centralized control of the whole of production by one social, or more accurately, state organ. The answer depends primarily upon whether we regard the demand for a centralized administration of the means of production throughout the world as an essential feature in a considered socialist plan. The older socialists looked upon the autarky of small territories as natural, and on any exchange of goods beyond their frontiers as at once artificial and harmful. Only after the English free traders have proven the advantage of an international division of labor and popularized their views through the Cobden movement did the socialists begin to expand the ideas of village and district socialism into a national and eventually a world socialism. Apart from this one point, however, the basic conception of socialism had been quite clearly worked out in the course of the second quarter of the 19th century by those writers designated by Marxism as utopian socialists. Schemes for a socialist order of society were extensively discussed at that time, but the discussion did not go in their favor. The utopians had not succeeded in planning social structures that would withstand the criticism of economists and sociologists. It was easy to pick holes in their schemes to prove that a society constructed on such principles must lack efficiency and vitality, and that it certainly would not come up to expectations. Thus, the middle of the 19th century, it seemed that the ideal of socialism had been disposed of. Science had demonstrated its worthlessness by means of strict logic, and its supporters were unable to produce a single effective counter-argument. It was at this moment that Marx appeared. Adept as he was in the Hegelian dialectic, a system easy of abuse by those who seek to dominate through thought by arbitrary flights of fancy and metaphysical verbosity. He was not slow in finding a way out of the dilemma in which socialists found themselves. Since science and logic had argued against socialism, it was imperative to devise a system which could be relied on to defend it against such unpalatable criticism. This was the task which Marxism undertook to perform. It had 3 lines of procedure. First, it denied that logic is universally valid for all mankind and for all ages. Thought, it stated, was determined by the class of the thinkers, was in fact an ideological superstructure of their class interests. The type of reasoning which had refuted the socialist idea was revealed as bougie reasoning, an apology for capitalism. Secondly, it laid down that the dialectical development led to the necessity of socialism, that the aim and the end of all history was the socialization of the means of production by the expropriation expropriation of the expropriators. I got that one. The negation of negation. Finally, it was ruled that no one should be allowed to put forward, as the utopians had done, any definite proposals for the construction of the socialist promised land. Since the coming of socialism was inevitable, science would best renounce all attempts to determine its nature. Now, isn't that interesting? What's up, Midnight? Guys, is that not super interesting? It's true, right? Okay, so like, socialism came out as an idea. People were like, no, that's stupid. Can you show me how that's not stupid? And communists are like, no. You know? They're like, I don't know, bro. It's just dumb. I mean, it's just a good idea, bro. Sorry, I went the wrong way. It's just a good idea, bro. Socialism is good. And then everyone's like, no, it's good or not. Look at this. And then, so what Marx had to do was dismiss reason and logic itself out at the start of the argument, right? You have to go, hey guys, actually you can't use science and logic, actually, bro. Actually, science and logic are bourgeoisie concepts, and you can't use the master's tools, so we don't like those. So we don't believe in them. And actually, if you get rid of the ruling class, then their ideas wouldn't exist, because they developed them from a position of authority, and they don't really exist. So socialism is good, and yes, you can't question it. And the end part there is very interesting too. You can't put forward a real plan for socialism because it won't work, right? So you don't. You just aim towards the ideals and the emotional rhetoric, and that's what you do instead. And that is what people do now. Isn't that crazy? Socialism was pretty interesting at the time as a philosophical movement. It's not really relevant to what governments have done politically, but philosophically as a way of thinking, very interesting. I think it does define the politics of the last I don't know, 100 years or something. Without socialism, I don't think you'd have a left at all. I don't think you'd even have a left without, because that's what most leftists are, just socialists. Right, back to reading. At no point in history has a doctrine found such at no point in history has the doctrine found such immediate and complete acceptance as that contained in these three principles of Marxism. The magnitude and persistence of its success is commonly underestimated. This is due to the habit of applying the term Marxist exclusively to formal members of one or other of the self-styled Marxist parties, who are pledged to uphold word for word the doctrines of Marx and Engels, as interpreted by their respective sects, to regard such doctrines as the unshakable foundation and ultimate source of all that is known about society, and as constituting the highest standard in political dealings. But if we include under the term Marxist all who have accepted the basic Marxian principles, that class conditions thought, that socialism is inevitable, and that research into the being and working of the socialist community is unscientific, we shall find very few non-Marxists in Europe east of the Rhine, and even in Western Europe and the United States, many more supporters than opponents of Marxism. Professed Christians attack the materialism of Marxists, monarchists their republicanism, nationalists their internationalism, yet they themselves, each in turn, wish to be known as Christian socialists, state socialists, national socialists. They assert that their particular brand of socialism is the only true one, that which shall come, bringing with it happiness and contentment. The socialism of others, they say, has not the genuine class origin of their own. At the same time, they scrupulously respect Marx's prohibition of any inquiry into the institutions of the socialist economy of the future, and try to interpret the working of the present economic system as a development leading to socialism in accordance with the inexorable demand of the historical process. Of course, not Marxists alone, but most of those who emphatically declare themselves anti-Marxists think entirely on Marxist lines and have adopted Marx's arbitrary, unconfirmed, and easily refutable dogmas. If and when they come into power, they govern and work entirely in the socialist spirit. And taste of water. Well, it just comes down to people saying they hate having people in power that control everything, but it's still the same thing as capitalism. Well, it's not at all the same thing as capitalism. You're accepting the idea that capitalism is a system of power. It's not. It's not. It's democracy, right? Because your dollar is a vote, right? Like you influence the market through your spending. It's pure democracy. Capitalism is not tyranny. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. The incomparable success of Marxism is due to the prospect it offers of fulfilling those dream aspirations and dreams of vengeance which have been so deeply embedded in the human soul from time immemorial. It promises a paradise on earth, a land of heart's desire full of happiness and enjoyment. And, sweeter still to the losers in life's game, humiliation of all who are stronger and better than the multitude. Logic and reasoning which might show the absurdity of such dreams of bliss and revenge are to be thrust aside. Marxism is thus the most radical of all reactions against the reign of scientific thought over life and action established by rationalism. It is against logic, against science, and against the activity of thought itself. Its outstanding principle is the prohibition of thought and inquiry, especially as applied to the institutions and workings of a socialist economy. It is characteristic that it should adopt the name scientific socialism and thus gain the prestige acquired by science through the indisputable success of its rule over life and action for use in its own battle against any scientific contribution to the construction of the socialist economy. The Bolshevists persistently tell us that religion is opium for the people. Marxism is indeed opium for those who might take to thinking and must therefore be weaned from it. And of course there's the book, The Opium of the Intellectuals, which is also another good read. All my homies hate socialism, communism. Good, good. Capitalism is pretty brutal. Your societal value is money. I don't know if I agree with that. Because first, like, you guys are starting from a viewpoint of accepting a lot of things that I disagree with you on. So, like, it's hard to have the conversation a bit. We have to back up a lot. Because I disagree completely, vehemently with that statement. But it's for a million reasons we have to go back and discuss. I don't think that most people's conception of what capitalism is real. Most of it's make-believe. Most of it's a specific concept they were trained into in school, more so than an actual thing. Because, like, the world, things don't just get made out of nothing, right? There's limited resources in the world. How do you properly figure out how to use those, right? That's economics. That's capitalism. There's no other option. It's just like the only way you can imagine a world without capitalism is just to make believe stuff, right? Like you have to make up a fantasy and then you compare it to that fantasy, and then capitalism seems fucked up, but it's just the nature of reality. I need some water again. Like, fighting against the system of capitalism is fighting against the nature of reality. It's the same thing. It's the same. It's one and the same. Capitalism is not something we built. It's not. Like, because how did, like, almost every society have money? How does every society build something similar to this, unless it's just the natural evolution of like what's his name? Paul Harvey says the God-given laws of supply and demand. You can't just make things out of nothing. How do you make things? How do you get things made? The best, most free way to operate is of a free market where you have your own property. Property is part of the reason why women now have any rights at all, is because they were given their own ability to own their own property instead of being property. The expansion of private property has led to most of the things we view as good in society currently. So I mean, your social societal value. Yeah, but you're just making that up. It's not a real thing, right? Like, you're just looking at things from that perspective. That's not like a real thing. That's just like an emotional argument you're making, right? That doesn't mean anything. Saying that my value is my monetary value is just an emotional argument to make me feel something. Be like, that's messed up. You mean I'm just my dollar value? That's messed up. It's not like it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any substance that means anything. It just makes your emotions go, what? I'm just a dollar? What? It doesn't, like, there's no, am I wrong? There's not really any logic there. You're just saying an emotional argument to make me feel. You're saying, but you're only worth $1. Isn't that fucked up? Right? That's just an emotional argument. I don't think I said cat wasn't bad or good. I said it was brutal. Well, as opposed to what? Like, isn't... I mean, like, I guess if you say the sun's light is brutal. Yeah. But is it brutal? Like, I don't agree. No, it's not brutal. Because we wouldn't have we wouldn't have modern medicine. We wouldn't have so many people. I would probably be dead. Like lots of other people that have some kind of like medical thing that makes their life harder or worse or whatever. I would be dead without capitalism, right? If we were living under socialism, I'd probably be dead. So I don't know how, like, by what metric do you rate it as brutal? Under what evaluation do you rate advancement and human innovation as brutal? What else how else do we get here without it? I'm on mobile, hold on, okay. I'll continue reading, let's see. In this new edition of my book, which has been considerably revised, I have ventured to defy the almost universally respected Marxian prohibition by examining the problems of the socialist construction of society on scientific lines, i.e., by the aid of sociological and economic theory, while gratefully recalling the men whose research has opened the way for all work, my own included, in this field. It is still a source of gratification to me to be in a position to claim to have broken the ban placed by Marxism on the scientific treatment of these problems. Since the first publication of this book, problems previously ignored have come into the foreground of scientific interest. The discussion of socialism and capitalism has been placed on a new footing. Those who are formerly content to make a few vague remarks about the blessing which socialism would bring are now obliged to study the nature of the socialist society. The problem had been defined and can no longer be ignored. As might be expected, socialists of every sort and description, from the most radical Soviet Bolsheviks to the idle socialism of Western civilization, have attempted to refute my reasonings and conclusions, but they have not succeeded. They have not even managed to bring forward any argument they had not already discussed and disproved. At the present time, scientific discussion of the basic problems of socialism follows the line of the investigations of this book. The arguments by which I demonstrated that in a socialist community economic calculation would not be possible have attracted especially wide notice. 2 years before the appearance of the first edition of my book, I published a section of my investigation in the Archive for Socialwissenschaft, volume XLV11 VII. That'd be what? What's it? I don't remember what L is. X is 10. I don't remember what L is. V is 5. So it's like, is L 100 or something? Or what is L? Anyway, number 1. Where it is worded almost exactly as in both editions of the present work. The problem, which had scarcely been touched before, at once lively discussion in German-speaking countries and abroad. It may truly be said the discussion is now closed. There is today hardly any opposition to my contention. I'm logging in. Well, I'm calm. I'm reading. You're the one not calm. I'm calm. I'm reading. You're the one with something to say on the thing. Shortly after the first edition appeared, Heinrich Herkner, a chief of the Socialists of the Chair, Catheter Socialism, in succession to Gustav Schmaler, published an essay which in all essentials supported my criticism of socialism. His remarks raised quite a storm against German socialists and their literary followings. Thus there arose, in the midst of the catastrophic struggle in the Ruhr and the hyperinflation, a controversy which speedily became known as the crisis of the social reform policy. The result of the controversy was indeed meager. The sterility of socialist thought, to which an ardent socialist had drawn attention, was especially apparent on this occasion. Of the good results that can be obtained by an unprejudiced scientific study of the problem of socialism, there is proof in the admirable works of Pohl, Adolf Weber, Ropke, Halm, Sulzbach, Brutzkas, Robbins, Hutt, Withers, Ben, and others. L is 50. Okay, it's 48. Thank you, dingus. I typed on YouTube, and of course it was blocked. Even the socialist European countries who use examples of working utilize a free market structure. It's dishonest to call them socialist. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it's dishonest to call them socialist. Most people don't know the extent to which socialism has changed everything. Oops, I'm supposed to pause when I'm doing this. Sorry. Most people don't really realize the extent, which is why it's hard to have any conversations on it. Which is why I thought to read this book. Because it's hard. We need to have a shared language on these topics, right? A shared understanding on these topics. But most people don't. Socialism and capitalism are these vague concepts people have all kinds of like just random ideas about. And it's like talking about philosophy or a religion or something. It's all like personal views and things. But that's why I want to read this stuff. So we can have a shared understanding of what we're talking about. All right. But scientific inquiry into the problem of socialism is not enough. We must also break down the wall of prejudice, which at present blocks the way to an unbiased scrutiny of these problems. Any advocate of socialistic measures is looked upon as the friend of the good, the noble, and the moral, as a disinterested pioneer of necessary reforms. In short, as a man who unselfishly serves his own people and all humanity, and above all, as a zealous and courageous seeker after truth. But let anyone measure socialism by the standards of scientific reasoning, and he at once becomes a champion of the evil principle, a mercenary serving the egotistical interest of a class, a menace to the welfare of the community, an ignoramus outside the pale. For the most curious thing about this way of thinking is that it regards the question whether socialism or capitalism will the better serve the public welfare as settled in advance. To the effect naturally that socialism is considered as good and capitalism as evil. Whereas in fact, of course, only by scientific inquiry could the matter be decided. The results of economic investigations are met not with arguments, but with moral pathos, which we find in the invitation to the Eisenach Congress in 1872, and on which socialists and statists always fall back because they find no answer to the criticism in which science subjects their doctrines. The older liberalism, based on the classical political economy, maintained that the material position of the whole of the wage-earning class could only be permanently raised by an increase of capital. And this none but capitalist society based on private ownership of the means of production can guarantee to find. Modern subjective economics has strengthened and confirmed the basis of this view by its theory of wages. Here, modern liberalism agrees entirely with the older school. Socialism, however, believes that socialization of the means of production is a system which would bring wealth to all. These conflicting views must be examined in the light of sober science. Righteous indignation and jeremiads take us nowhere. It is true that socialism is today an article of faith for many, perhaps for most of its adherents, but scientific criticism has no nobler task than to shatter false beliefs. To protect the socialist ideal from the crushing effect of such criticism, attempts have recently made to improve upon the accepted definition of the concept socialism. My own definition of socialism, as a policy which aims at constructing a society in which the means of production are socialized, is in agreement with all that scientists have written on the subject. I submit that one must be historically blind not to see that this and nothing else is what has stood for socialism for the past 100 years, and that it is in this sense that the great socialist movement was and is socialistic. But why quarrel over the wording of it? If anyone likes to call a social idea which retains private ownership and the means of production socialistic, why, let him. A man may call a cat a dog and the sun a moon if it pleases him. But such a reversal of the usual terminology, which everyone understands, does no good and only creates misunderstandings. The problem which here confronts us is the socialization of ownership and the means of production, i.e., the very problem over which a worldwide and bitter struggle has been waged now for a century, and the problem of our epoch. It's true still, right? Oops. This is true still. It is still the problem we're dealing with. This is still the most important problem. Is dealing with these ideas and how they've there's a whole political side trying to push these ideas. The modern progressive is trying to push these same ideas again, just in a new form. One cannot evade the defining of socialism by asserting that the concept of socialism includes other things besides the socialization of the means of production. By saying, for example, that we are actuated by certain special motives when we are socialists, or there is a second aim, perhaps a purely religious concept bound up with it, supporters of socialism hold that the only brand worthy the name is that which desires socialization of the means of production for noble motives. Others, who pass for opponents of socialism, will have it that nationalization of the means of production desired from ignoble motives only has to be styled socialism also. Sorry, I had an issue reading there. Religious socialists say that genuine socialism is bound up with religion. The atheistic socialists insist on abolishing God along with private property. But the problem of how a socialistic society could function is quite separate from the question of whether its adherents propose to worship God or not, and whether or not they are guided by motives which Mr. X, from his private point of view, would call noble or ignoble. Each group of the great socialist movement claims its own as the only true brand and regards the others as heretical, and naturally tries to stress the difference between its own particular ideal and those of other parties. I venture to claim that in the course of my researches I have brought forward all that need to be said about these claims. In this emphasizing of the peculiarities of particular socialist tendencies, the bearing which they may have on them aims of democracy and dictatorship obviously plays a significant part. Here too I have nothing to add to what I have said on the subject in various parts of this book. Part 1, Part 3, Part 2, 2, 3, listed in the parts. It suffices here to say that the planned economy which the advocates of dictatorship wish to set up is precisely as socialistic as the socialism propagated by the self-styled social democrats. I'm not making anything up. I was quoting a paper on Rousseau's argument against Engels. Right, but wait, am I saying I'm making something up? What I'm saying is, I'm sorry if I came off as saying you're making things up. What I mean is that thinking is made up thinking. Like, it's not based in reality, is what I'm saying. And you're saying Rousseau versus Engels. I don't think that disagrees with that. Like, idealism is what I'm saying. It's idealistic thought. It's not based in reality, is what I'm saying. It's not scientific thought. It's emotional sophistry. I don't know how I'm wrong on that still. Because that's what it sounds like to me, is just emotional sophistry to make you be like, what? My value is of $1? Like, it doesn't mean anything to me. The phrase doesn't mean anything to me. It's like, if there's no better way, like, if the system is the only way to fairly divide, to fairly have resources be used in an efficient way that minimizes, like, harm and death and all these other things, I have trouble seeing that as brutal. It's the opposite of brutal. If anything, capitalism is like the thing that has taken us out of the age of brutality. Whereas anything that's going away from it would be brutal. Like, what else is more fair than being able to earn money for the value of your time, of your work? Being able to set your own price and earn that money is freedom in itself, you know? Like, saying the society, like, rates you is like an artificial thing. Like, society can't rate you. The system of capitalism doesn't rate you. Those aren't agents of action. Those aren't agents that do anything. The society can't rate you. People can. Individuals in the society can. Oh, I'm doing this while I'm sorry, I meant to not have the music on when I was talking about this stuff. Language difference? Yeah, maybe we're just maybe we're just misunderstanding what we're saying to each other, maybe. Sure. Totally possible. Okay, where was I at? Capitalist society is the realization of what we should call economic democracy. Had not the term, according I believe to the terminology of Lord Passfield and Miss Webb, came into use and been applied exclusively to a system in which the workers, as producers, and not the consumers themselves, would decide what was to be produced and how, the state of affairs would be as little democratic as, say, a political constitution under which the government officials, and not the whole people, decided how the state was to be governed. Surely the opposite of what we are accustomed to call democracy. When we call capitalist society a consumerist democracy, we mean that the power to dispose of the means of production, which belongs to the entrepreneurs and the capitalists, can only be acquired by means of the consumer's ballot, held daily in the marketplace. Every child who prefers one toy to another puts its voting paper in the ballot box, which eventually decides who shall be elected captain of industry. True, there is no equality of vote in this democracy. Some have plural votes. But the greater voting power which the disposal of a greater income implies can only be acquired and maintained by the test of election. That the consumption of the rich weighs more heavily in the balance than the consumption of the poor, though there is strong tendency to overestimate considerably the amount consumed by the well-to-do classes in proportion to the consumption of the masses, is in itself an election result. In a capitalist society, wealth can be acquired and maintained only by a response corresponding to the consumer's requirement. Thus, the wealth of successful businessmen is always the result of consumers' plebiscite. And once acquired, this wealth can be retained only if it is employed in the way regarded by consumers as most beneficial to them. The average man is both better informed and less corruptible in the decisions he makes as a consumer than as a voter at political elections. There are said to be voters who, faced with a decision between free trade and protection, the gold standard and inflation, are unable to keep in view all that their decision implies. The buyer who has to choose between different sorts of beer or makes of chocolate has certainly an easier job of it. So see, I think that makes a pretty strong argument there that, like, okay, if the market is truly free and we're minimizing corruption, regulation, the parts of the state that make it enforce monopolies, then there's an election in itself in the fact that those people make money. Like we go, okay, well, what about the rich? The rich have more vote than everyone else, but they have to earn that money. So they have won an election in selling a product the people wanted. So they have earned that vote. They had earned that vote by providing for other people something of value. So it's not like the vote came out of thin air and rich people just steal it. Now, however, there are, when you get the state involved, when you get regulations involved, when you get all these corrupt institutions involved, it does go that way. But in the nature of the market, it doesn't. The market itself doesn't do that. That's state control that does that. That's regulations. That's for turning things into monopolies. That's corruption. That's not what I was talking about, and I'll show you sources they actually respect and said it is my emotional talking. Well, I respect your talking very much, Robin. In fact, I'm not trying to say you're being, I'm not even saying, you're saying you're quoting a thing, right? You're making an argument from the thing. I'm not even saying you're making the emotional argument, really. I'm saying whoever you're quoting is. I'm just trying to describe the way that that concept comes off to me, is all I'm saying. I don't mean to be rude. I'm sorry if I am. I do value your opinion. I do value your opinion on it. But we're not yet being able to really talk to each other about our opinions on it. We're not at that stage at this point in the because I still feel like your view of capitalism is something different than mine. We're using different words for capitalism. Like, maybe I'm wrong, and your view of capitalism is I don't totally know what you mean by capitalism. I know you mean like a conception made by Marxists, right? Which is why I'm like wary of it. But I do respect everything you're saying, and you can make an argument to me all you want, and I'll read it, and I won't. I'm not, if I'm I'm disagreeing, I'm not trying to disregard it. I'm listening. Rousseau, the philosopher of motion that helped the French Revolution. All right. Anyways, we are reading right now. Social, but see, this is what I'm talking about. Those are the conversations that people use instead of anything that it can, why can't we just talk about stuff in a way with actual logic and reasoning instead of any emotional argument? But why can't we do that when it comes to socialism? That is kind of my point too. That is kind of my point on this topic. Another reason why I feel like I need to read this book is because of this issue with a similar understanding of what we're talking about. The socialist movement takes great pains to circulate frequently new labels for its ideally constructed state. Each worn-out label is replaced by another, which raises hope of an ultimate solution of the insoluble basic problem of socialism, until it becomes obvious that nothing has been changed but the name. The most recent slogan is state capitalism. It is not commonly realized that the cover is nothing more than what used to be called planned economy and state socialism, and that state capitalism, planned economy, and state socialism diverge only in non-essentials from the classic ideal of egalitarian socialism. The criticisms in this book are aimed impartially at all the conceivable forms of the socialistic community. Only syndicalism, which differs fundamentally from socialism, calls for special treatment. I hope that these remarks will convince even the cursory, superficial reader that my investigation and criticisms do not apply solely to Marxian socialism, as, however, all socialistic movements have been strongly stimulated by Marxism. I devote more space to Marxian views than to those of other varieties of socialism. I think I have passed in review everything bearing essentially on these problems and made an exhausting criticism of the characteristic features of non-Marxist programs too. My book is a scientific inquiry, not a political polemic.
I've analyzed the basic problems and passed over as far as possible all the economic and political struggles of the day and the political adjustments of governments and parties. And this will, I believe, prove the best way of preparing the foundation of an understanding of the politics of the last few decades and years, above all, of the politics of tomorrow. Only a complete critical study of the ideas of socialism will enable us to understand what is happening around us. I believe that's true too. I believe that's true. I believe that's certainly true. And that's, I think, why there's so much confusion about this thing, about socialism in general and capitalism and blah, 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 is because this is the actual problem of our time. This is like these ideas, like the socialist ideas are what's informing most political movement now. I'm pretty sure. I would be interested to see how something else was doing it. But well, damn computer, Robin Hood, I will hear you out anytime. I promise. I promise. Okay, there's no rush. I will hear you out anytime. You don't gotta prove me wrong or whatever thing. No rush. I don't mind if I am wrong about something too. There's no rush to it. I understand. Whenever you can get to whatever you need to get to, we can talk about it. No rush. What's up, Alicon? What would be a measurable scientific way of valuing the impact to observe natural human behavior patterns, in-group theory, cyclical monetary pressures? Okay. But how do you know that things are not missing in whatever model you're presenting to me? How do you know that it takes in all confounding variables and actually makes sense and isn't sophistry? Like I'm saying, like I'd have to hear it, I'd have to evaluate it, I'd have to understand it, I'd have to, etc. Right? The habit of talking and writing about economic affairs without having it probed relentlessly to the bottom of their problems has taken the zest out of public discussions on questions vital to human society and diverted politics into paths that lead directly to the destruction of all civilization. The prescription of economic theory, which began with the German historical school and today finds expression notably in American institutionalism, has demolished the authority of qualified thought on these matters. Our contemporaries consider that anything which comes under the heading of economics and sociology is fair game to the unqualified critic. It is assumed that the trade union official and the entrepreneur are qualified by virtue of their office alone to decide questions of political economy. Practical men of this order, even those whose activities have notoriously often led to failure and bankruptcy, enjoy a spurious prestige as economists which should at all costs be destroyed. On no account must a disposition to avoid sharp words be permitted to lead to a compromise. It is time these amateurs were unmasked. The solution of every one of the many economic questions of the day requires a process of thought, of which only those who comprehend the general interconnection of economic phenomena are capable. Only theoretical inquiries which get to the bottom of these things have any real practical value. Dissertations on current questions which lose themselves in details are useless, for they are too much absorbed in the particular and the accidental to have eyes for the general and the essential. It is often said that all scientific inquiry concerning socialism is useless, because none but the comparatively small number of people who are able to follow scientific trains of thought can understand it. For the masses, it is said they will always remain incomprehensible. To the masses, the catchwords of socialism sound enticing, and the people impetuously desire socialism because in their infatuation they expect it to bring full salvation and satisfy their longing for revenge. And so they will continue to work for socialism, helping thereby to bring about the inevitable decline of the civilization which the nations of the West have been taking thousands of years to build up, and so he must inevitably drift onto chaos and misery, the darkness of barbarism and annihilation. Now, I think it's true that that politics are driving us somewhere like that. And also, I feel it's definitely true that most communist, socialists, communists, whatever, really want is revenge. Like so many, talk to any left-leaning person. What they want is the current society to fall because they hate it and they think it's unfair, and they want revenge. They want the society to pay for its crimes. And that's what they're always talking about. They're like, oh, we need to acknowledge this, we need to do that. They want society itself to fall because they want revenge for the things they see as wrong against them and whatever other slights they see. As if society did that. As if society was the thing that did that. Instead of the individual agents that did it. So you're throwing out economics for the measuring part? No, we're using economics for the measuring part, Robin Hood. We're using specifically economics. This is talking about socialists throw out economics. Socialists do not actually try to apply economics to socialism. That's the argument he's making. Am I not being clear? He's saying that people make the case, because Marxists make the case, that you can't evaluate socialism with economics and real scientific inquiry because it's made up by the bourgeoisie and it doesn't actually apply, which is a big part of Marxist thought. That's what we're saying. And we're saying we're doing the opposite of that. This book is the opposite of that. It's saying, no, I did apply scientific inquiry to it. Here's my analysis. Here you go. It's actually, that's what the book we're reading is economic analysis. Mises is the forefather of Austrian economics, right? That's who wrote the book. I do not share this gloomy view. It may happen thus, but it need not happen thus. It is true that the majority of mankind are not able to follow difficult trains of thought. But see, I don't think you guys are unable to follow difficult trains of thought, which is why I'm reading the book. I think you are able to do that. I think you are smart enough to do that. I have faith in you, right? I'm saying the whole opposite of that. I'm saying judge for yourself, figure out for yourself. Let's approach this book. Let's read it. Let's we can do that. We can follow difficult trains of thought here. I agree with that. Yeah, I get the baggage that you've had crazy comments yelling at you and you reacted to my comment. Yeah, but I don't like that either. That's a little bit. You might be right, but it's not just your comment. It's the programming. Well, I don't. I'm gonna zip up. It's the implied programming of like saying I'm quoting Rousseau, like I'm supposed to value that when you haven't established to me that I should take that. Like it's appeal to authority. You're not establishing anything for me in a way I can understand. You're just appealing to authority and emotion, and that concerns me very much so. It does concern me, yeah. It is true that the majority of mankind are not able to follow difficult trains of thought, and that no schooling will help those who can hardly grasp the most simple proposition to understand complicated ones. But just because they cannot think for themselves, the masses follow the lead of the people we call educated. Once convinced these, and the game is won. But I do not want to repeat here what I have already said in the first edition of this book and at the end of the last chapter. I know only too well how hopeless it seems to convince impassioned supporters of the socialistic idea by logical demonstration that their views are preposterous and absurd. I know too well that they do not want to hear, to see, or above all to think, and that they are open to no argument. But new generations grow up with clear eyes and open minds, and they will approach things from a disinterested, unprejudiced standpoint, and they will weigh and examine, will think and act with forethought. It is for them that this book is written. See, now what's crazy is he wrote that, this was originally written, what, in 1920 something, and then again 1955, or was it 1930? He's writing for the next generation that never did anything with it and just failed us, bro. Now, I don't want to blame any generation. I don't believe in that, but I'm not saying that generation failed us. But I mean, I know I abuse those words, but I mean is like Isn't it a bummer? He wrote it out and people were like, and we're still facing these same problems because instead it's worse. Midwits took over everything and it's much worse. It was published in English in 1936, and that was the preface to that we just read. Well, there's one last paragraph here. Several generations of economic policy, which was nearly liberal, have enormously increased the wealth of the world. Capitalism has raised the standard of life among the masses to a level which our ancestors could not have imagined. Interventionism and efforts to introduce socialism have been working now for some decades to shatter the foundations of the world economic system. We stand on the brink of a precipice which threatens to engulf our civilization. Whether civilized humanity will perish forever or the catastrophe will be averted at the 11th hour and the only possible way of salvation retraced, by which we mean the rebuilding of a society based on the unreserved recognition of private property in the means of production, is a question which concerns generation destined to act in the coming decades, for it is the idea behind their actions that will decide it. That's us, though. No? It's us. It's us. Wasn't there for the title or the first part, so I think you'll find I agree with this book more than I disagree. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true, Ron. That's probably true. Okay. I'm looking for the introduction. Here we go. Introduction, part 1. So, Success of Socialist Ideas is the name of this chapter. Oops, I forgot to pause it while I was talking. Shit, okay. The success of the socialist ideas. Socialism is the watchword and the catchword of our day. The socialist idea dominates the modern spirit. The masses approve of it. It expresses the thought and feelings of all. It has set its seal upon our time. When history comes to tell our story, it will write above the chapter, the epoch of socialism. As yet, it is true. Socialism has not created a society which can be said to represent its ideal, but for more than a generation, the policies of civilized nations have been directed towards nothing less than a gradual realization of socialism. In recent years, the movement has grown noticeably in vigor and tenacity. And again, he originally wrote this in 1951 is the second book, Sir George. I mean, the second edition of the book, sorry. The second edition is 51. Yeah, that's what you're saying. The original book was 1922. So I don't know how much like these different parts are updated too, right? When he wrote the new chapters and things. But this edition would have been, I think it's the 1955 edition, maybe, yeah, in 1951, sorry, like you said. This is the 1951 edition. I'm pretty sure. Because that's the one that's public domain, I think. That's the one I'm reading, I think. Well, I shouldn't have stopped in the middle of paragraph. Oops. Okay. Crap. That was very dumb of me. Okay, here it is. Some nations have sought to achieve socialism in its fullest sense at a single stroke. Before our eyes, Russian Bolshevism has already accomplished something which, whatever we believe to be its significance, must be the very magnitude of its design be regarded as one of the most remarkable achievements known to world history. Elsewhere, no one has yet achieved so much, but with other peoples, only the inner contradictions of socialism itself and the fact that it cannot be completely realized have frustrated socialist triumph. They also have gone as far as they could under the given circumstances. Opposition in principle to socialism there is none. Today, no influential party would dare openly advocate private property in the means of production. The word capitalism expresses for our age the sum of all evil. Even the opponents of socialism are dominated by socialist ideas. In seeking to combat socialism from the standpoint of their special class interests, these opponents, the parties which particularly call themselves bourgeoisie or peasant, admit indirectly the validity of all the essentials of socialist thought. But it is only possible to argue against socialist program that endangers the particular interests of one part of humanity. One has really affirmed socialism. If one complains of the system of economic and social organization, which is based on private property and the means of production, does not sufficiently consider the interests of the community, that it serves only the purpose of the single strata, and that it limits productivity, and if therefore one demands, with the supporters of the various social, political, and social reform movements, state interference in all fields of economic life, then one has fundamentally accepted the principle of the socialist program. Or again, if one can only argue against socialism that the imperfections of human nature make its realizations impossible, or that it is inexpedient under existing economic conditions to proceed at once to socialization, then one merely confesses that one has capitulated to socialist ideas. The nationalist, too, affirms socialism and objects only to its internationalism. He wishes to combine socialism with the ideas of imperialism and the struggle against foreign nations. He is a national, not an international socialist, but he also approves of the essential principles of socialism. The supporters of socialism, therefore, are not confined to the Bolsheviks and their friends outside Russia or the members of the numerous socialist parties. All are socialists who consider the socialistic order of society economically and ethically superior to that based on private ownership of the means of production, even though they may try, for one reason or another, to make a temporary or permanent compromise between their socialistic ideal and the particular interests which they believe themselves to represent. If we define socialism as broadly as this, we set that the great majority of people are within socialism today. Those who confess to the principles of liberalism and who see the possible forms of economic society in an order based on private ownership of the means of production are few indeed. One striking fact illustrates the success of socialist ideas, namely that we have grown accustomed to designating as socialism only that policy which aims to enact the socialist program immediately and completely, while we call by other names all the movements directed towards the same goal with more moderation and reserve, and even describe these as enemies of socialism. This can only have come about because few real opponents of socialism are left. Even in England, the home of liberalism, a nation which has grown rich and great through its liberal policy, people no longer know what liberalism really means. The English liberals of today are more or less moderate socialists. In Germany, which never really knew liberalism and which had become impotent and impoverished through its anti-liberal policy, people have hardly a conception of what liberalism may be. It is on the complete victory of the socialist idea in the last decades that the great power of Russian Bolshevism rests. What makes Bolshevism strong is not the Soviets' artillery and machine guns, but the fact that the whole world receives its ideas sympathetically. Many socialists consider the Bolshevist enterprise premature and look to the future for the triumph of socialism, but no socialist can fail to be stirred by the words with which the Third International summons the people of the world to make war on capitalism. Over the whole earth is felt the urge towards Bolshevism. Among the weak and lukewarm sympathy is mixed with honor and with the admiration which the courageous believer always awakens in the timid opportunist. But bolder and more consistent people greet without hesitation the dawn of a new epoch. He's talking about the Nazi. What's up, Riot? Welcome. Made the Mousy McCheese room with a steep curve. That's cool. Yeah, I might try stuff like that. Welcome, Riot. I'm reading... this is Socialism, an Economic and Sociological Analysis. We're learning today. We're learning about socialism today. Okay, oh, oops, I meant to pause like this when I'm doing things. He's talking about the Nazi. What, the National Socialist? Yeah. Yeah, he's saying the Nazis are, basically want a socialist society, right? Which they did. The only, like, people make a case they weren't socialists, but there's not a very strong case you can make there. National Socialists are a form of socialism. So, I don't know. The scientific analysis of socialism. The starting point of socialist doctrine is the criticism of the bourgeois order of society. We are aware that socialist writers have not been very successful in this respect. We know that they have misconceived the workings of the economic mechanism and that they have not understood the function of the various institutions of the social order, which is based on division of labor and on private ownership of the means of production. It has not been difficult to show that the mistakes socialistic theorists have made in analyzing the economic process, critics have succeeded in proving their economic doctrines to be gross errors. Yet to ask whether the capitalist order of society is more or less defective is hardly a decisive answer to the question whether socialism would be able to provide a better substitute. It is not sufficient to have proved that the social order based on private ownership of the means of production is false, and that it has not created the best of all possible worlds. It is necessary to show further that the socialistic order is better. This only a few socialists have tried to prove, and these have done so far the most part in a thoroughly unscientific, some even frivolous manner. The science of socialism is rudimentary, and just that kind of socialism which calls itself scientific is not the least to be blamed for this. Marxism has not been satisfied to present the coming of socialism as an inevitable stage of social evolution. Had it done only this, it could not have exerted the pernicious influence on the scientific treatment of the problems of social life which must be laid to its charge. Had it done nothing except describe the socialistic order of society as the best conceivable form of social life, it could never have had such injurious consequences. But by means of sophistry, it has prevented the scientific treatment of sociological problems and has poisoned the intellectual atmosphere of the time. You think that's true? That definitely seems true to me. Marxism isn't just presenting a alternative. It's saying we have to destroy politically. It's a revolutionary idea, right? It's designed to inspire you for political action, not just an idea. It's inside the idea is you need to do political action. It's built into it, right? You need to. I first learned about what the Nazi Party is from your stream. That's awesome, George. That's sick. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm happy to hear that, George. That makes me very happy that you learned about that here. And again, me personally, I am for concepts like mutual aid, which are somewhat socialist ideas, right? Like, they're anarchist ideas, I guess, but I am for the concept of proactively volunteer. Some people, what they call it, volunteers, something is a term people use too. Something like that probably does need to exist. Yeah, right. We need to go a step beyond just like going, okay, everybody go by themselves. We also need to promote some kind of like, I wash your back, you wash my back, golden rule. I help people proactively because I think it's a good thing to do, right? You need something like that, probably, yeah. Or that mindset needs to be like a common mindset for the idea for anarchism to ever work, of any real chance. According to Marxist conception, one's social condition determines one's way of thought. His membership of a social class decides what views a writer will express. He is not able to grow out of his class or to free his thoughts from the prescriptions of his class interests. Thus, the possibility of a general science which is valid for all men, whatever their class, is contested. I don't mean to interrupt in a paragraph again, but this is a really big idea here, huh? That is true. According to Marxist thought, like if you're born, we've all run into this because it applies to the modern version too. If you're born in the bourgeoisie class, or if you're born white, or if you're born male, or if you're born normative, you're born hetero, whatever. If you're born neurotypical, then you cannot understand things the same way as the other people, is the idea embedded in all of this. Yeah. If you are permanently a different type of person based on this or that, which is ridiculous, but it definitely has that idea. And that part definitely extends to all the bastard children of Marxism. If a more proper, the simplistic B-factor nudging interpersonal organization structures, then individuals focus on close group theory, relative standing, desire superiority over others. But can you prove any of that to me in a way where we're not? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why can't you just make a case to me about whatever thing and explain it to me? Like Einstein says, if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. And that's true for Einstein's type of thought, which is crazy, or which is ridiculously complex. So it means that should be possible, right? I believe in that. Why is that? Why is asking for that unreasonable? Internalize this a bit too much. Rizzo 1, internalize this a bit too much. He said people couldn't become uncivilized and return to disorganized natural order from their new structures. But see what I'm saying? To get into this thought here, I have to accept multiple, what do you call them? Assumptions, multiple things that I don't really agree with exactly. I have to agree to a whole structure of how the world works. Was it done? But I mean, I still have the same problems with it extended. Internalizes a bit too much. He said people couldn't become uncivilized and return to disorganized natural order from their new structures, so they weren't suffering an alternative injustice. Right. So I have to accept his view of natural law. Right. Whoever wrote that or whatever. Who wrote the thing? What am I reading? Did he write it? I have to accept somebody's conception of natural law there that's not explained to me, because it could have different definitions. I have to accept somebody's view of close group theory, of that these things are real things, that group theory is a thing that's established in any way. I don't know what group theory is. I don't know what that is. In a more proper, the simply the P factor, nudging interpersonal organizational structures and individuals focus on close group theory, relative standing, desire superiority over others. I don't know, like, I have to accept so many other thoughts. Like, why can't you just make it from me and you talking and make the case to me without making me, like, be like, okay, well, this guy viewed this all this way, and now I gotta go understand that guy. Why can't you just explain it to me? I was putting forward what his theory is so that I can discuss it. Okay. Well, I don't understand it. I don't understand what you're saying. If a more proper is a simplistic P factor, nudging interpersonal organizational structures and individuals focus on close group theory, relative standing, desire superiority of others, internalize this a bit too much. He said people couldn't become uncivilized and return to disorganized natural order from their new structures. They were suffering an alternate injustice. Do you see how much is packed in there that I have to understand, or accept assumptions and things? Am I crazy on this? By simplifying, Mises thinks that capitalism is anti-brutal and took on the second. Mises thinks that capitalism is anti-brutal. Well, I don't think, hold on, the brutal thing. So you want to say, the point you're trying to make to me, let's boil it down, is that capitalism, we're talking past each other. Let's back up. The point you want to make to me is that capitalism is brutal, because that's where I disagreed, and you're saying brutal again, so that means that's the point of contention, right? But my counter argument to that is not that it's anti-brutalism exactly. It's that, like, do you call, like, I think of a good analogy. Because what I'm saying is, I think capitalism is like an extension of the natural order. I think it's part of natural. I think you can make an argument that it is part of natural law. that like the concepts of supply and demand are part of natural law. I think you can make an argument on that front. So if it's part of natural law, it could be brutal in the way existence is brutal, but it's not separate from that. And it's not uniquely brutal. It's just a condition of existence. Like anything, like any other condition of existence. So if it's not something that is a condition of existence that stands out from the rest, what's the point of saying it's brutal? Because it just exists. It just is how it is. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're talking past each other, but that's what the point I have, the question I have is, what's the point of saying it's brutal? Why are you saying that? What's the point? What point are you making? What case I'm making? The Mises Marx Rose use the word brutal and violent by nature all describe different kinds of violence. All right, well, but don't you see how that's not related to what I'm saying? The idea that money is a measure of value as opposed to some psychological need to be better or loyalty to a group from the part I was explaining. Okay, so you're talking about, I'm trying to understand, conflicting interests between money and tribal, but I think you have to view money a certain way that's artificial and not necessarily implied by capitalism to view it that way, is what I'm saying, is the case I'm trying to make to you back. Is that I do not think what you're describing is capitalism. I don't think you're talking about capitalism. The money part, this is what I meant when I first said it. You have all these assumptions about the dollar, about money, about how the money works that isn't necessarily implied by capitalism. But capitalism is private property. The money is secondary. The money isn't the main thing. Money, a form of currency develops. Yeah, but that's not capitalism itself. That's a whole separate thing that comes about inside because there's different systems of money, right? Like, not everybody comes up with the same one, and they still are under what you would call capitalism. That's what I'm saying. I think you're adding way more to what capitalism is than I do. That's what the case I'm trying to make to you, and that seems more and more apparent the more you talk about it. I laid up why I brought up Roe, why his points are based on the touchy-feely, immeasurable, and pointed out his systemic violence ideas unrelated to Mises' views on what is violent or non-violent. Okay, but I'm asking you, Robin Hood, you to me, me to you. Why do you think it's worthwhile to say capitalism is brutal? That's the same question I had when you first said it. Why do you think it's important to say it? And what do you think of as capitalism? Because in your view of capitalism, how do you define the word capitalism? Because we're disagreeing on that. From my view, that seems apparent. We're disagreeing on what capitalism means. And so the conversation is not really making sense to most people here, probably. I want to taste of water and I'll go back to reading. It's like he's often quoted saying that the brutal game people are subjected to, and that the organization of government or nation engenders. Mises throws that out on violence. Roe was arguing from the time of the French Revolution. I think he packed more on capitalism than it needs to. Sure. Well, that's what I'm thinking. If we seize the Linda's means of producing waifus, we'd own the universe. That's true. Remember, kids, Karl Marx had boils on his ass and his children killed themselves. Oh, yeah, that is true, too. It was mostly daughters, too. Really bummer. Really bummer. Really bummer there. I never understand much. Sure, Parn. I feel ya. Okay, I think I take your point, Robin Hood, though. I think maybe I'm getting it. You're saying Rousseau quoted saying brutal game field is subjected to, and that the organization of government or nation engenders that. Mises throws that out on violence. Well, what about this? When we get later in the book, we'll start talking about violence and the structure of the things. And then if we make the point in relation to that when we get there, then I think it would make more sense. Describing sorry, no, it's okay. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm trying to understand. I promise, I'm not mad at all. But like in the first chapter, I mean, soon we're gonna get to talking about violence, and Mises will make his view. I mean, like explain his view on society, like the socialist stuff on violence. Can we make the case there, or? But also, I do want to know what you think of by capitalism. I do want that question answered, if you don't mind. What do you think of? What is your definition of capitalism? Because I do think I swear we're breaking the words down differently. Because I don't consider the money part as part of capitalism necessarily. It's private property is the thing that I consider the core of capitalism. Am I wrong on that? I mean, I don't know if there's a right or wrong on that, right? But I'm saying that's what when we're talking about capitalism, I'm thinking of the rights of private property, not necessarily the implied rules of the printed fiat money or whatever thing. Like, because there's lots of whole other issues of money, like in how the money whoever develops the money and who holds the keys to the money. There's all kinds of issues with money, right? But I don't think those are necessarily capitalism. Those are a specific problem with like the state or who's doing the money. Where's the money coming from? How do they figure out the money? It could have its own corruption. It could have its own divergence. It could have its own system. When I mean capitalism, I mean private property, the rights of private property. Because he literally says that the violence is to violate the order. The violence is to violate the order, not the order, not economic capitalism. Well, I mean, I guess you have some. By what authority do you say that? Do you say that? By what authority do you say that? Like, how do you say that I'm using the word incorrectly and you're using it correctly? By what authority do you rest that on? Show me how you rest that, because like, by what we've been like. I don't see by what authority you say that. When you say you're talking about this, I'm talking about this. Am I? I think of that as capitalism. You think of it as something else. Why is your view of the words correct? I don't understand that. Yeah, that's not the same. Yeah, you are that's not the same. Well, yeah, obviously not the same. That's what I've been saying. We're obviously not speaking. This is what I'm saying. I'm pointing out where we're getting it wrong. And you're telling me I'm wrong on the word definitions. How come you didn't notice we were talking about different things? I've been explaining myself, man. And now you're going to tell me what words mean and which word's correct according to your God of words now. Okay. You work on a dictionary, and part of a council on a dictionary, and you know what every word means. Okay. Money is not the only value, especially today. Property and assets are more than money. Capitalism is being gained assets by work or being given from a family member. Money is not the only value, especially today. Property and assets are more than money. Capitalism is being to gain assets by work. Excuse me, Craggy. I didn't say anything about correctness. There's italics. The capitalism. This is a property theory. Yeah, but we've already established how it's being discussed in the book, right? And it wasn't, and it seemed closer to what I'm just using than what you're using. So I'm trying to understand things more. I don't see how using these specific terms from other things that you decide is the definitive version of it is cohesive to anything productive or communication or anything. Like, okay, Like, you're making the conversation less understandable for everyone. Am I wrong? You're making the conversation less understandable. You're not trying to understand what I'm saying or what's being said or anything. You're just trying to say something because you got some idea you want to say, and you're not making it very clear. And I'm asking it to be clear, and that seems impossible. So, I don't know, man. Am I wrong on this? Like, it seemed like it's just the conversation is not moving towards understanding. It's just why is what I'm asking for so ridiculous? To try and understand what I'm saying, speak to me as a person, and understand what I'm saying. Why is that outrageous to ask for? I know what italics means, man. I'm a translator. I understand the proper noun with the capital. I understand that, man. Stop talking down to me. Like, you're not fucking making a good, understandable argument. Don't start talking down to me because you're getting frustrated on your inability to express yourself. It's fucked up. You're not expressing yourself clearly. Okay? You're not expressing yourself well. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's the misunderstanding could be partially on my side, sure, but you're not expressing yourself very well, and it doesn't seem like you understand what I'm saying at all. Because we're not having a conversation based on what I'm saying. We're having some other conversation you want to have without trying to make sure that I understand what you're talking about and getting me on the same page as you. You're just like, you want to have a conversation. You're not explaining why. You're not explaining what. You're not getting me to understand it in any way. It's just confusing. It's just confusing. I'm not trying to talk down to you. Okay, thank you for telling me. I'm not trying to be mad either, man. Ronald, I like you a lot. I'm not trying to be mean. But I don't feel like we're talking to each other at all. I'm clearly misunderstanding things. I don't understand what you're saying. According to Marx, the Marxist conception, one's social condition determines one's way of thought. His membership of the social class decides what views the writer will express. He is not able to grow out of this class or to free his thoughts from the prescription of the class interests. Thus, the possibility of a general science which is valid for all men, whatever their class, is contested. It was only another step for Dietzgen to proceed to the construction of a special proletarian logic. But truth lies with the proletarian science only. The ideas of proletarian logic are not party ideas, but the consequences of logic, pure and simple. Thus, Marxism protects itself against all unwelcome criticism. The enemy is not refuted enough to unmask him as bourgeois. Marxism criticizes the achievements of all those who think otherwise by presenting them as banal servants of the bourgeoisie. Marx and Engels never tried to refute their opponents with argument. They insulted, ridiculed, derided, and slandered and traduced them. And in the use of these methods, their followers are not less expert. Their polemic is directed never against the argument of the opponent, but always against this person. Few have been able to withstand such tactics. Few indeed have been courageous enough to oppose socialism without remorseless criticism, which it is the duty of the scientific thinker to apply to every subject of inquiry. Only thus do we explain the fact that supporters and opponents of socialism have unquestioningly obeyed the prohibition which Marxism has laid on any closer discussion of the economic and social conditions of the socialist community. Marxism declares, on the one hand, that the socialization of the means of production is the end towards which economic evolution leads, with the inevitability of a natural law. On the other hand, it represents such socialization as the aims of its political effort. In this way, he expounded the first principle of socialist organization, the purpose of the prohibition, to study the working of a socialist community, which was justified by a series of threadbare arguments, was really intended to prevent the weakness of Marxist doctrines from coming clearly to light. Discussions regarding the creation of practicable socialist society. A clear exposition of the nature of socialist society might have dampened the enthusiasm of the masses, who sought in socialism salvation from all earthly ills. The successful suppression of those dangerous inquiries, which had brought about the downfall of all earlier socialistic theories, was one of Marx's most skillful tactical moves. Only as people are not allowed to talk or to think about the nature of socialist community was socialism able to become the dominant political movement of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. I'm sorry I was talking down and all this and acting. It's okay, Rob. Oh, sorry, it's okay. I'm trying to understand. I want to have the conversation. I don't want to. I'm not trying to avoid it. By no means do I want to avoid it. Yeah. So what is that part about? I mean, I think that's true. I think we're seeing the same thing now, right? That like people are actively pushed against questioning the things, because if you ask about it, it's like, well, we're not in a society where our ideas about like reparations or whatever are tested. It's fine, try it, see how it goes. And I think that's true again now, and I think it's also why it's so big now, is because people aren't supposed to critically think about it or ask questions. Could I be wrong about that? Yeah, sure, but don't you think there's something there about like when they act? It's like the church; they actively make it so you're not supposed to question it, and they try to make you look dumb if you do. Like if you ask any questions about socialism at all, people try and act like you're just stupid, or you know, something like that. Something along those lines. Okay. The statements can hardly be illustrated better than by a quotation from the writings of Hermann Cohen, one of those who, in the decades immediately preceding the World War, exerted the strongest influence on German thought today. Says Cohen, "No want of understanding prevents us from recognizing the kernel of the social question, and therefore, even if only furtively, the necessity of social reform policy, but only the evil, or the not sufficiently good, will. The unreasonable demand that it should unveil the picture of the future state for the general view with which attempts are made to embarrass party socialism can be explained only by the fact that such defective natures exist. The state presupposes law, but these people ask what the state would look like rather than what are the ethical requirements of law. By thus reversing the concepts, one confuses the ethics of socialism with the poesy of the utopias. But ethics are not poetry, and the idea is truth without image. Its image is the reality, which is only to arise according to its prototype. The socialist idealism can today be looked upon as a general truth of public consciousness, though as one which is still nevertheless an open secret. Only the egoism implicit in ideals of naked covetousness, which is the true materialism, denies it a faith. The man who wrote and thought thus was widely praised as the greatest and most daring German thinker of his time, and even opponents of his teaching respected him as an intellect. Just for that reason, it is necessary to stress that Cohen not only accepts without criticism or reserve the demands of socialism and acknowledges the prohibition against attempts to examine conditions in the socialist community, but that he represents as a morally inferior being anyone who tries to embarrass party socialism with a demand for light upon the problems of socialist economies. That the daring of a thinker whose criticism otherwise spares nothing should stop short before a mighty idol of his time is a phenomenon which may be observed often enough in the history of thought. Even Cohen's great exemplar, Kant, is accused of this. But that a philosopher should charge with ill will, defective disposition, and naked covetousness not merely all those of a different opinion, but all who even touch on a problem dangerous to those in authority. This, fortunately, is something of which the history of thought can show few examples. what are we saying there? That, yeah, it is wild that some people are just accept socialism without even challenging it. Again, we see that now, man. So many people, like even people I think of as smart people, will accept like the demands of socialism, like, but be like, oh yeah, but on paper it's good, but it doesn't really work. Or let's say something like that, but it's like, why do you think that? Why do you think on paper it's good? Like, people just have these like opinions they express about it, and you're like, what? That doesn't make sense. Why is it good? They just say it, you know. Stimstream is running good. Awesome, that's very good. I hope it's still not lagging, because I turned it totally off to be sure it was off. Sometimes if it still says live, what I found is you can go live and then turn it off again, and it seems to make it go away. I think that's what I did. That did make it go away eventually. Because at first it wasn't going away. I don't know, there's like a timeout. I don't know, Max would know, right? But I don't know. So what else am I saying about that? Nothing, right? I keep reading. Anyone who failed to comply unconditionally with this coercion. Oh, then I've been called. You really get called fucking names if you ask any questions about like this stuff. I've been nothing but called names, man. Ever since I first had any questions, like back in school, about any of this kind of stuff. This seems true to me now in the current society even more than it was then. Because I wasn't even like in academic circles, right? I was just at school. But it's like the public school is like similar to academic circles now, right? Like in how it behaves. Because everybody has a teaching degree. They're all academics. So they behave the same way and they make kids behave the same way. And academics are practice mediocrity or whatever. What did Alan Watts say? Something like that. Practice mediocrity. Forget the thing. We'll play it when we end the stream. Alan Watts says it. Behavior economics and behavioral sciences have different definitions of capitalism. Well, that makes a lot of sense then, Robin Hood. Well, here's the thing. That's all fine with me. I'm just wondering what you meant, if that's more clear. It is more clear, but my only question for you really is, what point does calling it brutal make? That's my real question for you, and I still have it. I'm not like you have to prove this or like, you know, like it's a big deal, but I'm saying that I just want to understand what's the point of, like, what do you mean? Why is it worthwhile to say? But if you mean something later, right, like the money or whatever, like a separate concept, is there any way you could distinguish that concept from capitalism and say the phrase that way or something? Like you know, like, because I'm trying to understand the point, like what's like, and see if I agree with it or disagree with it or what. But by my conception of capitalism, the critique doesn't make sense, is what I'm saying. So how do I make it make sense? What am I missing from your view to my view? What is it? The money? What is the extra thing? You know, you get me? I'm just trying to figure out the part of the equation I don't get, which is what's the point of saying it's brutal? Like, what's the evaluation? What's the metric? Like that kind of thing. And what's the thing you're actually critiquing as brutal? Like, what's the... Because like I was saying, like if I view capitalism as the private property part, right? Just the private property part, then to me the money value thing doesn't really apply. But I can see how something like that could be a valid criticism. I just don't quite get what the criticism is in itself. What's a big bad guy? Welcome. Are you pro-socialist or pro-economic liberal? Why do you ask that question? Why do you ask that question? Do we have to have a stance? Do we have to be on a side? The old people in my town think there is a freeze on personal property taxes. I don't know how civics can work when average people are derp. Well, doesn't that make an argument even stronger for you being able to have your own property that other people don't have any say over? Because if people are derp, then if you put other people in control of your property, are you not putting derp in charge of your property? Does that not extend that way? Because it is in the title. Well, I'm reading a book. It's by Ludwig von Mises. It's a scientific analysis of socialism. Well, where do you think that would arrive? Where do you think that would arrive? It's on the screen too. Look, it's at the top of the screen too. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Where was I? Anyone who failed to comply unconditionally with this coercion was proscribed and outlawed. In this way, socialism was able from year to year to win more and more ground without anyone being moved to make a fundamental investigation of how it would work. Thus, when one day Marxian socialism assumed the reins of power and sought to put its complete program into practice, it had to recognize that it had no distinct idea of what, for decades, it had been trying to achieve. A discussion of the problems of the socialist community is therefore of the greatest importance, and not only for understanding the contrast between liberal and socialist policy. Without such a discussion, it is not possible to understand the situations which have developed since the movement towards nationalization and municipalization commenced. Until now, economics, with a comprehensible but regrettable one-sidedness, has investigated exclusively the mechanism of a society based on private ownership of the means of production. The gap thus created must be filled. The question whether society ought to be built upon the basis of private ownership of the means of production or on the basis of public ownership of the means of production is political. Science cannot decide it. Science cannot pronounce a judgment on the relative values of the form of social organization, but science alone, by examining the effects of institutions, can lay the foundations for an understanding of society. Though the man of action, the politician, may sometimes pay no attention to the result of this examination, the man of thought will never cease to inquire into all things accessible to human intelligence. And in the long run, thought must determine action. End of that chapter. If you're a socialist, do you like Polba? Or if you're economic liberal, do you like Pinochet? I'm like an anarchist, bro. I'm probably something like an anarchist, but I'm something of an anarchist, I would say. But I don't like labels like that. I mean, I'm a big believer in from the ground up, from the bottom, like community kind of stuff. Like I believe in proactive mutual aid. I believe in things like that. You know what I'm saying? I believe in things like that. If that makes sense to you. But as Mises explained there, I don't think you can necessarily I don't think we're even really allowed to question socialism in a way that will inform us what we're even doing when it comes to socialism, like what we're even trying to do. You mostly aren't even allowed to question it. So what good it has or doesn't have is largely yet to be determined, and the assumption that it is good is not one I agree with. No, definitely not. I'm saying, for me, my viewpoint is, if socialism is good, prove it to me. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you could never prove it to me. Maybe you could, but I've yet to see the proof that it's good. That's my viewpoint. And camp, is that what it's called? Is that what I think? But I don't know if I prescribe to every single belief under that. So that's why I don't like that term. But I do, well, here's the thing. I believe in experimentation, right? So I like the market forces stuff. I do wonder if market forces are the best way, to be fair. I do. And I try to test it. Like, that's one of the reasons we're doing the simp site thing, is to test those ideas too. Do you know anything? I don't know anything. I do think it's probably, market forces are probably pretty good if you limit top-down control. then I think market forces are pretty good. But again, if somebody's got a strong argument for me on why socialism would work, I would listen to it. I've yet to see it though. Oops, behavioral results. So the violence comes in the behavior of people's motivations. Oops, behavioral results. Okay. And the set of ideas, I gotta go back up. I now understand where you're coming from. Saying it's brutal wouldn't make sense because it's just a mechanical system. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I meant. It's like a set of ideas regarding property is not key of violence. Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, nice. Okay. So the violence comes in the behavior of people's motivations. Okay. So we're talking about, so you're talking about behavioral science kind of stuff, but under a model, but you're saying like under certain capitalist conditions seem to work this way or that way. Okay, I'm following to you, I think. B, healthcare. The common argument for why socialism can be good is Norway, Sweden, Denmark. Yeah, but like Dingus was saying, it's not really honest to say those, right? Because they have free markets, right? You would need an example without a free market being one of the main things that benefit the country to make that argument. But because the counter to socialism is a free market, right? So if it has a free market, it's not really socialism, is it? Alternate modes of approach to the analysis of socialism. There are two ways of treating the problems of socialism sets the science. The cultural philosopher may deal with socialism by trying to place it in order among all other cultural phenomena. He inquires into its intellectual derivation. He examines its relation to other forms of social life. He looks for its hidden sources in the soul of the individual. He tries to understand it as a mass phenomena. He examines its effects on religion and philosophy, on art and literature. He tries to show the relation in which it stands to the natural and mental sciences of the time. He studies it as a style of life, as an utterance of the psyche, as an expression of ethical and aesthetic beliefs. This is the cultural, historical, psychological way. Ever trodden and retrodden, it is the way of 1,000 books and essays. We must never judge a scientific method in advance. There is only one touchstone for its ability to achieve results: success. It is quite possible that the cultural, historical, psychological method will also contribute much towards the solution of the problems with socialism as set to science. That its results have been so unsatisfactory is to be ascribed not only to the incompetence and political prejudices of those who have undertaken the work, but above all to the fact that the sociological, economic treatment of the problems must precede the cultural, historical, psychological. For socialism is a program for transforming the economic life and constitution of society according to a defined ideal. To understand its effects in other fields of mental and cultural life, one must first have seen clearly its social and economic significance. As long as one is still in doubt about that, it is unwise to risk a cultural, historical, psychological interpretation. One cannot speak of the ethics of socialism before one has cleared up its relation to other moral standards. A relevant analysis of its reactions on religion and public life is impossible when one has only an obscure conception of its essential reality. It is impossible to discuss socialism at all without having first and foremost examined the mechanism of an economic order based on public ownership of the means of production. This comes out clearly at each of the points at which the cultural, historical, psychological method usually starts. Followers of the method regard socialism as the final consequences of the democratic idea of equality, without having decided what democracy and equality really mean, or in what relation they stand to each other. Without having considered whether socialism is essentially or only generally concerned with the idea of equality, sometimes they refer to socialism as a reaction of the psyche to the spiritual desolation created by the rationalism inseparable from capitalism. Sometimes again, they assert that socialism aims at the highest rationalization of material life, rationalization which capitalism can never attain. Those who engulf their culture and theoretical exposition of socialism in a chaos of mysticism and incomprehensible phrases need not be discussed here. The researchers of this book are to be directed above all to the sociological and economic problems of socialism. We must treat these before we can discuss the cultural and psychological problems. Only on the results of such research can we base studies of the cultural and psychology of socialism. Sociological economic research alone can provide a firm foundation for these expositions. So much more attractive to the great public, which presents a valuation of socialism in the light of the general aspirations of the human race. Okay, so that here, really interesting there. Is that lots of people do skip they put the cart before the horse, right? And they try to talk about the cultural, historical, psychological, as he said, without an understanding of if it would even work, right? Like, that's what we're saying. Well, couldn't it even work, though? Yeah, okay, you're saying this would be great later down the line, sure. But does it even work? Is it even functional? We need to stop and we need to evaluate that first. Intense safety nets, good healthcare, good educated, happy. Well, we established what socialism was earlier. Right? It's or in the terms we're talking today, we established what it was earlier, which would be, what was it? It was in one of the prefaces here. I have to hold this button all the time. I should definitely make it a foot pedal. Hold on. So, try to find. Let's see. Blessing, so scientific. What was the definition? Can we refresh without finding it? It was something like, I'm not finding it. It was something like, when the government, they want to substitute totalitarian government control for the market economy. Let's see. I don't remember what I said, guys. I don't remember what I said. It was something along those lines, right? So we're saying socialism is anything where the state is taking control of production, right? So anytime the state controls private property and private production would be socialism. So while they have socialist pieces, they're not socialist. And do they have a free market? Can you buy things with money? Can you, like every country now has socialist apparatus and institutions plugged into them, right? America is not actually probably less socialist significantly than some of those examples you're giving. They have big safety nets, yada yada, but it's not. I think that's a more confusing definition, the safety nets thing. It's when the government, right? I mean, when the state, when we go top down. It's anytime you do top down. Whenever you, instead of the free market, you instead apply, you instead have certain qualified people make the decisions for other people. That's socialism. When somebody higher up in the thing, the state takes control of the private market, that's socialism. And yes, we do both have, I mean, they do have socialist programs, yes. But if they have a free market and and that leads to a lot of their prosperity, then aren't you lying kind of when you call them socialist? Or why aren't you lying? Why is that legitimate? Why should I take that serious? Why should I see that as anything but a lie to call them socialist? Because they're not really. They have a socialist piece, but so do we. So does every country nowadays. They all have socialist institutions. So, state capitalism? Well, we just learned earlier that is, again, socialism again. Yeah. Right? What would you describe state capitalism as? Good healthcare, good education. Nintendo, come on, good education. I'm really upset that you wrote those two things and I didn't read them earlier. Oh God. Do you think good education comes from the state? You think we have good education in those countries right now? Do you have any idea what good education would be? Do you? Like, to me, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement. Good education. State education cannot be worse. It retards people. It sexually abuses people. It traumatizes people. If that's what you view as socialism, as your definition of socialism, okay, but that's a lot of extra bullshit in there that you're just making up, and now I have to accept that it's good school, right? Like, don't you get how adding that extra shit to the definition now makes me have to disagree with your definition? Because there's no way. Show me an example of a good school, of a good state-run school. I don't think it exists. You're telling me that the kids just not in that school wouldn't do better with their parents? I don't know, man. Have you looked at how homeschool kids really do? How much smarter they are than state kids? Have you looked at that? Have you looked at anything to evaluate? Under what standard, Nintendo, do you personally evaluate a state school as good? That's what I want. If you're going to tell me something's good, you better have a system in place to figure out how it's good that you measured it by. Otherwise, why would you tell me something is good? You would say things are good without an understanding of what makes them good? Am I crazy? Why would you do that? I need an explanation of what your view of what criteria you use to call state schools good. And I want to know, I need to understand how it works so I can understand why it's so deranged. Because that's deranged. It's deranged. Anyway. Not a socialist, but Yugoslavia thrived under Tito. They opened Western culture and everybody got jobs. The fact that you're illegally binded to a job. Yeah, but I'd rather choose my job, no? Don't you think that's better? Don't you think that's better in all ways? Legally bound to a job is turned. Yeah, that sounds like hell, yeah. However, when China was under very closed government controlled economy, they opened up to economic liberalism, allowing for Western investment, and the economy grew due to, yeah, well, it had to, right? But the only social programs I like quite a lot. And their school. Their school, Nintendo. Their public school. That's one of them. What? Name them. Name the fucking public programs that you're jerking off and sucking off that you think are so fucking great. Like, and tell me why they're great. As opposed to, like, I don't know, the Boys and Girls Club and other charities and things that do stuff without needing the state to suck off, like without stealing people's money to do. Behavioral law, ethical, chaos, and mysticism. Those terms I said were in relation to those three countries and the argument they are winning via socialism. Yeah, and I'm pissed. Do you think they have good schools? Like, what? Like, again, tell me how their schools are good. What? And tell me that you fucking evaluated their schools and actually did some research on this before saying they were good. Right? At least tell me that. Don't tell me you called something good without having any idea. Because that would be intellectually dishonest. You didn't do that, did you? You didn't do that, did you? There's no way you just said something was good without having any idea, never researching it at all. There's no way you did that, right? There's no way you just gave me a feeling as if it was a fact. There's no way you did that. Because I'm going to get really mad if that's what you did. That's ridiculous. You don't give me no feelings as if they are in some way real. Like, what? You didn't look into the schools at all, right? Am I wrong here? I'm not trying to talk shit, but you're telling me you looked into the schools there. You did? Okay, tell me something about them. Go ahead. Tell me why they're good. Tell me some details about the logistics of those schools. Go ahead. Hitler do his sciences and Volkswagen. State capitalism is the best economic policy moving forward. Yeah, it's communism again. It can be good. Things like rural train routes in Japan existing through subsidy is good social program. Yeah, but we had people built roads in America without that, right? Well, we had people come. Roads are built before the state built the roads. So what does that mean? State capitalism would be making laws to protect the rights of the individual against the state. Well, it already has a term, no, Robin Hood? Weren't we saying that if a thing already has a term, it normally is capitalized? That word is normally capitalized. I was assuming you guys are talking about the same thing. You're talking about a different one. So that's why you're not capitalizing it. And it's the act of capitalism where the government secures business and deals and gains more control. What? Do you want that? Gains more control over what sectors they want to have more. That's insane. No, I don't want that. Less state control, bro. Are you kidding me? I said there's a common argument about Norway and Sweden and Denmark. I don't know about any of those countries. How are you saying they have good schools then? Isn't a safety net more like a system of mutual aid and not socialism? Well, it can be, right, George? I would make that case with you. It can be. The idea that we wouldn't have social nets because we don't have socialism is a socialism like talking point, but it's not really real. I actually agree with you on that. Yeah, you could have social nets without the state doing it. Of course you could, right? Yeah, I agree. The safety net does not imply necessarily socialism, which was also why I picked that against that definition, because yeah, of course, like mutual aid, if people or charities or volunteerism can provide a safety net, of course it can, then is safety nets really part of socialism? I stand with you. No, they're not. But we say they are. But it means state running the thing is what it means. State control, government control. It's really simple. It's government control. Am I wrong? It's control over the thing by the government or by, well, I guess that's it, the state. It's the public owning the private. It's public control of the private. That's socialism. It's really simple, really. I said to the isn't it a state? Yeah, I read about mutual aid from you talking about. I know taxes are not voluntary given, but they are used for the government. Yeah, so you're right. You have a good point there. So safety nets are not, would not just like vanish into thin air if there was no state. That's an assumption people make that, but yeah, I don't see why it would be the case. I'm with you. Much less what their education system is like. Okay, Sweden is very expensive because of taxation, required for all free stuff. This is really what Hitler did with Volkswagen and Beetle. Okay. Social nets as entitlements is government. Yeah. Okay, sure, I agree. Is socialism? Yeah. Okay. But not existing at all. Well, Cracky, European schools must be good. The common argument is that these countries have good education. Is me saying they have good education? Cool. Until I'm sorry, was I wrong? We used to... Intense. You just tell me this part. The common arguments for why socialism can be good, right? You said it here. Don't act like, bro, come on, man. You didn't. It's not clear these two statements are the same. One, I was asking what's socialism. You gave me this answer. I can combine them if you want, bro, and understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but I don't think it's clear that these two statements are connected like that. That's still in the context of that one. I can accept that though. I'm fine with that. I apologize if I was rude, but you're just saying I'm expanding the common argument. I'm not making it. I got you. Okay, that's fine. But do you see why I misunderstood? Like, it looks like you're just saying it in response to my answer. Okay. Hey Ravan, welcome. I'm from the UK and I think we need a balance between private and public healthcare instead of the full government control. Yeah, I don't know. There's some medicine is something I wonder about. Healthcare is something I wonder about. I'm with you. I wonder about that one. Me and Ravan have talked about this, right? I have an idea myself for a private version of healthcare debt. I'm not going to pitch it right now, though. We'll do it another time. But I have some ideas on that myself. But today we're reading, so I'm going to get back to the reading a little bit. But I don't want to start pitching too many of my own theories on this right now. Because we'll go down a rabbit hole forever if we do that. What's up, Zoop? Magna Carta is nonsense. The Magna Carta is nothing like a constitution. Really? Okay, the Magna Carta is nonsense. We're giving the freedom to barons. Huh, okay. Alright, alternate, did I start reading this one yet? Alternative modes. Oh, I did. So I finished this one, I think. I did. We're on the next chapter. Alright, this is, what was that one? Part 3, alternate modes of the, alternate modes? Well, that was all the introduction, okay. So now we're on part 1, liberalism and socialism. And chapter 1, ownership. Okay, and then ownership, part 1 of chapter 1, the nature of ownership. Here we go. Regarded as a sociological category, ownership appears as the power to use economic goods. An owner is he who disposes of an economic good. Thus, the sociological and juristic concepts of ownership are different. This, of course, is natural, and one can only be surprised that the fact is still sometimes overlooked. From the sociological and economic point of view, we were talking about this earlier about capitalism, these two fields being different on concepts of words a second ago too, right? From the sociological and economic point of view, ownership is the having of the goods which the economic aims of men require. This having may be called the natural original ownership, as it is purely a physical relationship of man to the goods, independent of social relations between men or of a legal order. The significance of the legal concept of property lies just in this, that it differentiates between the physical has and the legal should have. The law recognizes owners and possessors who lack this natural having, owners who do not have, but ought to have in the eyes of the law. He from whom has been stolen remains owner, while the thief can never acquire ownership. Economically, however, the natural having alone is relevant, and the economic significance of the legal should have lies only in the support it lends to the acquisition, the maintenance, and the regaining of the natural having. To the law, ownership is a uniform institution. It makes no difference whether goods of the first order or goods of the higher order form its subject, or whether it deals with durable consumption goods or non-durable consumption goods. The formalism of the law, divorced as it is from economic basis, is clearly expressed in this fact. Of course, the law cannot isolate itself completely from economic differences which may be relevant. The peculiarity of land as a means of production is partly what gives the ownership of real property its special position in the law. Such economic differences are expressed more clearly than in the law of property itself, in relationships which are sociologically equivalent to ownership but juristically allied to it only, e.g. in servitudes, and especially in usufruct. That's a regular word. But on the whole, in law, formal equality covers up material differences. It's hard to argue that American healthcare is fully private. Oh yeah, it's not. Yeah, no, I agree with you. American healthcare is not an example of private. It's a weird, fucked up. It's definitely not, but it's private enough that it still seems to inspire. I mean, like, still seems to innovate, right? But it's in a lot of ways, it's not private. I agree. It's fully private when so much of the research or medicine goes on in state-funded institutions using state-organized grants and public-private grants. Yeah, good point. And what I was saying is that it's brutally like the real world, in that here this theory doesn't apply any ethics to, should have, or should live. Sure. But it, sure. But I don't accept the opposite, that money does necessarily imply something should live. It's just neutral. But I get your point now. I appreciate you making it there. I get it now. But I don't accept the opposite implication that because there isn't that there's any implication that like you shouldn't live because of that. It's just an empty. It's just neutral. It's just nothing on the other side. Let's see. What was the last thing I read? Okay. Considered economically, ownership is by no means uniform. Ownership in consumption goods and ownership in production goods differ in many ways. And in both cases, again, we must distinguish between durable goods and goods that are used up. Oh, okay. So like a food, right? Like a sandwich. Obviously, a sandwich, you eat it, it's gone, right? That's a used up good versus a durable good, which would be the cutting board that you made the sandwich on, right? Ownership of that cutting board. We're going to distinguish between that and the sandwich. Goods of the first order. Huh? Is the music still on? Oh no, I ended. Okay, let me find another one. Find another one put on. How about this? It's only gonna be 15 minutes. I need something longer. I need as long as it can go. Oh, now we're talking. Hour 34. Now we're talking. That's a good one. Whatever it is useful. Whatever it is good. Okay. Goods of the first order, the consumption goods, serve the immediate satisfaction of wants. Insofar as they are goods that are used up, goods that is, which in their nature can be used but once, and which lose their quality as goods when they are used, the significance of ownership lies practically in the possibility of consuming them. The owner may also allow his goods to spoil unenjoyed or even permit them to be destroyed intentionally, or he may give them in exchange or give them away. In every case, he disposes of their use, which cannot be divided. What's up, Grim? Reading Mises? Yeah. Loved reading his books when I was going down the Libertarian Party Mises caucus rabbit hole. His ideas hold up really well. That's what I'm finding so far. This book, the reason I want to read this book specifically is I feel like it addresses like so much of people's worldview like right now without without attaching it, without going after it as a worldview, without saying anything like that. Just saying, okay, here's what socialism is. Here's how things work, and pointing out, and then you can figure out the rest yourself, which is basically like a bunch of the shit I researched on my own over the years is in this fucking book. Like lots of stuff that it took me forever to figure out on my own is in here. Lots of it is, and it's all put together in a like, I wish I knew to read them when I was younger. I wish, but I didn't, so. I promise I don't know anything about European countries. I'm sorry. It's okay, Nintendo. I'm not mad at you, bro. I just, like, don't you see when you say, like, socialism means good schools, how I need to, like, break that idea down a bit? Especially considering me and how I feel about schools, Like, I'm going to need it proven to me that public schools are good, because I don't believe that. And I know, like, people go like, well, you're the only person that doesn't believe it. Okay, but I'm the person you're talking to. You know what I mean? People make that case, like, not too long ago, and they go, well, your view is ridiculous. Well, okay, but I have it. Like, do you want to talk to me about it? You can make a case, but you got to understand what my view is. You can say I'm wrong, you can say I'm crazy, you can say whatever, but you at least gotta accept what I'm in talking to me and trying to understand me and making points to me. You gotta understand what my view is, and it's that public school is not in any way a good by any means. So I would need it established how these public schools are good, right? I would need evidence given to me, like, okay, these public schools are good, bro. Look at this, and then you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible for them to be good, but I'm saying for me to be like, okay, yeah. I need to be you need to prove to me they're good. I agree with you, Face. School sucks, yeah. Leaving the EU-USSR was a smart move. Voting for queer stream Starmer What's that? In any way surprising to me. Oh, you don't know that? That I think almost in any way. If anything, I'd say public schools are a net negative in my view, in my worldview, in my view of the schools. Now, could I be wrong? Yeah, sure. But I think they traumatize kids. I think what we refer to as socialization is damage, because like look at the mental illnesses and stuff stacking up. The more we let like teachers go more wild with their plans of what they're doing and get into mental health and all these other areas of life, the worse mental health gets for the whole country. Now you could say correlation does not equal causation. Yeah, sure. But I'm just saying there's so many indicators, so many correlations between public school and negative things. And they're very, a lot of them are very tight correlations. I think people would be better off without the school, period. I really believe that. Like, if people were able to have little community, like schools, like what I imagine is a world without schools where, like, the lady down the street that has like 3 kids sets up school in her home, or they rent, or the neighborhood comes together and they rent a little place, and people go there, and the other mothers come, fathers come that have skills to teach, and they teach the kids that way, like like how they used to do with the church with one schoolhouse. I believe in something similar to that would be significantly better in every way. Now you could be saying, well, that's a school, kind of. Yeah, it is, but not by most people's definition of school, because I'm saying no state control at all, no state involved. I'm saying just the parents, just the local neighborhood would be concerned with the upbringing of their children and want them to be brought up in a way where they are not useless, where they can do something, where they're useful. Like, of course they would. The idea proposition by public school is that if we did not force kids into this prison, that they would just be wild, and their parents would not care for them in any way. That's the proposition we are told, and people basically accept. I refuse that proposition. That's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. It goes against history. It goes against everything. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It goes against evolutionary drives. It goes against everything. It's just like a fake belief people have that if the public school wasn't there, those kids would go unserved. It's not. It does not logically hold up to me at any level. There's so many indicators to me that that's not true. Because, like, of course the mother would want their kids to be educated. Like, that's insane to think they wouldn't. Like, what the fuck? How do you even get the nerve to say people's mothers wouldn't do that? Like, where do you even get the fucking gall? I figure to make the distinction with public is good, and good things can come from public school. I don't think there's anything good from public school, as opposed to an alternative of no public school. Like, what's the one thing? Like, I know I've accepted the compromise because but I've realized it's peer pressure. I no longer accept it. I've accepted the compromise of, like, okay, maybe school is good, but that's never been proven to me. That's never been really made a strong case for it. I just do it because I'm trying to avoid that fight. I'm trying to avoid the fight of, like, oh, what, you think schools do no good? Yeah, I do. I think they do nothing good. I think all they do is harm. I really do. And the only reason I compromised on that is because people find that idea so horrifying that they probably won't even listen to me on anything else if I say it. But it's true. It's what I feel. It's what I think. It's what I've reasoned over decades of thought on this and research on this. I see no value to school. Again, I see a negative value. I see negative value. I look at school and I see negative, not positive, not even neutral. Negative is what I see when I look at school. I don't see any good from school. Sports, maybe, right? But why couldn't you have sports without school? If I had any case of being spied of, not because of, right? It's a rough one to make. I can only make a case for STEM programs at the university level. Well, that's a different conversation, Graham. I understand there's cases for technical, I don't know, tutorship and teaching and that kind of thing. Yeah, no, I understand that. Doctors too, I understand that there's specific professions where you need to be trained into them, or you need tutorship or whatever. That's totally fine to me, and I accept that. I wouldn't fight on that. But I would fight on that we're doing it the best we could be doing it. I would fight on that. But that there's value in that, I would not fight on that. I'm not nitpicking that. I'm not nitpicking that one. Infiltrate, but yeah, true. I talk to them all the time on campus. We had talk about me versus other professors for wild. It's because they don't want parents to teach the Bible to their kids. You're right. That's part of it, huh? You believe in restoring the might of the British Empire? That could be cool. I don't know. I think if you're proud to be British, that's good. Because, like, I feel that way about American, too. Because my grandfather was proud to be American, right? He was a Sicilian. Came over as an immigrant. And he was proud to be American. And he tried to instill that in me, and I think he did. I think he succeeded. I don't think having pride for like your nation or state or whatever thing is necessarily bad. If anything, it could definitely be channeled for good. But hard to say. But yeah, I think I don't know. I think that's sick. I think it's cool. I think it's based. Which country do you think will win the near future? I'm hoping we can break stuff back down to where it's not about like world superpowers anymore. It's I'm hoping we can fracture things, honestly. Fracture stuff up more. Like America, not disarm, but instead America's interest should go back to the states. It should be just about, the federal government should just be about protecting like the rules of the market basically, and the rights of the citizens to like travel freely between states and things like this. I think the federal government should mostly have its power reduced like crazy, and states should be the main thing that has power in America. That's what I think. And I would then you'd have like then it would be like the founding fathers actually wanted. We'd all be like little countries. And I think that'd be good. And then America wouldn't be such a problem for everyone else, because we wouldn't be worried about the world stage as much. Now that wouldn't mean we wouldn't help the world. I think we would, right? People would still make deals with like different countries, like commercial deals or whatever deals, or even humanitarian efforts. But it would be done more on like more personal levels. People would actually build the things to do it. It wouldn't be the state doing it. That's what I believe. The Commonwealth was more base than what? Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys. Let's get back. Where was I? Here. Considered economically, ownership is by no means uniform. Ownership in consumption goods and ownership in production goods differ in many ways, and in both cases, again, we must distinguish, I read this already, between durable goods and goods that are used up. I read this whole paragraph, oops. Here I am. The position is a little different with goods of lasting use. Those consumption goods that can be used more than once. They may serve several people successively. Here again, those are to be regarded as owners in the economic sense, who are able to employ for their own purposes the uses afforded by the goods. In this sense, the owner of a room is he who inhabits it at the time in question. The owner of the Matterhorn, as far as it is part of a natural park, are those who set foot on it to enjoy the landscape. The owners of a picture are those who enjoy looking at it. The having of the uses which these goods afford is divisible, so the natural ownership of them is divisible also. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I get that. So we're trying to just make the distinction here between different types of ownership. You still have the natural physical ownership of your house, whether you're renting it or not. But there's legally, you don't have ownership, but naturally you do, right? And then some of those things can be shared. Like you can share your home with somebody else. You can allow other people to live there. So that's sharing. That's that's divisible. Production goods serve enjoyment only indirectly. They are employed in the production of consumption goods. Consumption goods emerge finally from the successful combination of production goods and labor. It is the ability to serve thus indirectly for the satisfaction of wants, which qualifies a thing as a production good. To dispose of production goods is to have them naturally. The having of production goods is economic significance only because and insofar as it leads finally to a having of consumption goods. That makes sense to you? You're saying production goods, things that are used, the means of production are used, those goods are pretty much used just to produce things. And their significance is in that you will naturally have the product of that if you have it, right? So if you have a factory line and you're making shoes, the important thing about that factory line is you have the shoes. So it's up to, like, even if you don't, whatever other reason, like, they're not legally yours, they belong to somebody else, whatever thing, but if you own that, right, in a real way, you do have ownership of them in the natural way. Goods to be used which are ripe for consumption can be had but once by the person who consumes them. Goods of lasting use which are ripe for consumption may be had, temporal succession, by a number of people, but simultaneous use will disturb the enjoyment of others, even though this enjoyment is not quite excluded by the nature of the commodity. Several people may simultaneously look at a picture, even though the proximity of others, who perhaps keep him from the most favorable viewpoint, may disturb the enjoyment of any individual in the group. But a coat cannot be worn simultaneously by two people. In the case of consumption goods, the having which leads to the satisfaction of wants by the goods cannot be further divided than can the uses which arise from the goods. This means that with goods to be used up, natural ownership by one individual completely excludes ownership by all others. But with durable goods, ownership is exclusive at least at a given point of time, and even in regard to the smallest use arising from it. For consumption goods, any economically significant relationship other than that of the natural having by individuals is unthinkable. As goods to be used up absolutely, and as durable goods, at least the extent of the smallest use arising from them, they can be in the natural ownership of one person only. Ownership here is also private ownership, in the sense that it deprives others of the advantage which depend upon the right of disposing of the goods. For this reason also, it would be quite absurd to think of removing or even reforming ownership in consumption goods. It is impossible in any way to alter the fact that an apple which is enjoyed is used up and that a coat is worn out in the wearing. In the natural sense of consumption goods cannot be the joint property of several, the common property of all. In the case of consumption goods, that which one usually calls joint property has to be shared before consumption. The joint ownership ceases at the moment a commodity is used up or employed. The having of the consumer must be exclusive. Joint property can never be more than a basis for the appropriation of goods out of common stock. Each individual partner is owner of that part of the total stock which he can use for himself. Whether he is already owner legally, or owner only through the division of the stock, or whether he becomes legal owner at all, and whether or not a formal division of the stock precedes consumption, none of these questions is economically material. The fact is that, even without division, he is owner of his lot. Okay, sure, that makes sense, right? That's also why in communist thought, they have to divide between personal and private property, right? They say personal property. That's why they always go into this distinction. If you've ever talked to a communist, you ever argue with a communist, you'll know that they make this distinction. There's private property, which is like, it leads to the means of production, and there's personal property, which is consumption goods. That's what they mean. They mean your toothbrush, they mean your clothes, they mean things like that. That's what personal property is. And that's what they mean when they say it. Now, it gets really confusing because communists talk in a really confusing way, but it's that simple. Private property is things that lead to production, right? Is durable production goods. And personal property is consumption goods. So, it's pretty simple, really, when explained like that, I think. Joint property cannot abolish the ownership in consumption goods. It can only distribute ownership in a way which would not otherwise have existed. Joint property restricts itself, like all other reforms which stop short at consumption goods, to effecting a different distribution of the existing stock of consumption goods. When the stock is exhausted, its work is done. It cannot refill the empty storehouse. Only those who direct the disposal of production goods and labor can do this. If they are not satisfied with what they are offered, the flow of goods, which is to replenish stock, ceases. Therefore, any attempt to alter the distribution of consumption goods must, in the last resort, depend on the power to dispose of the means of production. The having of production goods, contrary to that of the consumption goods, can be divided in the natural sense. Under conditions of isolated production, the conditions of sharing the having of production goods are the same as the conditions of sharing consumption goods. Where there is no division of labor, the having of goods can only be shared if it is possible to share the services rendered by them. The having of non-durable production goods cannot be shared. The having of durable production goods can be shared according to the divisibility of the services they provide. Only one person can have a given quantity of grain, but several may have a hammer successively. A river may drive more than one water wheel. So far, there is no peculiarity about the having of production goods, but in the case of production with division of labor, there is a twofold having of such goods. Here, in fact, the having is always twofold. There is a physical having, direct, and a social having, indirect. The physical having is he who holds the commodity physically and uses it productively. The social having belongs to him who, unable to dispose physically or legally of the commodity, may yet dispose indirectly of the effects of its use, i.e., he who can barter or buy its products or the services which it provides. In this sense, natural ownership in a society which divides labor is shared between the producer and those for whose wants he produces. The farmer who lives self-sufficiently outside exchange society can call his fields his plow and his drought animals his own. In this sense, they serve only him. But the farmer whose enterprise is concerned with trade, who produces for and buys in the market, is owner of the means of production in quite a different sense. He does not control production as the self-supporting peasant does. He does not decide the purpose of his production. Those for whom he works decide it, the consumers. They, not the producer, determine the goal of economic activity. The producer only directs production towards the goal set by the consumers. Oops, I was muted, so. Isn't that interesting? So that's saying you work for your consumers in like a yin-yang thing, right? If you're selling something, so you're working for the consumers. If you produce shoes, you're working for the people that buy your shoes. Yeah, sure, you are. Yeah, okay. That makes sense enough. But it's not like you're just working like the way, like, you're in full control of it. You're not, because other people dictate whether or not you do it, right? You're not just making shoes because no one would buy them then. Like, if you were working by yourself and you owned everything, like the first guy makes his own food, then you own it completely because you use it. You eat the food. But if you don't use it, you don't own it completely, really, because its intended purpose isn't yours. Somebody else's. But further owners of the means of production are unable in these conditions to place their physical having directly into the service of production. Since all production consists in combining the various means of production, some of the owners of such means must convey their natural ownership to others, so that the latter may put into operation the combination of which production consists. Owners of capital, land, and labor place these factors at the disposal of the entrepreneur, who take over the immediate direction of production. The entrepreneurs again conduct production according to the direction set by the consumers, or no other than the owners of the means of production, owners of capital, land, and labor. Of the product, however, each factor receives the share to which he is economically entitled, according to the value of his productive contribution in the yield. Now see, isn't that sick? Like, Now, Marx denies this whole thing, right? He goes like, no, it's the labor theory of value. And he doesn't understand any of this other types of ownership or respect it or whatever. But that's why the model doesn't work or make any sense. Because, like, how do you get the land if you just say, like, well, it belongs to the workers? Well, like, how do they get it? And why are they, like, it's basically just stealing it from people, no? Like, you can't really arrive there without just starting to rob people. You can't arrive at his view of economics and then labor theory of value and things without, well, one, misunderstanding what goes into the thing in the first place, and then like not thinking of everything, purposefully leaving out parts of the equation, and then I mean, that's basically what you're doing. You're leaving out parts of the equation to make the case you want to make. That's what the labor theory of value is. Is a badly made argument. Well, it fooled people, I guess. So maybe it's good. I don't know. Maybe it's I can't say it's a badly made argument because lots of people buy it. But it seems badly made to me. Argentina seems to be doing pretty well, are they? Madagascar is nothing. I think tons of immigrants will come there and they'll mine the resources, and the location will make it a financial hub. Mining resources are usually done by an outsider. Anywhere ruled by stringent religious beliefs will remain undeveloped. Huh. Interesting. I don't know much about it. Craig, is your chat live or top chat? Because it's missing messages. It's live chat. But also it's gone now. Hold on. It is live chat. I don't know why it's missing messages. And also it is actually gone now. Hold on. I don't know. I'm not sure how to reset it without setting copy of OBS. Did that work? No. Hold on. Check. Yeah, maybe here. What's the other one go to? I fixed it. There we go. But no, it's the normal one. I don't know. Live chat. Okay. That makes sense to you guys? What we read? That makes sense? All right, last paragraph of this chapter here. In essence, therefore, natural ownership of production goods is quite different from natural ownership of production goods. To have production goods in the economic sense, i.e. to make them serve one's economic purposes, it is not necessary to have them physically, in the way that one must have consumption goods if one is to use them up or to use them lastingly. To drink coffee, I do not need to own a coffee plantation in Brazil, an ocean steamer, and a coffee roasting plant, though all these means of production must be used to bring a cup of coffee to my table. Sufficient that others own these means of production, employ them for me. In the society which divides labor, no one is exclusive owner of the means of production, either of the material things or of the personal element, capacity to work. All means of production render services to everyone who buys or sells on the market. Hence, if we are disinclined here to speak of ownership as shared between consumers and owners of the means of production, we should have to regard consumers as the true owners in the natural sense and describe those who are considered as the owners in the legal sense as administrators of other people's property. This, however, would take us too far from the accepted meaning of the words. To avoid misinterpretation, it is desirable to manage as far as possible without new words, and never to employ in an entirely different sense words habitually accepted as conveying a particular idea. Therefore, renouncing any particular terminology, let us only stress once more that the essence of ownership of the means of production in a society which divides labor differs from that found where the division of labor does not take place, and that it differs essentially from the ownership of consumption goods in any economic order. To avoid any misunderstanding, we'll henceforth use the words ownership of the means of production in the generally accepted sense, i.e. to signify the immediate power of disposal. All right, next part of chapter 1, ownership. Violence and contract. Oh, I guess I leave this up when I say violence and contract. Although Islam is the official religion, there's a Chinese Buddhist minority as well as Hindu Indian minorities there, and will enough protests. I think it could be secular. Yeah, but if there's if there's a Chinese group there, won't the Chinese government want control over it, like they do in like Thailand and stuff? Like, won't they make a claim for it? The physical having of economic goods, which economically considered constitutes the essence of natural ownership, can only be conceived as having originated through occupation. Since ownership is not a fact, independent of the will and action of man, it is impossible to see how it could have begun except with the appropriation of ownerless goods. Once begun, ownership continues, as long as its object does not vanish, until either it is given up voluntarily or the object passes from the physical having of the owner against his will. The first happens when the owner voluntarily gives up his property, the later when he loses it involuntarily, e.g. when the cattle strays into the wilds, or when some other person forcibly takes the property from him. All ownership derives from occupation and violence. When we consider the natural component, here we go, we're talking violence now. When we consider the natural components of goods apart from the labor components they contain, and we follow the legal title back, we must necessarily arrive at a point where this title originated in the appropriation of goods accessible to all. Before that, we may encounter a forcible expropriation from a predecessor whose ownership we can, in its turn, trace to earlier appropriation or robbery. That all rights derive from violence, all ownership from appropriation or robbery, we may freely admit to those who oppose ownership on considerations of natural law. But this offers not the slightest proof that the abolition of ownership is necessary, advisable, or morally justified. Well, that's a good point, huh? Yes, people can say that ownership is because we took it, and that involves violence, right? In a way, if it came into conflict, right? Sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean we should get rid of ownership just because just because a lot of the original ownership started that way, or was passed that way, or the most recent ownership is connected to that. You still got to make an argument why we should give it up, why we should give up that concept. And if it's in, like, tons of stuff that about like humanity, you could say is like built on this like brutality or whatever other thing. Yeah. But is that in itself an argument against it? No. Natural ownership need not count upon recognition by the owner's fellow men. It is tolerated, in fact, only as long as there is no power to upset it, and it does not survive the moment when a stronger man seizes it for himself. Created by arbitrary force, it must always fear a more powerful force. This is the doctrine of natural law has called the war of all against all. The war ends when the actual relation is recognized as one worthy to be maintained. Out of violence emerges law. The doctrine of natural law has erred in regarding this great change, which lifts man from the state of brutes into human society as a conscious process, as an action, that is, in which man is completely aware of his motives, of his aims, and how to pursue them. Thus was supposed to have been concluded the social contract by which the state and the community, the legal order, came into existence. Rationalism could find no other possible explanation after it disposed of the old belief which traced social institution back to divine sources, or at least to the enlightenment which came to man through divine inspiration, because it led to present conditions. People regard the development of social life as absolutely purposeful and rational. How then could this development have come about, except through conscious choice and recognition of the fact that it was purposeful and rational? Today, we have other theories with which to explain the matter. We talk of natural selection and the struggle for existence, and the inheritance of acquired characteristics. Through all that, though all this indeed brings us no nearer to an understanding of ultimate riddles than can the theologian or the rationalist. We can explain the birth and development of social institutions by saying that they were helpful in the struggle for existence, by saying that those who accepted and best developed them were better equipped against the dangers of life than those who were backward in this respect. To point how unsatisfactory such an explanation nowadays should be to bring owls to Athens. The time when it has satisfied us, and when we proposed it as a final solution of all problems of being and becoming, is long since past. It takes us no further than the theology or rationalism. This is the point at which the individual sciences merge, at which the great problems of philosophy begin, at which all of our wisdom ends. The Athens thing, I think is because Athena loved for, what was the bird? Owls, right? Athena loved, I mean, owls are the bird of Athena. So bringing owls to Athens is pointless, I guess, or something. There's a bunch of owls there already. I don't know. Was there a lot of owls in Athens? I'm not sure. I assume there were. Explanation nowadays would be to bring owls to Athens. I assume there were a lot of owls, so it was pointless to do. Is that true? Like coals to Newcastle. Sure, okay. Okay. Well, that's what that statement is, I think. And the other part that I think is really interesting in that paragraph, though, is this is the point at which individual sciences merge, at which the great problems of philosophy begin. So he was saying at the time, and which I think is still true, philosophy seeks to like figure out things that it doesn't know. Like, that's not philosophical wisdom isn't really real wisdom. It's just like people trying to figure it out. Like, we haven't cracked that yet. That thought is worthwhile in pursuit in a way, right? But we haven't solved it yet. We don't have wisdom there. In philosophy, we don't, I mean, yeah, we have wisdom. We have some, right? But we haven't like cracked it like it's a science, right? It's more like almost mysticism. Philosophy is almost like mysticism or religion. It's in that, it's in the folklore world. It's in, we haven't really moved past, we haven't really figured out past that. That's true, right? We haven't really figured out any of that. People disagree, and that the proof that we haven't figured it out is that people still disagree on a lot of that. They'd be like Nietzsche can say one thing, right? And people can agree with it, and maybe it's true, and maybe it's close to real. But there's lots of people also go, no, it's not right. And there's no real way to be like, okay, well, I'm prove it this way, and it's like, okay. Okay, but okay. No great insight indeed is needed to show that law and the state cannot be traced back to contracts. It is unnecessary to call upon the learned apparatus of the historical school to show that no social contract can anywhere be established in history. Realistic science was doubtless superior to the rationalism of the 17th and 18th centuries in the knowledge that can be gained from parchments and inscriptions, but in sociological insight, it lagged far behind. For, however, we may reproach a social philosophy of rationalism, we cannot deny that it has done imperishable work in showing us the effect of social institutions. To it we owe above all our first knowledge of the functional significance of the legal order and of the state. Economic action demands stable condition. The extensive and lengthy process of production is the more successful the greater the periods of time to which it is adapted. It demands continuity, and this continuity cannot be disturbed without the most serious disadvantages. This means that economic action requires peace, the exclusion of violence. Peace, says the rationalist, is the goal and purpose of all legal institutions, but we assert that peace is their result, their function. Laws, say the rationalist, has arisen from contracts. We say the law is a settlement, an end to strife, an avoidance of strife. Violence and law, war and peace, are the two poles of social life, but its content is economic action. Whoa. Huh. Interesting. I think that's true, right? Okay, so another reason why I think crypto stuff, we made a point about crypto stuff, smart contracts are such a big idea when it actually takes off, is because if you can do both things, right? If crypto can land both things, it can land exchanging money basically effortlessly to, around the world to different people, and then two, if it can establish contracts. If it can establish contracts and it can send money, do you know what that means? We no longer need the state. The main role of the state is no longer needed. That's why, in my opinion, crypto is like pushed so hard against, and people want to get rid of it. Like there's so much effort to make it so it doesn't really work. It gets taxed to hell. It gets, people clearly want to stop it. Is because crypto invalidates the state in a large way. It makes its purpose null and void. Because if you can do your own contracts individually with other people on your own, what do you need the state for? What do you need? Why do you need the state then? If you can send resources to people anywhere in the world without any control over by the state, if it was ideal, ideal working of it, not exactly how it really works, but you know what I'm saying. And you can steal contracts with people that will auto resolve. Then why do you need the state? What purpose is the state then? All violence is aimed at the property of others. The person, life and health, is the object of attack only insofar as it hinders the acquisition of property. Sadistic excesses, bloody deeds which are committed for the sake of cruelty and nothing else, are exceptional occurrences. To prevent them, one does not require a whole legal system. Today, the doctor, not the judge, is regarded as their appropriate antagonist. Thus, it is no accident that it is precisely in the defense of property that law reveals most clearly its character of peacemaker. In the twofold system of protection accorded to having, and the distinction between ownership and possession, is seen most vividly the essence of the law as peacemaker. Yes, peacemaker at any price. Possession is protected, even though it is, as the jurists say, no title. Not only honest, but dishonest possessors, even robbers and thieves, may claim protection for their possession. Well, that's true. That's definitely true, huh? That's definitely true. Some believe that ownership, as it shows itself in the distribution of property at a given time, may be attacked by pointing out that it is sprung illegally from arbitrary acquisition and violent robbery. According to this view, all legal rights are nothing but time-honored illegality. So since the conflicts with the eternal, immutable idea of justice, the existing legal order must be abolished. In its place a new one set, which shall conform to the idea of justice. It should not be the task of the state to consider only the condition and position in which it finds its citizens, without inquiring into the legal grounds of acquisition. Rather, is it the mission of the state first to give everyone his own, first to put him into his property, and only then to protect him in it. In this case, one either postulates an eternally valid idea of justice, which it is the duty of the state to recognize and realize, or else one finds the origin of true law, quite in the sense of the contract theory. In the social contract, which contract can only arise through the unanimous agreement of all individuals who in it divest themselves of a part of their natural rights, at the basis of both hypotheses lies the natural law view of the right that is born with us. We must conduct ourselves in accordance with it, says the former, by divesting ourselves of it according to the conditions of the contract the existing legal system arises, says the latter. As to the source of absolute justice that is explained in different ways, according to one view, it was the gift of providence to humanity. According to another, man created it with his reason. But both agree that man's ability to distinguish between justice and injustice is precisely what marks him from the animal. That this is moral nature. Now that's a big point there too. I agree with that. I've made the case that what separates us from the animal kingdom, in my opinion, is the capacity for good, right? I've made that case, and I agree with that case. And that's apparently a classical view, because he's saying both agree that distinguishing between justice and injustice is what marks him from the animal. I think that's true, yes. So it doesn't matter why you think that, right? But that whole concept now, people even attack that that distinguishes us. They try to make the case that justice isn't even real. It's too relative to be real or worth arguing about or worth fighting for. But then if justice isn't worth fighting for, then are we even man? Are we even men? Are we even humans? Or are we just animals? If we're not willing to discuss and think about and practice justice or care about justice, then how are we different than animals? How are we any better than animals? I don't see how we are. Today, we can no longer accept these views, for the assumptions with which we approach the problem have changed. To us, the idea of human nature, which differs fundamentally from the nature of all other living creatures, seems strange indeed. We no longer think of man as being who has harbored an idea of justice from the beginning, but if perhaps we offer no answer to the question how law arose, we must still make it clear that it could not have arisen legally. Law cannot have begot itself of itself. Its origin lies beyond the legal sphere. In complaining that law is nothing more or less than legalized injustice, one fails to perceive that it could only be otherwise if it had existed from the very beginning. If it is supposed to have arisen once, then that which at that moment became law could not have been law before. To demand that law should have arisen legally is to demand the impossible. Whoever does so applies to something standing outside the legal order a concept valid only within the order. Ah, ain't no monkey. It's saying if we say it's illegal, the law came into existence in a way that we find unjust now, illegal now, then it can't do that because law didn't exist when it did that, when it came into existence. So how can you judge it by that metric when it didn't exist, right? It's a good point. We who only see the effect of law, which is to make peace, must realize that it could not have originated except through a recognition of the existing state of affairs, however that has arisen. Attempts to do otherwise would have renewed and perpetuated the struggle. Peace can come about only when we secure a momentary state of affairs from violent disturbance and make every future change depend upon the consent of the person involved. Consent. This is the real significance of the protection of existing rights, which constitute the kernel of all law. Consent. Well, I mean, like, that's very interesting. Consent. It rests on peace. Peace rests on us consenting to the law. If we don't consent to the law as it is, then there's no peace, right? Law did not leap into life as something perfect or incomplete. For thousands of years it has grown and is still growing. The age of its maturity, the age of impregnable peace, may never arrive. In vain have the systematicians of law sought to dogmatically to maintain the division between private and public law, which doctrine is handed down to us and which in practice they think it cannot do without. The failure of these attempts, which indeed has led to many abandon the distinction, must not surprise us. The division is not, as a matter of fact, dogmatic. The system of law is uniform and cannot comprehend it. The division is historical. The results of the gradual evolution and accomplishments of the idea of law is realized at first in the sphere in which the maintenance and peace is most certainly needed to assure economic continuity, that is, in the relations between individuals. Only for the further development of civilization, which rises on this foundation, does the maintenance of peace in a more advanced sphere become essential. The purpose is served by public law. It does not differ from private law, but it is felt to be something different. This is because only later does it attain the development vouchsafed earlier to private law. In public law, the protection of existing rights is not yet strongly developed as it is in private law. Outwardly, the immaturity of public law can most easily be recognized, perhaps in the fact it is lagged behind private law in systematization. International law is still more backward. Intercourse between nations still recognizes arbitrary violence as a solution permissible under certain conditions, whereas on the remaining grounds regulated by public law, arbitrary violence in the form of revolution stands, even though not effectively suppressed outside the law. In the domain of private law, this violence is wholly illegal as an act of defense, except as an act of defense, when it is permitted under exceptional circumstances as a gesture of legal protection. The fact that what became law was formerly unjust and more precisely expressed, legally indifferent, is not a defect of the legal order. Whoever tries just juristically or morally to justify the legal order may feel it to be such, but to establish this fact in no way proves that it is necessary or useful to abolish or alter the system of ownership. To endeavor to demonstrate from this fact the demands for the abolition of ownership were legal would be absurd. It's easy to follow your reading of the content. Thank you for educating. Really? I'm doing good? All right, thank you. So interesting. Interesting. Although, I mean, I gotta give credit to Mises and whoever translated this too, though. The ideas are expressed in a in a very understandable way. So we gotta give credit to Mises and whoever translated this too. The translator is good because a bad translator would have ruined this. Whoever, I don't know the name of the guy. I don't mean to not give him credit. I just didn't see his name anyway. I assume there was a translator, unless he wrote in English himself. I don't think so, though. Maybe he did. I don't know. Was there a translator, or did he write this himself? Oh, I'm looking. I assume there was an English translator somewhere. The book was first translated in English from the second reworked German edition. Gustav Fischer Verlag. Okay. In 1951, the translation was reworked with the assistance of the author. Oh, he helped to rework it too. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So there was the publisher. I guess it's the publisher, Gustav Fischer Verlag. Okay. But he did work on the new version. Okay. So I guess he knew English pretty well by then, I guess. Okay. Well, I don't know. I was just thinking it'd be a cool thing to cover. Okay, so violence and contract. Next part is the theory of violence and the theory of contract. Okay, now we're getting into how I guess a theory comes out of that. The theory of violence and the theory of contract. It is only slowly and with difficulty that the idea of law triumphs. Only slowly and with difficulty does it rebut the principle of violence. Again and again, there are reactions, and again, the history of law has to start once more from the beginning. Of the ancient Germans, Tacitus relates, Pigrum quin emo et inners videtur sudor acquaerer quad posis sanguine parare. That's obviously not good German. I don't know what I can't read German. It is a far cry from this view to the views that dominate modern economic life. Okay, I need to know what that says. Let me check the footnotes. Which is the source of it. Okay, can I can I get this translated, please? Hold on. What does this mean? Here it is. They have plundered the world, stripping naked the land in their hunger. Wait, is this the right spot? Hold on, these are just random quotes. I want to make sure it's this. There it is. Nay, they actually think it tame and stupid to acquire by the sweat of toil what they might win by their blood. Ah, sanguine's blood. I knew that one. Okay. Nay, they actually think it tame and stupid to acquire by the sweat of toil what they might win by their blood. That's what we're talking about now. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. This contrast of view transcends the problem of ownership and embraces our whole attitude to life. It is the contrast between a feudal and a bourgeois way of thought. The first expresses itself in romantic poetry, whose beauty delights us, though its view of life can carry us away only in passing moments, and while the impression of the poverty is fresh, poetry is fresh. Poetry is fresh. The impression of the poetry is fresh. The second is developed in the liberal social philosophical. Crap. Okay, well, I need to say water. The second is developed in the liberal social philosophy into a great system, in the construction of which the finest minds of all ages have collaborated. Its grandeur is reflected in classical literature. In liberalism, humanity becomes conscious of the powers which guide its development. The darkness which lays over the paths of history resides. Man begins to understand social life and allows it to develop consciously. What's up, Belinda? It sounded like wannabe Latin. Maybe it was, I don't know. German's Tacitus, it says. I don't know who that guy is. The Agricola and the Germania. I don't know. Welcome, Belinda. I'm reading a book today. We're reading Socialism, and Economical and Sociological Analysis. The feudal view did not achieve a similarly closed systematization. It was impossible to think out to its logical conclusion the theory of violence. Try to realize completely the principle of violence, even only in thought, and its antisocial character is unmasked. It leads to chaos, to the war of all against all. No sophistry can evade that. All anti-liberal social theories must necessarily remain fragments or arrive at the most absurd conclusions. When they accuse liberalism of considering only what is earthly, of neglecting for the petty struggles of daily life, care for higher things, they are merely picking the lock of an open door. For liberalism has never pretended to be more than a philosophy of earthly life. What it teaches is concerned only with the earthly action and desistance from action. It has never claimed to exhaust the last or greatest secret of man. The anti-liberal teaching promise everything. They promise happiness and spiritual peace, as if man could be thus blessed from without. Only one thing is certain, that under their ideal social system the supply of commodities would diminish very considerably. As to the value of what is offered in compensation, opinions are at least divided. Okay, something about that. The anti-liberal teachings promise everything. Well, that's definitely true, right? The opposition promises like good, like a cause, a social good. Like you're gonna help people. You're gonna blah blah blah, right? But the truth is, as they mention there, as if man could be thus blessed from without. I think that's very important. Happiness and all that stuff is not, society is not going to give you that. It's an internal thing. Happiness, being content with your life, spiritual peace, these are internal things. These are not societal things. Now, sure, society can lie to you about achieving them, and it can make it harder for you to achieve them, but they cannot keep it from you. It's internal. You can pursue spiritual peace, happiness, whatever, you can pursue that no matter what conditions you live under. It doesn't matter. It could be harder. You could be lied to about it, but because it's internal, it's a mindset, there's nothing that can take that from you. It can't stop you. Nothing else can can't steal that from you. It doesn't matter what system you live under. You can still have spiritual peace and have happiness. Of course you can. It's just a matter of figuring out how to have it. Of course, like, people lie to you about how to get it. Society can do that, but they can't actually take it from you. They can't actually make it so you can't get it. They can't deny you that. I hope I can get behind that. I've thought of reading books out loud as content, but never did, because I don't know. I want to do content. I like being chatty. Aperture. Yeah, I like it too. But I figure you always gotta do stuff, and also the stuff in this book, I think it's worthwhile to have a shared knowledge base on some of this stuff, because it's very interesting and it's very relevant, and it's the same topics. Everybody's gonna be like, understanding this stuff is understanding the social order of a lot of the world right now. Understanding socialism from a economic and sociological viewpoint is understanding a lot of society right now. The last resorts of the critics of the liberal ideal society is to attempt to destroy it with the weapons it itself provides. They seek to prove that it serves and wants to serve only the interest of single classes, that the peace for which it seeks favors only a restricted circle and is harmful to all others. Even the social order achieved in the constitutional modern state is based on violence. The free contracts on which it pretends to rest are really, they say, only the conditions of a peace dictated by the victors to the vanquished. the terms being valid as long as the power from which they sprang continues and no longer. All ownership is founded on violence and maintained by violence. The free workers of the liberal society are nothing but the unfree of feudal times. The entrepreneur exploits them as a feudal lord exploited the serfs, as a planter exploited his slaves. That such and similar objections can be made and believed will show how far the understanding of liberal theories has decayed. But these objections in no way atone for the absence of a systematic theory for the movement against liberalism. Liberal conception of social life has created the economic system based on the division of labor. The most obvious expression of the exchange economy is the urban settlement, which is only possible in such an economy. In the towns, the liberal doctrine has been developed into a closed system, and it is here that it has found most supporters. But the more and quicker wealth grew, the more numerous, therefore, were the immigrants from the country into the towns. The stronger became the attacks which liberalism suffered from the principle of violence. Immigrants soon found their place in urban life. They soon adopt, externally, town manners and opinions, but for a long time they remain foreign to civic thought. One cannot make a social philosophy one's own as easily as a new costume. It must be earned with the effort of thought. Thus we find again and again in history that epochs of strongly progressive growth of the liberal world of thought, when wealth increases with the development of the division of labor, alternate with epochs in which the principle of violence tries to gain supremacy, in which wealth decreases because the division of labor decays. The growth of the towns and of town life was too rapid. It was more extensive than intensive. The new inhabitants of the towns had become citizens superficially, but not in ways of thought. And so, with this ascendancy, civic sentiment declined. On this rock, all cultural epochs filled with the bourgeois spirit of liberalism have gone to ruin. On this rock also, our own bourgeois culture, the most wonderful in history, appears to be going to ruin. More menacing than barbarians storming the walls from without are the seeming citizens within, those who are citizens in gesture, but not in thought. Now, isn't that interesting? That covers a lot of what people would talk about now about immigrants, right? The important thing is adopting a similar viewpoint as other people that live there, right? Or else it's just you're not gonna value the things they value, and you're not gonna value the way it works, and you're just gonna want to take it apart, or you're just gonna disagree with it, and then it's gonna turn to violence again, because when law and the economic system breaks down, what happens? Violence happens. Violence happens. That's why it goes back and forth. Yeah, makes sense. Craggy, how do you feel about the current state of the libertarian music? I don't know much about it. I don't know enough about it to say, bro. Is it all messed up? Is it communist or something? I don't know enough about it to say. I turned it up. People kept talking higher. I turned it up, but people kept talking higher. Don't forget about inner standing. What would inner standing be, Linda? I heard something about accepting immigrants is to take away the image of the country. Well, I mean, like what we were saying there, I think immigrants are fine if they assimilate, right, is the thing. If the immigrants become citizens, then it's fine. If the immigrants stay immigrants, then it's not fine, right? That's kind of the idea. If the immigrants, and now the problem is, like, lots of immigrants means the chance of them all adopting and assimilating goes down, because like, just think about it, right? Bunch of people coming in too quick, it expands too fast, then it's going to collapse later on, because people are not going to think, value the same things, right? They're not going to value the same things, and so eventually it'll come to violence. I heard something about, okay. Recent generations have witnessed a mighty revival of the principle of violence. Modern imperialism, whose outcome was the World War with all its appalling consequences, develops the old idea of the defenders of the principle of violence under a new mask. But of course, even imperialism has not been able to set in opposition to a liberal theory a complete system of its own. If the theory according to which struggle is the motive power of the growth of society should in any way lead to a theory of cooperation is out of the question. Yet every social theory must be a theory of cooperation. The theory of modern imperialism is characterized by the use of certain scientific expressions, such as doctrine of the struggle for existence and the concept of the race. With these, it was possible to coin multitude of slogans, which have proved themselves effective for propaganda, but for nothing else. All the ideas paraded by modern imperialism have long since been exploded by liberalism as false doctrines. Perhaps the strongest of the imperialist arguments is an argument which derives from a total misconception of the essence of the ownership of the means of production in a society dividing labor. It regards one of its most important tasks, the provision of the nation with its own coal mines, own sources of raw material, own ships, own ports. It is clear that such an argument proceeds from the view that natural ownership in these means of production is undivided, and that only those benefit from them who have them physically. It does not realize that this view leads logically to the socialist doctrine with regard to the character of ownership and the means of production. For it is wrong that Germans do not possess their own German cotton plantations. Why should it be right that every single German does not possess his coal mine, his spinning mill? Can a German call a Lorraine iron ore mine his any more when a German citizen possesses it than when a French citizen possesses it? So far, the imperialist agrees with the socialist in criticism of bourgeois ownership, but the socialist has tried to devise a closed system of a future social order, and this the imperialist could not do. Oh, so they're kind of the same idea, you're saying. Imperialists and socialists kind of have the same idea. They still kind of want to demand ownership of whatever they want. They don't want anybody else to own it, but they want it down to the nation or the empire. And have some kind of shared ownership in mind that doesn't really exist. Sure. All right, next part is called, what time are we at? 5:50. I want to go a bit longer still. The collective ownership of the means of production. This will be an interesting. You had an idea what someone from Canada looks like, or Japan, or Middle East, or Africa? Oh, looks like. Well, yeah, I'm not talking about looks. I think it's all about thought. Craggy, how are things working? Pretty good, Max. I couldn't get AV1 working still, but what I'm doing right now is I switched to 264, H264 for both, and I'm doing YouTube and Incidents both. What do you have to, Max? I'm reading a book. Reading a book today. I'm reading Socialism and Economic and Sociological Analysis, and I built this little setup to do it, where I have a visualizer for when I'm reading, and then I pull this up for this little face when I'm talking and reading chat. Light reading, yeah, just some light reading. I think it's been it's more understandable, like it's easier to understand than you would think. It's been pretty good so far. Are you reading till end of stream? I was thinking about it. Do you want to watch something, Dingus? We could find a spot to stop at like the end of the chapter or something. You know, we should stop. Let's stop at the end of chapter 1, ownership. Then I can title this stream that, because it looks like I have 2 more parts. I have collective ownership of the means of production, and then I have another part, theories of the evolution of property, and we could stop there, and then we could do chapter 2 next time, right? That's not a bad idea. Yeah, if you want to watch something, we can. We can hang out and watch something. And put on Carl, and we watch something. So I'm gonna read these 2 next parts, and then we'll just hang out and watch something. Yeah. I don't have anything in mind. Just curious. Oh, you don't have anything in mind? Well, I guess we'll find something. Maybe we could watch cop stuff, carl-coptent or something. I don't want to bore everyone either, though. I do think people right now are digging it, though. So I'm gonna keep going, but I probably shouldn't be reading all day. At a certain point, it'll probably be too much, huh? Is what I'm thinking out loud. Always love some Carl-coptent. Yeah, a lot of big words. Okay, so guys, I think that's the plan, all right? We got 2 sections left. We have the collective ownership of the means of production and theories of the evolution of property. And then I'll be done for today, and we'll pick up on chapter 2 next week. I'm thinking Wednesday night, Thursday night, I'm just going to make this a thing where we read a book. People always told me, like, they don't mind listening to me, so I think, like, that's a good idea, right? Like, they're always like, you could do audiobooks or something, so testing it out, seeing how it goes. There's a wild series of comments. Yeah, true. If we seize Linda's means of production, waifus, we get... Well, he is right about that, though. Linda waifus could. Speaking of... hold on. I was making a wild series of images yesterday. I mixed Blade Runner. I mixed Laura for Blade Runner in with like a cartoon one, and the results are pretty crazy. Hold on. Let me get the directory of this, and I'll post one on the Simps chat. You guys on normal chat, you don't get to see anything. Only Simps. Only VIP chat. Only my VIP chat. Yeah, let me see one of these. I can't see the window. It's on my other monitor. I'm looking. Hopefully I don't click twice. Okay. I'm looking for the cooler one. How about this one? No. One sec. Looks evil there. I want it to look evil. Look evil. Her face is evil sometimes, bro. Okay, how about I think this one looks pretty good. If it's got artifacts in it, my bad. It's got artifacts in it, my bad. Oh, she'll be back, no problem. Looks pretty cool. Check it out, Midnight, whoever else is over there. And I mixed in, that's cartoon style, like that's like artist styles mixed with Blade Runner. And you can see like the background and stuff. It's crazy AI art can even mix those things, right? Is that not crazy? Anyway. Okay, back to reading. It's crazy to me we can even do that. The magic of AI, man. Magic of AI. Do you mean Rachel and Blade Runner? Well, no, I mean like I used Allura on Blade Runner stills. Like it's trained on stills from the movie. It's trained on stills. Hold on, I'll link you the actual image on. Image new tab. I think I can link it. Or hold on, copy. Only my VIPs on Simp can see it right now. Copy image address. Let's see, does this work? Will this allow you to see it? Even though it's on Simps, it should. Here you go. Click that if you want to see it. If that link works. If that link works. It's wild to see the combination of like, I don't know, like you look close at like the texturing and stuff, it's really bizarre kinda. Really bizarre. Actually it's not full quality on a little smaller. But anyways, it's really bizarre mixing art and when movie stills together. Pretty crazy. Okay, collective ownership of the means of production. That's going into the homework folder. That's homework. Collective ownership of the means of production. If I click this, I'm taken to it. Is this the image? If you see an image, yeah. The earliest attempts to reform ownership and property can be accurately described as attempts to achieve the greatest possible equality in the distribution of wealth, whether or not they claim to be guided by considerations of social utility or social justice. All should possess a certain minimum, none more than a certain maximum. All should possess about the same amount. That was, roughly, the aim. The means to this end were not always the same. Confiscation of all or part of the property was usually proposed, followed by redistribution. A world populated only by self-sufficient agriculturists, leaving room for at most a few artisans, that was the ideal society towards which one strove. But today, we do not concern ourselves with all these proposals. They become impractical. In an economy dividing labor, a railway, a rolling mill, a machine factory cannot be distributed. If these ideas had been put in practice centuries or millenniums ago, we should still be at the same level of economic development as we were then, unless, of course, we had sunk back into a state hardly distinguishable from that of brutes. The earth would be able to support but a small fraction of the multitudes it nourishes today, and everyone would be much less adequately provided for than he is, less adequately even the poorest members of an industrial state. Our whole civilization rests on the fact that men have always succeeded in beating off the attack of the redistributors, but the idea of redistribution enjoys great popularity still. Even in industrial countries, and those countries where agriculture predominates, the doctrine calls itself, not quite appropriately, agrarian socialism, and is the end-all and be-all of social reform movements. It was the main support of the Great Russian Revolution, which against their will temporarily turned the revolutionary leaders, born Marxists, into the protagonists of its ideal. It may triumph in the rest of the world and in short time destroy the culture which the effort of the millenniums has built up. For all this, let us repeat one single word of criticism: superfluous. Opinions on the matter are not divided. It is hardly necessary to prove today that it is impossible to found on a land and homestead communism, a social organization capable of supporting the hundreds of millions of the white race. A new social ideal long ago supplanted the naive fanaticism for equality of the distributors, and now not distribution but common ownership is the slogan of socialism. To abolish private property and the means of production, to make the means of production the property of the community, that is the whole aim of socialism. In its strongest and purest form, the socialistic idea has no longer anything in common with the ideal of redistribution. It is equally remote from a nebulous conception of common ownership in the means of consumption. Its aim is to make possible for everyone an adequate existence, but it is not so artless to believe that this can be achieved by the destruction of the social system which divides labor. True, the dislike of the market, which characterizes enthusiasts of redistribution, survives, but socialism seeks to abolish trade otherwise than by abolishing the division of labor and returning to the autarky of the self-contained family economy, or at least to the simpler exchange organization of the self-sufficient agricultural district. Isn't that interesting? Is this Linda? Yeah, it's Linda. That's a Linda I was working on. That's good. It's based on the old CEO Linda design. I'm working on one for a bit. I don't want to spoil the bit, but I'm working on one for a bit, a Linda for a bit. That's based on the old CEO Linda design before she got the boob job. Evil, horrible socialism. Okay, I can't. If I click this, I'm telling you. Yeah. I can't. I won't hear. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Where were we at? Here. Such a socialistic idea could not have arisen before private property and the means of production had assumed the character which it possesses in the society dividing labor. The interrelation of separate productive units must first reach the point at which production for external demand is the rule. Before the idea... Hold on. Yeah, I'm right. I'm reading the right part. Sorry. I wasn't sure if I was making sure I was reading the right part. The interrelation of separate productive units must first reach the point at which production for external demand is the rule. Before the idea of common property and the means of production can assume a definite form, the socialist ideas cannot be quite clear until the liberal social philosophy had revealed the character of social production. In this sense, but in no other, socialism may be regarded as a consequence of the liberal philosophy. Now, lots of people make a case that that it is implied, right? A lot of people nowadays do, and that's why they go against liberalism. They say that liberalism leads to communism in itself, right? Leads to socialism. That it's always going to be the consequence. Some people, the people that preach against liberalism now, they say that socialism is liberalism. It's where it always will go. That's what they believe. That's what like the current like imperialists believe that. Whatever our view of its utility or its practicability, it must be admitted that the idea of socialism is at once grandiose and simple. Even its most determined opponents will not be able to deny it a detailed examination. We may say, in fact, that it is one of the most ambitious creations of the human spirit. The attempt to erect society on a new basis while breaking with all traditional forms of social organization, to conceive a new world plan and foresee the form which all human affairs must assume in the future. This is so magnificent, so daring, that it has rightly aroused the greatest admiration. If we wish to save the world from barbarism, we have to conquer socialism, but we cannot thrust it carelessly aside. A channel spoke of this years ago, so my brain was triggered. Random guy Juan. Part of my seemingly unrelated words. That's okay. Oh, thank you for a key. Holy moly. One sec. We gotta celebrate that with another. I'll post another one of these Linda things from this set. Find another good one. Welcome. I'm rolling out the red carpet as soon as. How about this one? Looks pretty good. This one looks pretty good. Oops. I have to let the music play for a second, sorry. If I can get the name here. One day I'll have a system know what I'm doing, huh? We're reading a book today. Normally we translate Japanese and stuff like that. But today we're reading a book. Okay, search. Is my web browser working? Yeah, here you go. Hey, where's the video? Hey, where's the video games? There are no video games. Every sale, buy or sale, I'll post another from this set. I got somewhere where she's holding a gun at us too. I think I'm saving that for a bit though. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that. I think I'm saving that for a bit. All right, we are on part 5 of chapter 1, theories of the evolution of property. Theories of the evolution of property. It is an old trick of political innovators to describe that which they seek to realize as ancient and natural, as something which has existed from the beginning and which has been lost only through the misfortune of historical development. Men, they say, must return to this state of things and revive the golden age. Thus, natural law explained the rights which it demanded for the individual as inborn, inalienable rights bestowed on him by nature. There was no question of innovation, but of the restoration of the eternal rights which shine above, inextinguishable and indestructible as the stars themselves. In the same way, the romantic utopia of common ownership as an institution of remote antiquity has arisen. Almost all people have known this dream. In ancient Rome, it was the legend of the golden age of Saturn, described in glowing terms by Virgil, Tibullus, and Ovid, praised by Seneca. I don't know if I got any of those names right. I don't know if I got any of those names right. Those were the carefree, happy days when none had private property, and all prospered in the bounty of a generous nature. Modern socialism, of course, imagines itself beyond such simplicity and childishness, but its dreams differ little from those of the imperial Romans. Liberal doctrine had stressed the important part played in the evolution of civilization by private property and the means of production. Socialism might have contented itself with denying the use of maintaining the institution of ownership any longer, without denying at the same time the usefulness of this ownership in the past. Marxism indeed does this by representing the epochs of simple and capitalistic production as necessary stages in the development of society. But on the other hand, it joins with other socialist doctrines in condemning with a strong display of moral indignation all private property that has appeared in the course of history. Once upon a time, there were good times when private property did not exist. Good times will come again when private property will not exist. Hey, Geo. Oh, that's you, Geo? Where's the gameplay in this joint? Now my VIPs are telling me to. Why are you repeating the peon chat stuff, Geo? Come on. Look, you're VIP now, okay? Come on. What are you doing? You're VIP, Geo. You're a VIP. Okay? You don't gotta repeat stuff from the YouTube peons. In order that such a view might appear plausible, the young science of economic history had to provide a foundation of proof. A theory demonstrating the antiquity of the common land system was constructed. There was a time, it was said, when all land had been the common property of all members of the tribe. At first, all had used it communally. Only later, while the common ownership was only later, well, OMI, it says OMY. Or the typo. Only later, while the common ownership was still maintained, were the fields. I think it's gotta be late only. Only later, while the common ownership was still maintained, were the fields distributed to individual members for separate use. Yeah, it's gotta be only, right? Only later. But there were new distributions continually, at first every year, then at longer intervals of time. Private property, according to this view, was a relatively young institution. How it arose was not quite clear, but one had to assume that it crept in more or less as a habit through omission and redistributions. That is, if one did not wish to trace it back to a legal acquisition. Thus, it was seen that to give private ownership too much credit in the history of civilization was a mistake. It was argued that agriculture had developed under the rule of common ownership with periodic distribution. For a man to till and sow the fields, one needs only to guarantee him the produce of his labor, and for this purpose annual possession suffices. We are told that it is false to trace the origin of ownership in land to the occupation of the ownerless fields. The unoccupied land was not for a single moment ownerless. Everywhere in early times as nowadays, man had declared that it belonged to the state or the community. Consequently, in early times, as little as today, the seizing of possessions could not have taken place. Bro, the agriculture, it's intentional. The reason society goes back to the agriculture is intentional. That's why so many theories now say, oh, when did mankind start? Agriculture. Because that doesn't include private property mattering, right? If we point to the start of humanity, not the start of human culture, not when we started talking to each other, and this is a question I've had for years and years and years now, why do we say agriculture instead of when humans started talking? Why is that the point we keep saying that's where humanity started? Why is it always agriculture? That's why, right? Because they want, the Marxist view needs it to be agriculture that's a start. Because the worker is like the highest form of man, pretty much, right? It's like the most pure thing. So agriculture is the pure form of man then, right? Without ownership of the land. Ay, ay, ay. Protoculture. That's crazy. That blows my mind, guys. I don't know what to do with that detail I just learned there. Because you guys know I've had a question about why does everybody always say agriculture? It doesn't really make sense to me. It doesn't really seem true. Because writing was bigger to starting society. Fire was bigger. Coming out of the caves for fire was bigger than agriculture. Harnessing fire, talking are bigger checkpoints or bigger flags, what do you call it? Bigger milestones to track than agriculture. And yet, everyone talks about fucking agriculture. For some reason, agriculture is pitched as the start. But what if one worldview gains something by everybody believing that? Then what? We were hunter-gatherers. It's when it became a business, probably, agriculture. Our brains got big when we ate meat. Right? There's a million other points you can point to, Geo. You're right. Yeah. Right? There's a million other points. And yet everyone points to agriculture as like the golden age of what started humanity. And I've always wondered why there wasn't more arguments in the other direction. But if I'm right on like how much socialism has, thought has gone into everything, then it makes sense. It makes total sense. It makes total sense. It's not really a question at all. It makes total sense. Hmm. Hmm. And cave painting sure didn't show plants. Sure. From the heights of newly won historical knowledge, it was possible to look down with compassionate amusement at the teachings of liberal social philosophy. People were convinced that private property had been proved on historical legal category only. It had not existed always. It was nothing more than a not particularly desirable outgrowth of culture, and therefore could be abolished. Socialists of all kinds, but especially Marxists, were zealous in propagating these ideas. It's true. They have brought to the writings of their champions a popularity otherwise denied to researchers in economic history. But more recent researches have disproved the assumption that common ownership of the agricultural land was an essential stage with all peoples. That it was the primeval form of ownership, Eurogentum. They have demonstrated that the Russian myrrh arose in modern times under the pressure of serfdom and the head tax, that the Halberg cooperatives of the Siger district are not before the 16th century, that the Trier Gehoferschaften evolved in the 13th, perhaps only in the 17th and 18th centuries, and that the South Slav Zadruga came about through the introduction of the Byzantine system of taxation. The earliest German agricultural history has still not been made sufficiently clear. Here, in regard to the important questions, a unanimous opinion has not been possible. The interpretation of the scary information given by Caesar and Tacitus presents special difficulties, but in trying to understand them, one must never overlook the fact that the conditions of ancient Germany, as described by those two writers, had these characteristic features. Good, arable land was so abundant that the question of land ownership was not yet economically relevant. Suprast ager, that is the basic fact of German agrarian conditions at the time of Tacitus. In fact, however, it is not necessary to consider the proofs adduced by economic history which contradict the doctrine of the Urgentum, in order to see that this doctrine offers no argument against private property and the means of production. Whether or not private property was everywhere preceded by common property is irrelevant. When we are forming a judgment as to its historical achievement and its function in the economic constitution of the present and the future, even if one could demonstrate that common property was once the basis of land law for all nations and that all private property had arisen through illegal acquisition, one would still be far from proving that rational agriculture with intensive cultivation could have developed without private property. Even less permissible would it be to conclude from such premises that private property could or should be abolished. That's exciting stuff, guys. That's exciting stuff. Dude, look at this shrub. It's when we cooked meat and other foods, unlocking more nutrients. Yeah, that makes sense to me, right? We got better at hunting and all that kind of thing, and we stopped being in the cave as much. We started building societies and things. Like there were towns before, like there's towns where they're fishermen, right? Like there's all kinds of little towns that kind of predate. It's not a simple answer, like he's saying there, even in Germany, when they're looking back. It's not a simple answer. They don't have a simple answer like anywhere really, but they give you one anyway, which is always something you should question. How about that? I think we got a good revelation, a good realization here, guys. If someone gives you a simple answer, they're probably wrong. The answer is never that simple, right? They give you a simple answer that answers everything. Well, they're probably wrong because they're just, how could you ever be that certain of something like that as they are? You can't. All right, well, that's the reading for today, guys. Thank you guys for sticking with me for this. We will pick up next week, Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and we will read from the next chapter, which is called Chapter 2, Socialism. And we will continue to read this book until I'm done with it. And if you have any questions at any time, feel free to ask me them, and we can, like, you know, recap stuff here and there as we go. But I'm going to read this whole book because I think it's important. I think it's a really important book. I think everybody should read this book, pretty much. I think it's an invaluable book. And I try to live by example or whatever, right? I try to do, not just say. And so I'm going to read it. Finally, well, did you like it at all? Did you enjoy it at all, Mr. Geo? Did you learn anything? Did you guys learn anything? Did you have fun? I'm sure some people will watch the VOD, because I know some people watch VODs and, like, listen to them. I might need to put a thumbnail, I mean, like a timestamp when we stop, like, working on stuff and actually start reading, though. Reading doesn't start until like 2 hours in or something crazy. It was interesting, yeah. I have to read it down to sink in. Understandable. Timestamp, yeah, I'm gonna need a timestamp for the start of the book. I'm gonna get that after I end the stream. I'll relink it with a timestamp. Well, the women picked the plants, the men hunted, and men were also storytellers of the tribe. Do you think it was just men that were storytellers? I don't think that's true. I think it was both. Because, like, you have, like, Himiko, right? Who is the seer. Remember, a lot of seers are women. That's why I don't think you're right on the storyteller thing. Because, like, in lots of societies, there's ancient women that were storytellers. Right? Himiko is an example. Empress Himiko, she was a seer that could supposedly see the future, kind of thing. There are lots of examples like that in history, and a lot of them are women. So you have the oracle or whatever ladies in Greece. What are they called? The whatever. You have a bunch of ladies like that in classical stuff. So you're right on the other two things, though. I agree with that. I agree that men were hunting, and that explains a lot of their behavior. Women were, like, looking at, like, the reason, like imagine a woman in a grocery store, okay? No offense to women here, but imagine a woman in a grocery store, right? She's really, like, focused on what she's looking at, and she's trying to determine if it's the right thing, right? And then, like, somebody's walking down the aisle and she doesn't even notice to move out of the way. You know what I'm saying? But as a man, you're like, because our priorities are different. They're trying to make sure they get the right thing, and that's all their focus is on, right? Like, the man is, like, used to war and conflict and shit in his training. So it's like looking around, like, is somebody coming down the thing? You know, like, and then the woman's like, she can totally focus on, well, totally focus, but she's focused on looking at the thing on the shelf, so she doesn't notice. But that's because she's the one that normally would pick out the right thing, right? The woman would figure out which fruit was good, which berry was poisonous, which all that kind of shit. The women did that. So they probably why there's more, like, men with color blindness is because it doesn't matter as much, right? Men don't need seeing the color as much as women do. They don't need to see as well, the color wise. I'm not gonna lie, I had mentally debated that, sure. Timestamp upon starting and upon stopping. Slug does it as he streams all the time, sure. I'm always moving in a way that's weird to people. I'm aware of my surroundings. Well, I believe you are in general. I do believe that. And I believe maybe some women are in general too, but I just bring that experience up because I'm sure most men have had it, like with their significant other, where you're shopping and your lady is looking at something and somebody comes down the aisle and they don't notice, and she doesn't notice. I'm sure most guys, I only bring that up for that reason, not because I think every woman on earth, when she looks at something, you know, is too focused to pay.
I say not all, but most.
Yeah, not pay attention to their surroundings. I think, you know, it all depends. There's all kinds of, it's every individual is different. Of course, I agree. But I just think that's a pretty good example most of us will have experienced. Definitely have seen it. Definitely have seen it before. It does matter. It helps spot camo. Oh, being colorblind does? Yeah, right. That's maybe another reason why more men are colorblind. Yeah, right. We spotted like the like little animals in the thing, right, or whatever. True, right? We like in the brush or something. We're like, oh, it's there, and like only the colorblind guy saw it, and that's why we lived. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point there. That's a good point there. Probably true. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. 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 I agree with that theory. I think it's pretty true. Like my dad can see animals like deers and bears. Yeah, and I've noticed it in those video games, like those when they have that camo where it's like funky, different, but they're invisible kind of. Whenever I play games with people that have those kind of guys, like what was it, Killing Floor 1 and 2. I don't know, do both of them have them? But anyway, those kind of invisible effects, I would always spot the guys as soon as they were visible, like at all, and everybody and other people wouldn't. Like at max distance, pretty much, I would spot them. So I was always killing those people for everybody else, but not everybody else noticed them as quick. So I noticed that. I noticed people weren't really noticing them, and I was. So it's definitely a thing. At least that makes sense to me. There's theories too that women developed the red vision to better identify certain ripe fruits, and men originally couldn't see red in general. Oh. But then why would they have developed it though? I think it makes pretty much good sense. I mean, it makes pretty good sense that men like with color blindness and stuff still found like they gained some kind of advantage to it too. And if you're talking about like tribes, early tribe structures, you'd probably have like a colorblind person in the hunting party, you know, when you think about how common it is. You probably do. Probably did. Most animals can't see red, so hunters use red lights at night. Well, yeah, most animals can't see red, but then why would humans develop it later? Why would man develop it later as a part of that theory I'm not accepting? Or the question's too open and weird for me to buy. You get me? All right, let's switch to Carl. Hold on, let's turn this music. Well, let the music play or something. What do you guys think about the setup I built for this thing? The idea of a visualizer while I'm reading, and then pulling the face, and then darkening it, and what about all that? What about the aesthetics of that? Cool, lame? I had that idea yesterday, so I decided to do it. The whole reason for this stream is because I had that idea yesterday, and I was like, well, and I really want to. In this specific topic, people are always like having disagreements about it, but like a lot of people don't really understand it. So I figured this is like the perfect book to read first. I've always trusted my dad to pick the best fruits, sure, but I'm assuming that's from like he squeezes them and that kind of thing. Right? He might just have an aptitude for... Is he a chef too? I would assume so. Is he? Does he cook a lot? I would assume he cooks a lot then. Which would make total sense. I get... That's this. Not true and smells it? No chef. Oh, he doesn't cook a lot? And smells it? Okay. Yeah, the squishing and stuff. Well, I guess fruit. I guess if it's just fruit, I guess he doesn't need to cook it because you can just eat a fruit, huh? Sure. I guess that still makes enough sense to me. Since, you know, you need to eat some. Well, he does cook, he knows how, but he's not a chef as a job. No, I didn't mean like a chef as a job, just like that that he has an aptitude for it at all. Like he cooks regularly. Like he has skill at it. Is all I'm wondering about. Not like his job. Just like does he have aptitude for cooking? I would assume yes if he's picking out fruit. Is what I'm saying. Then yes. Nice. Okay. Nice. That's okay. That makes total sense to me. Nice. I changed my answer. Then yes. Okay. Gotcha. Then yeah, that makes sense to me. But again, like none of these things, like when we're talking about men and women, like evolution or whatever, men, we're still the same thing, right? At the end of the day, we're the same thing. So, you know, I'm sure there's women that take more to this way, or men that take more to that way, or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no right way to be a man. There's no wrong way to be a woman. Don't think so, right? Well, fine, whatever. Is Juice the Fruit Fucker 3000? Okay, let's. How about some Coptent? Yeah, let's watch some carl-coptent. Hey guys, should we smoke weed? We smoke a little bit. If anybody wants to. A Dingus is here. I don't know anybody else. Oh, is Ryan gonna be able to sometime soon smoke weed again, or no? I mean, not immediately, but is that a thing? Ryan's still here. Someday you're gonna be able to smoke weed again. I'm gonna go see if I have any joints out in the living room, real quick. Be right back. I'm back. I have this little concentrate that I've been taking little pieces from and putting on the joint or in the bowl. You guys do that at all? On there. I just put like get a little bit and put it on the thing. I had a kind of like a needle, for lack of a better word for it. It's a syringe tip, but it's flat. I had one somewhere. I don't know where it got to. I don't know where it got to. Okay, I guess I'll just check one of those cop channels. Yeah, we haven't seen Leafy for a little bit. I want to get Leafy in on the Simps thing. I want to get her to make a channel too. I think Leafy could do really good just doing her little like 2-hour stream. I think she could do just fine on Simps. I don't know. I'm trying to convince her, but she hasn't really responded. I think she's like busy with whatever boyfriend, whatever. But bro, she's missing out. This. She could definitely sell some keys, I would think. I haven't made concentrate in a while, but yeah, I sometimes do a little dab on top of bowl. Yeah, it's basically what I'm doing. Basically. But like, I like melts down the sides kind of on the joint. Using a little cardboard stick this time. Because I lost the thing. Okay. Can light it up now. The other cool thing about Simps is like we can do whatever we want when it's regards to that stuff too, right? Like YouTube, you gotta be kind of careful about like, you know, on our Simp stream we can always smoke weed or whatever we want to do. That's the most exciting part to me, guys, about the Sims thing, is it's my broadcast, right? It's like there's no real terms of service because the only things are like legal things, right? Just obey the law, and we're fine. We just gotta obey the law. What the? Thank you. Hold on, we gotta celebrate. Got another Sims key sold. One sec. I'm dropping these. Oops, I have the speakers on too, sorry. How long have my speakers on? I'm dropping these art pieces. Some people do one. They're just AI art though, but it's just a celebrate. It's just a celebrate. It's a celebrate. It's a celebrate. This one of these looks cool. It's gonna be similar now. Oh, this one's different. I have one from an earlier one, maybe. Drop something cool. Just looking. Yeah, these. Let's use one of these instead. How about this one? Upload. Welcome to the stream. I translate Japanese games. And, what else do we do? We were just reading a book. We got done reading a book. Read a book. I'm smoking weed, and we're gonna watch some cop videos after I pick the stupid picture already, and then we will. I want to pick the right one, guys. It's not. You don't want to mess it up. You want to feel the vibe. There, how about this one? Okay, there you go. Celebrate the key. Tell me what you think. Cool, lame. That's like she's almost like a security guard. That's Linda. She's almost like a security guard. I was thinking I should stock up on Craggy keys. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I don't think it is at all right now. Where we are right now, it's not a bad idea. I want people to get in on it that want to get in on it, but I think whenever you want, if you want to do it, you know, feel free to do it, and then just cash out sometime later on when you feel like it. I mean, spread the rumor is hilarious. Yeah, to me, say and understand. And make the price jump every time you buy one. I'm gonna light my joint up. Every time you buy one, the price goes up a little bit. It depends on the bonding curve, how much it goes up. It depends on the bonding curve. All right, this music's too calm, right? We need to get some hype going. We're hype now. We're gonna watch some cop drama or something here. Okay, let's get some hype in here. I'm gonna turn that out. That was putting me asleep. Put me asleep. I'm just browsing until I see like one of those cop things. What's the one everyone watches? One blue something? Blue. I'm going through my followed ones. See if I can find something in here. Just looking for some content that looks interesting. It was 6.8 for me, but the second one is going to be over 7. Yeah, it keeps going up. Think about also who owns them. Like, think about it like a game, kind of, too. Like, think about all those things. You know what I mean? Make the call on your own. I don't want to tell you what to do, but some advice. Think about like who owns the other ones. Are they going to sell anytime soon? Most of Golden Boy owns a bunch. I own like 6. You can see some of it in the record. Golden Boy owns a bunch. I own like 6. If you think the channel is going to keep doing well, I think it's totally safe to sell off a couple here and there too. When you feel like it, right? As long as they're gains. As long as you're making gains, I think it's fine to sell it off sometimes to like cash out. Well, you're only going to lose the difference for when you're not, when you don't have them bought. You know what I mean? Like if you sell out, you make some gains, then you buy back in, you only lose the difference. It's not like you can't do that. You can if you need to. If you're like, man, it would be nice to have whatever, you know, whatever the price of the key is, $10 or whatever, and to do this with it. You don't do it. But if you get a habit of like buying back in, it's not a bad idea. As long as you think the general trend is still going to be upwards, I think it's a good idea. But the question is, how long will the trend be upwards? Well, right now the website's so early, I think it's pretty safe. But I'm not going to tell you what to do. But it's so early, it's like, you know, it seems like a great idea. Seems like a great idea. So I bought 6 of them early on. Code blue. That's what I was looking for. Code blue. How do we figure to re-drop it for the purchase of it? There's a like the curve basically works the same both ways, right? However many keys are out there dictates the price. So you can look at the price like right now, and hold on, let me look at it. You can look at the price right now, right? And say, okay, it's what is it now? $763 to buy right now, right? And you can go, okay, and that's 42 keys in existence. That's probably going to be the price on this channel every time there's only 42 keys, right? You follow me? So if somebody buys one and then sells one, it's going to be back to that price. Something like this. Okay. For like the in-group people, I don't know how else to word it. I made 217% profit on my investment. That's crazy. I can't cash out until I bought or finish setting up Coinbase. You can't even cash out. Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I think for your benefit, Gio, or whoever, earlier, buy low, sell high, man. Earlier is probably better. It's also possible somebody might sell some at some point in the future, and then you buy, and then, I don't know, man. You got to make, you know, but I don't think it's a bad idea if you're thinking about it. How iPhone 16, and I get 5% every time you do it, so I'm happy all the time. Even if you, like, bro, I was thinking about that, I was saying this to Golden Boy, on the Simps, it costs some, I mean, I make 5% when somebody unsubs. Isn't that cool? And they make money too. You both get to walk away kind of happy, right? Like, it's not going to be like, it's depressing. It's like, oh, you get your key back and I get 5%. Hey, that works out pretty good. That works out pretty good for both of us. When they unsub, they get their money back. I'm waiting until gifting keys is added and I'm flooding the market. Yeah, I would like gifting keys because then, right, we can get people that don't have a key yet. We can get them in. And I would very much like to do that. The people that like want to dip a toe in but don't really want to, you know, I want to get those people to be able to watch, yeah. So I would love gifting keys. He said it's a thing. Max says it's a thing. I don't know if Max is around now. But he said it's a thing they're going to work on, right? They already got the mute thing. I meant to mention that to him when I saw him. I meant to mention the mute thing. He might come back before we're done. So, but the mute thing, they already added mute, and that was like a feature they promised the other day. He mentioned working on the other day. So, the terrifying transition from sweet to psycho, 20 minutes. This sounds good. Well, I have to open the other Kali OBS. We'll be reading again next week, not tomorrow. Next week, if you're looking for that. What's up, Beardo? Welcome. The icon of the volume control is in verse. Oh, is it? Well, let him know when you see him. It's in verse. He just added that yesterday, I think. It turns into the funds in your wallet. When you sell a key, are you vaporizing it? Does it sit there or what? It vaporizes, yeah. Like, okay, so from what I understand, I'm sure Max will be able to explain it better, but like, it's like a private contract, I think. And like, it makes a contract, and then when you sell it, I think it just evaporates, yeah. Well, not evaporates, it dissolves the contract, I think. But I'm not totally sure. I don't really know. This is my guess from the things I've kind of heard. I've kind of said. So who are you selling it to? I think you're breaking the I mean, I think you're getting rid of the contract. Because there's only whatever the keys held are all the keys. Yeah. The keys held are all the keys. Does that make sense? Keys held are all the keys. Even like an NFT, it is kind of like an NFT. That's what I was saying to Golden Boy. It is kind of like an NFT.
In January 2025, a sergeant with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office was conducting stationary radar enforcement.
But yeah, it's like an NFT that like disappears. Yeah.
In the town of Caledonia, Wisconsin, when he observed a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed.
Who put this smoke in here? All the own keys, yeah. And that's why the curve is set by the own keys too, I think.
The car was clocked at 62 miles per hour in a posted
62 miles per hour and a posted 45. Pretty fast. Not as fast as you ever seen, though.
5-mile-per-hour zone. As the vehicle passed his location, the sergeant also noticed it had heavily tinted windows, which raised further suspicion.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's illegal there.
Based on these violations, he initiated a traffic stop, one that would soon
because he called them violations.
unfold into a long...
Data prices go down, less keys, yeah. Yeah, like basically the however many keys there are sets the price on the curve, right? So like I was saying a second ago, it's right now whatever price, like look at the price, right? And the number of keys, it's probably always going to be that price at those keys. Like this stream will at the curve we're at. Different streams might have different bonding rates, curves, and so it might not be true for every, it's not true for every stream, but for this stream, that should be the prices at this number of keys whenever we're back here, right? If you bought one and then you sold one, this should be the price again. Yeah.
An eventful night for the 35-year-old female driver behind the wheel.
Where's the dog barking? What the hell? Who's barking? Who's got this dog? What is happening? The dog's a cop dog?
Hello.
How come they didn't mention there's a freaking dog in the car?
I'm Sergeant Stage with the Sheriff's Office. Do you have a driver's license proof of insurance?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I know you probably can't see my tag, sir, but it's right here in the back window. I bought this.
Oh, I don't have head tracking on, huh? Hold on. I was wondering why chat wasn't popping up. So give it a second. Calibrate, 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 calibrate. Ah! That ain't right. Oh, that's right, because I set it up to be the other one. Because I set it up to be the Simps one. Okay, well, no chat, I guess, for today. I don't want to fix that right now. I'm going to turn it back off.
Car and they put that
Huh? Why are you stopping, man? Who's stopping my video?
thing
Who's
in the back
pausing?
window. I'm still waiting for my place to come.
Okay.
And I got proof.
Maybe a couple hours it'll make sense, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Wow, what does this racist cop want?
of insurance on
Oh
my
yeah,
phone.
probably
Okay,
racist.
that's fine. Reason
Sure.
I stopped you is 62. It's a 45.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to get to the hotel.
Now let me grab this tag in.
Oh, I should change the title on YouTube, huh? One sec. Are people gonna come in here like, what? Where'd the socialism go? Sorry guys. And then I think I'll just put I think I'll leave the title, but I'll say carl-coptent in the second one. Carl-coptent. So when you look at the full title, it makes sense. Yeah? Okay. 14 likes. Hey guys, that's kind of high. People like the socialism thing, I guess. That's kind of high. 14 likes kind of high. Thank you guys. Guys, I'm not going to push you to like and stuff anymore. I respect you. If you want to like, you will like. I went to another stream and they were doing the poll about have you liked yet, and I felt violated. And so I will no longer ask you to like, guys. It's all within your power. I'm not going to ask you. I'm just going to remind you that I will not ask you to like or subscribe. So if you like or subscribe, it's totally of your own will. Okay? I'm not going to do it. I respect you as an adult. I respect you as a human being. I will not tell you what to do. You do not have to follow. You do not have to subscribe. You do not have to like. But if you want to, of your own free will, I will appreciate it.
Information, okay.
While speaking with her, the sergeant detected an odor of intoxicant.
Where's the socialism in this joint? Yeah. I thought the like poll was cute. I thought it was good too, but I'm now taking the opposite angle, Gio. Gio, do you get the angle I'm taking here? You gotta get it, right? You guys get the angle I'm taking, yes?
And
I like this angle more, I think.
marijuana coming from the vehicle.
Uh-oh.
Do you live at the address on your driver's license?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is the car registered?
Liking is free. Asking for things isn't violating. No, I understand. But what I'm saying is, I respect you as an individual. I'm not going to tell you to like. I'm not going to tell you to subscribe. If you're going to do it, it's going to be your choice. And I will, more reason I'm going to appreciate it if you do it, but I'm not going to tell you to do it. If you do it, that is a gift from you to me, and I appreciate it. That's a kindness, a gift, a kindness from you to me. And I didn't tell you to do it. I didn't tell you to do it. You totally did it of your own volition, and you can be happy about that, and I will say thank you, and I will appreciate it. But I'm not telling you to do it.
Do you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have your registration?
I get it. I don't
I got
agree
the
with your stream. I don't
registration,
make
they
the
gave me,
rules.
like, a folder.
Exactly. I make the rules. I do. But I don't tell you what to do.
All the car
I'm
information.
happy. I
got it.
liked. Well, thank you, Bugger. Thank you very much. Remember when P. told us all to vote for or die? Yeah, I do remember that.
I'm a dealership with all of my registration stuff in there, so I don't think I might have the registration.
Wait, what's happening? She doesn't have her car's registration? Why?
Okay. You have to have that
Is this stolen?
with you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is the registration? Is the plates going to be out of Wisconsin or Illinois?
Illinois. I got the car from Rockford, and that's
Illinois. Uh-oh. You're from Chicago?
honestly, because I got the car from Rockford. I live in Wisconsin.
So you can't have Illinois plates on it then.
No, I'm getting Wisconsin plates. It's coming through the mail.
Okay.
Bro, why is this story so crazy? I'm getting Wisconsin plates. It's coming through the mail. I can? You can make a poll. You're a mod. You might be able to, Belinda. You can try. Check the plus button. I don't know if you have it. It's like a plus button. See if you can do that. There's two types of mods though. I don't know if both mods can do it or not. I don't know. You might be able to. I don't know. Never try. You might be able to. Yeah.
But that's what's taking so long.
I got you. The other thing is, I'm going to test your window tint, okay?
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, I got this car from a dealership, and I'm
Oh, the dealership, it came with tint like that? No car comes with tint like that.
actually getting a lawsuit from them. I got a
What, a lawsuit, ma'am? You are lying. You are lying. They don't sell cars with the tints like that. What are you doing?
lawyer and everything.
You had to go somewhere and get that done.
They sold me a piece of car and this tint. Like,
Is it used? So you're saying it's a used dealership with that tint on it? They can't even do that. They get in trouble, ma'am. If it's a violation, they can't sell it like that. They're gonna get in trouble, right? Am I wrong?
my lawyer told me that.
My lawyer? You have a lawyer? I don't know how much I'm buying from this individual.
They was never supposed to sell me a car with tint this dark.
Have you had it tested?
Yeah, they're not supposed to.
No.
Roll your window up about halfway.
She's getting a lawsuit from them, so they're suing her. That's the way I took that too, yeah.
That's good right there. Okay, you're at 21. It needs to be at 50. You roll the back window down. You're at 23. It needs to be at 35 in the back, okay?
Not my
That's how much light goes through or something?
problem, sir. I promise you. Like, I bought this car like this. I was never satisfied with the
I bought this car like this. You are lying to me, ma'am. There's no way that's true. Like, it'd be so easy to do this lawsuit you're talking about. It'd be so easy to do it. If you're telling the truth, it's very easy to get them in trouble for that. That's crazy.
car buying deal or nothing. But I do got insurance and I got my license. And honestly, I'm just trying to make it to the hotel.
So I work on honesty, okay?
Yes, sir.
When's the last time that there was any marijuana in the car, including THC
Ma'am,
vape?
I work on honesty and you are a liar.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Uh-huh.
THC vape.
I do own a THC vape, and yes, I was vaping it, and yes, I am stoned, and yes, I am driving.
I don't have nothing in the car. You can
Okay,
search
the reason I'm
car.
asking is because I can smell it.
Yeah, I don't have nothing in the car. You can search the car. And
What I'm going to do in just a second is I'm going to have you step out the other side for me, okay?
yes, sir.
All right. I'll walk around there.
The moment he
What's up, Mike Hunt? I don't know if I knew someone who got a Jeep that had a factory tint that was technically legal in the state, but had it thrown out of court because of that. Okay. They got who got a Jeep that had factory, but from where? Where did they get it from, dingus?
approached the driver's window,
From where? I'm missing all the information I would need. Did they buy it from a private seller? Did they just buy it off a guy? Did they go to a dealership and buy it there? Or because like these are drastically different situations.
he immediately detected a strong odor of intoxicants and observed that her eyes were bloodshot and glassy.
Hey, go ahead and step out. Where are you coming from this evening? You can leave your vape in the car.
A dealership? Okay. I've never seen, I mean, you would think though that just having it on the lot with it, something like that could get them in trouble.
Need my vape, sir.
No, you don't. Not in my car, you're not.
I'm getting in your car.
Bro, she's smoking weed right in front of the cop. You guys see this?
Okay.
This is
Shot and
crazy.
glassy.
Okay, go ahead and step out. Where are you coming from this evening? You can leave.
If it was a bong and she was throwing at him, maybe. What on? Oh, we got another key. We sold another key. This is going crazy. Hold on, I gotta pick another picture to celebrate real quick. We selling keys today like crazy, man. Holy moly! Hold on. I gotta pick another one of these Linda pictures. I gotta go faster this time, huh? Here we go. Space Linda. Space Linda. There you go. For my VIPs only. Space Linda.
Leave your vape.
Huh?
Vape in the
Pause.
car.
I need my vape, sir.
Look at her. She's smoking weed right in front of the car. You guys see this?
No, you don't. Not in my car, you're not.
I'm getting in your car.
Absolutely.
For what?
Have you just stand right here so I can shut your door?
That's a THC vape, right? She's smoking weed right in front of him?
How much
That's
total alcohol for you
crazy.
this evening?
Huh?
How much total alcohol for you this evening? Okay. Just place your hands behind your back, okay? You're just being detained for right now, okay? You have anything on you?
We know this is going to go south. That's the reason it's a video, right? We know this is going to go south. We know some shenanigans are about to happen. That's why it's a video. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a video. So what's going to happen? How crazy it's going to get? Do we think she's going to be kicking the cops? Do we think she's going to be screaming? What do you guys think?
Folks, take a hit me.
I got nothing.
Okay.
I mean, what is she gonna have? Like booze? Is she gonna be drunk? What kind of plot twist are you guys thinking is gonna happen here?
I don't think I was doing 65. I just pulled off.
62. The speed limit there is 45.
I'm no confrontational, so it is what it is. I'm just
Look, I'm not confrontational, so if I broke the law, yeah, whatever. I'll agree. Then I guess I maybe broke the law, but not really. I didn't. I'll just say okay to that. I'll just say okay.
ready to get this over with.
Anything on you that's going to poke secure maybe?
Crash out
You have
imminent?
any
I think
things in
so.
your pockets
I
in your
don't
jacket?
have anything, so just do what you need to do. I don't have nothing.
This way. Let me take a seat here for me, okay? Be with you in just a second.
I need a red carpet for when somebody buys a Simps key. I need to put a red carpet for my VIPs. If you're on Simps right now, you have taken a special interest in the stream, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. If you're not on Simps right now, oh man, look how blurry the screen is. Guys on Simps, don't. Hold on. Guys, don't tell them it is blurry for you to. Look at that. Oh my god. That screen is blurry as hell. Well, that's because you're on YouTube, viewer. It's because you're watching on YouTube. If you want to watch the best quality, you need to watch on simps.com in our private room. Otherwise, this is what you get. That's it. Guys, on Simps, don't tell them.
A probable cause search of the vehicle was conducted.
Oh man, look at that. That's just how it looks on YouTube. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, not much I can do about it. Google did it. Google did it. Link, you want it? Hold on. Hold on, I got you with a link. Got you with a link. Cop in Minecraft? Right, back to the video though.
But no items of evidentiary value were found.
This never happens. All that I've pulled out so far is 30 bucks.
30 bucks in her car?
Alright, one step out. You walk to the front of my car, okay? Hey, you willing to do something?
Okay, so far again, she said, I'm not doing conflict. There's no fight going on. What's the deal? It's gotta get crazy. It says in the thing, sweet to psycho. Something's gonna happen.
Failed sobriety test, make sure you're actually driving?
No, I'm fine. I'm only going 5 minutes away. Of course.
Yep, but you're driving.
The weed wears off. The weed. Why is it so blur? Listen, Listen, Midnight. You're my VIP, and so whatever you say, I accept as true. So, I don't know, man. I'm sorry about that. Let me clean it up here a second. Let me shake it off. All right, let me shake the screen off for you, my VIP. Let me dust it off. There you go. Let's fan it off for a minute. Okay. Hopefully the screen looks better now. Hopefully it looks better for you now. Hopefully. I sure hope so.
I'm not doing
You have the
whatever
strong-
you want me to do. I'm okay. Whatever.
Are you willing to do some field sobriety tests?
I'm ready to just get to the hotel. and
Is
get
there
to
one
sleep.
VIP
I'm
left?
asking if
Yeah,
you're willing to
one.
do some testing.
No.
Nothing at all? You willing to do a test for your eyes?
You want me to do it
Like one VIP left.
to be able to pull off? Like, what is you?
Hey, I got a couple VIPs, okay? We're doing pretty good on that on Sims, I think. We have traction. They like us over there, okay? We're a big deal on Simps. People are coming around like, who's this guy? What is CrackyReads doing? And who the hell is he? And why is this CrackyReads premium? And why am I supposed to pay for it? And then they pay for it and they go, this isn't too bad. Maybe I'll watch this. I see. And then what? The sky's the limit from that. Yeah, this is okay.
You stopping me for?
It was all right, I guess.
No, you didn't.
I stopped you for 62.
Okay,
and 45 and
so
the
can I
illegal
get a
10.
Who's this grain freak? Hey, listen to me. Listen. I can't yell at chat if there's no chat. Listen, chat. You're lucky that you're not on the screen right now. You're lucky about that. I'll tell you that much.
Speeding ticket.
And no plates.
Can I get a speeding ticket? She
Not
just
right now.
told you the place.
You're also the worst VIP, though. That means I'm the best VIP. You're also the
Go
worst
to my
VIP.
car. So what's next?
I'm
You
asking
can
you to
search
do
my
some
car.
field
You said
sobriety.
you
Gee, I
smell
don't much like your attitude. Well, Gio's a VIP too, so I have to respect both of you guys on this.
weed. There's no weed in the car. I don't
You
have it.
guys both are
After several
keys.
chances to take sobriety tests, she gave everything but a straight answer and was arrested.
Okay. Are you willing to do field sobriety, yes or no?
Come on, so I can get to the hotel.
Oh, she's drunk. She's drunk, isn't she? She's drunk. She is drunk. There's no other reason she would push the point now than she's drunk. Right? She's drunk. She's super drunk, maybe. She's somewhat drunk. She's crossfaded.
Don't resist. Just have a seat.
Come on, sir. I'm not.
Why else would
Let me
she
get a
say
sobriety
no?
test, 'cause why is you grabbing me like this?
You're under arrest.
In
You
all
drunk.
reality, you're aggressive. You're aggressive. You're bending my arm.
Stop yelling.
Please get in the car.
You're gonna have.
Sir, I don't have no problem getting in the car. I had no problem answering.
What are you the cop if you're thinking now? You're like, fuck, man, I thought this was going to go easy. But now, I know she's hiding something. I know something ain't right. What am I supposed to do?
Any of his questions or
If I know if I push her too fast or I do anything, she's going to act like I twisted her arm. If I do anything too aggressive, she's going to freak out, act like I hurt her. So, that's a tough situation, no?
nothing.
Okay. Have a
He's
seat
not
for me.
gonna just deem me
Crossfaded, yeah.
Oh.
Term you guys, yeah, crossfaded, yeah.
drunk or nothing because I'm getting aggressive. Like, let's be real. I will have a seat. I never have no problem with follow.
I
I'm
need you to have
talking,
a seat
sir.
Right now.
I don't have no problem with following rules.
Listen, I will sit down as soon as I'm done filibustering, okay? I need to keep talking until I can't talk anymore. Hey, don't interrupt me. I need to keep talking because I am trying not to have to go to jail right now, and so I need to keep talking until I can live forever. I'm just going to keep talking until I die, and then you can never shove me in the car because if I don't stop talking, then you can't stop me. I can keep going. It's rude to interrupt, so just let me keep talking, and we're not going to jail. Actually, we're not going to jail at all. Actually, you wanted to have some THC from my vape here, and you would like to smoke that, and then you want to get high, and then you want to forget that you're about to arrest me.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, and right now the rule is we need to have you get in the car and have a seat in the car.
I feel like I need to
He's giving my box of wine. I'm thirsty.
take the sobriety test because I'm gonna pass it. I had one drink within 12
Okay,
hours.
so take it. Wait, I had one drink. They always say this.
To do it.
You didn't. You didn't. You asked me 2 times. I just didn't feel.
Time or I'm gonna
Two
charge you with
times.
resistance. Please have a seat.
You had
in
me
my car.
2
Can I please take the
times.
test, sir, so I can get to the
Have a
hotel?
seat in my car.
All right. All
Thank
right.
you. I appreciate it.
No problem. This is shit y'all do. Because my skin this color and y'all skin that color. I'm
2
used to it. It
times.
ain't really nothing. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing.
Would you like
This is a Michigan senator, is it? Save it for the house, Miss Congresswoman.
I would like
You like your purse and your money?
I would.
Okay.
Thank
I will
you
grab
very
that for you.
much, sir.
Yep.
2 drinks is the most common, I think. Really? They say 2. Well, whenever I'm watching these videos, they always say like 1. 2 might be that might be true though. I've never like looked at any
Crazy.
data on it.
I swear to God, I hate these.
Now this position, like the place they're putting her in, that's not very big, huh? What if she was like larger? That'd be a problem. Huh?
Motherfucker. On my dead granny grave, I hate these motherfuckers, bro. Like that's crazy as a bitch. You couldn't find.
She knows she's talking to the camera inside the thing.
Shit on me. So now you trying to talk about some sobriety. You won't even let me take the test and then talk about
She knows she's talking to the camera.
charge me with an OWI. Like, let's be real. Anybody gonna be aggressive? OWI with my hotel
But what?
4 minutes away, and you didn't even let me take the test. You that mad because I don't got nothing in my car? You couldn't find shit on me because I got a valid driver's license because my car in my name? Come on, man. If I was speeding, I deserve to speed.
I gotta read this form to you, okay? He's grabbing all your stuff. Called informing the accused under Wisconsin's implied consent law required.
Inform the accused. So they don't read your Miranda rights. They read this stupid print up laminated thing. Okay. Wisconsin seems lame.
To read this notice to you. You have either been arrested.
Why not just, why not? What's wrong with your Miranda rights in Wisconsin, bro? Why do you need a photocopied piece of paper to read? What is up with this?
As the sergeant started reading the informing the accused form,
Yeah, no, I see. It seems really stupid. What happened to Miranda rights?
she began yelling and progressively lost her
It's the same thing. They're just adding more to it.
shit.
And fail a test to be under the influence of.
I would spit an ill freestyle, request the footage through FOA, and drop the hottest track of 2025. I think it's a solid idea. If you're going to get arrested, I think freestyling, like rapping, I think that is a solid idea. Yeah, why not? Could get on, could blow up on YouTube. Even if you don't request it, right? Like, let's say you do, yeah, you request it, you get it. But if you don't, could still blow up on YouTube. Somebody sees it because that's all like publicly available video.
Nothing. I didn't fail a test. Like, come on, man. Get the fuck out of
Ma'am, the car is in your name. You didn't have your registration. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about
here.
that.
Get your racist fat ass out of here. I don't give a fuck about what you talking about. Ain't no more being nice. My car registered to me. I have a valid driver.
Isn't that annoying though? When it's like, if a certain pair of a certain type of skin colors are involved in a certain direction, you can just get called racist, right? And you're like even though it has nothing to do with anything, you just have to be like, is that not racist in itself? Like, I don't know. Is that not racist? Is that not racist in itself? Is that not ironically racism itself?
Get your motherfucking hands off me.
Like, her calling it racism is racism. The only reason she's saying that is because of their skin color.
Get your motherfucking hands off me. Fat bitch. You fat racist bitch. You fat racist bitch. That's all the fuck it is. From the moment you came up to my car, I was polite and respectful to your bitch ass. Hate you, motherfucker. On everything I love you, bitch ass motherfucker.
I like the way she talks, though. It's funny.
Y'all did all that racist ass shit to us. Y'all
See, to us. To us. What is she talking about? Who's us? What does us mean?
should have grew out of that shit, bitch. That's inherited. And
See, she's talking. This is all racism. She's talking about blood grudges and stuff, right? What do they call it in? When they describe like anti-Semitism, blood something, blood grudges. That's what you got there.
you know I'm telling
Blood
you,
crime.
bitch.
She's judging people for other people just because they share the same skin color, right?
They gave y'all this motherfucking job, but y'all racist as a bitch.
2 vapes are the only thing that has to stay, I think. So
My license valid. After everything I've been through in my life, nigga, I'm getting my.
What does your life have to do with your situation right now? Here's the thing, ma'am, and you got to get over this. The mindset that, like, yes, I'm sure you've been through stuff, and I don't think you deserve it, ma'am, or anybody. But that does not mean everybody that interacts with you has to take into account everything you've been through to interact with you, because it's not their responsibility either. It's not yours. I mean, it's not yours in that, like, it's a big deal. Like that. I mean, it's not yours in that like you have to feel if you got screwed in some way in your life, that's not your fault. But it's also not the person you're talking to's fault, so you can't blame them either. It's whoever actually did it, if there was a person involved, or it's no one, and you just gotta accept that there is nobody to point to, and just, you know, own up, man up, woman up, and own it. Live your life.
Y'all can't.
What if we kissed at the North Korean ski resort while Kim Jong-un watched? That's wild. Do you think those people made it back out of South Korea? Or North Korea? Blood libel, yeah, blood libel, yeah. Yeah. It's blood libel. He's talking shit on them based on just their skin color.
Even applaud them up when they doing shit right.
And you got the phone, and I got the keys. That's everything, right?
And again, I understand maybe she has had horrible shit happen to her in her life that's fucked up. But it's not these cops' responsibility to deal with that. Now, however, the fact that they represent the state does make a lot of people think they should account for that, because the state, a lot of people see as like God to take care of them. But outside of that view, outside of seeing the state as God, but you shouldn't have that view. That's a ridiculous view.
Should be good.
Fat bitch.
Have you seen any of the videos in the last month of the tourists? No, I haven't seen it. No. Are people, they open it to like tourism? Is that what happened? I wasn't paying attention to that, no.
You.
Good luck. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you.
Hate you, bro, and be trying to be polite and respectful, bro. Be trying to be a good citizen. That shit don't get you nowhere. From the moment you walked up to my car, polite and respectful to your bitch ass. You just ran my tags. You just did all that. You ain't got shit on me. Ain't no weed in my car. Ain't shit in my car.
Well, she does have a THC vape, doesn't she? In her pocket, doesn't she?
Minutes away, you could have followed
How
me
is that
to the
not
hotel.
weed?
You talking about speeding. You ain't talking about swerving or nothing. I ain't drunk. I can pass a motherfucking sobriety test. I'm sure you got a family and kids.
I want to see if she can. I want to see if she can. I need to know if she
You
can.
need to get home too. If it was a way that I could see you bitch racist pussy cops outside of this, I'll smoke y'all bitch.
That's insane, ma'am. Don't do that. Yeah, hold up. Okay. That's insane, ma'am. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Ma'am, don't say I'll kill you to a police officer. That's a horrible idea. That's a horrible idea. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's check this VIP video. Video for my VIP request video. Immediate watching.
On the 20th of February 2025, I became the first British tourist to gain access to North Korea in over 5 years.
That's crazy.
I am not a journalist. I have no political agenda, and I do not support the regime of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
All right, watch this in a minute. Let's watch this one, then we'll watch that.
Put that on the record. Put that on the record.
I did, because you just got a felony.
I'll switch your bitch
It's a
ass,
cool
okay?
vid. We'll watch it. I just want to see. I need to know what happens to her first. I need to know what happens.
Everything I love, I will. I hate y'all. I hate how y'all treat us. Y'all enslaved us for years.
What? No, they didn't. Those people did not do that. That's insane, man. What are you talking about? What year were you talking about? 1992? What year were you enslaved for, ma'am? Ma'am, what year were you a slave?
And y'all think y'all owe us a little bit of
Ma'am, you're saying us. What year were you a slave?
decency, bitch.
A records
Ma'am?
check revealed that she had a previous OWI conviction from 2011, placing it beyond the 10-year look-back period. She also had 2 open misdemeanor cases.
I see if I was rude or disrespectful from you to the beginning, I wasn't. And you think somebody finna be nice, man? Fuck you. Fuck all this shit. Don't give a fuck about none of this shit. We only live once.
What the fuck? What's that have to do with anything? YOLO. What? What's that have to do with anything, man?
Trying to get my shit together. This is the first time in my motherfucking life that I got a driver's.
Okay, so really she's trying to get pity, right? She's trying to get them to go easy on her. But this is not the way to do it. Yelling at her and cussing at them. Why not just keep being nice and see what happens? They'll slap on the wrist or something. Why do you have to be like that?
License, bitch. Who the fuck doing
They actually, like,
65 finna turn on the rap and get on the highway? I don't believe shit you saying anyway. Give a fuck about none of this shit. I got it on me, bitch. I got
Can
it
she
on me.
breathe?
Whatever the
Oh.
bail is, I'm paying it.
There is no bail.
Yeah, okay. This ain't my first time going to jail either. Just in case you
Okay, why is that something to be proud of, man?
think I'm a scared ass little bitch. It ain't my first time either.
That's not something to be proud of, man. That's embarrassing.
Talking about I'm gonna stand on everything I believe in until the day I die. You a racist ass.
You can't really stand for everything you believe in, like in a... Like, can you make the claim that you are ethical in all of your practice from birth to now if you've been in jail? The evidence would suggest that you haven't been true to yourself, true to your principles, really, because you went to jail. Unless it was wrongful, but I don't think it was. She's not making that claim.
Fat bitch. Period. Period. Bet you if my skin was a different color, you was finna let me ride with a speeding ticket. They need to get you.
Well, if your skin was a different color, you wouldn't be bringing this all up. And you wouldn't be freaking out. So maybe, yeah.
Ass motherfuckers off the field. I'm so sad that they can't find nobody else to work besides you crap, bro. Racism is crap, bro. That don't give a about every individual. Everybody ain't white. Some motherfuckers Mexican. God. Some people black. You understand?
So what, man?
Some people mix. What are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about, man? What does this have to do with anything? Some people are Mexican. Okay, yeah, and?
That's inherited from your motherfucking grandfather, your
You can't inherit, like, action, ma'am. That ain't right. There's a whole reason people believe in Jesus is to forgive. Come on. You have your own sins only. They can't inherit from their grandparents. That's a bad argument. It's ridiculous. We don't ascribe to that anymore. You want to pull us back to some other culture, some other primitive culture where we blame people for their parents and their grandparents. You can go to that culture alone. The rest of us don't believe in that.
Mama, bitch. Your mom and your daddy probably was racist, bitch.
Who cares? Has nothing to do with them, ma'am.
This was an easy fucking situation. I ain't stumbled out the car. I ain't spitting. I ain't stirring my words.
10 toes down means you're standing on business. Oh.
Or nothing. Fuck out of here. Let's be real.
Yeah, why does it mean that?
Wish I did have a gun out of
What the fuck, ma'am? Ma'am, what are you doing? Ma'am, what are you doing?
You and your motherfucker.
What are you doing?
You walked up to my window and everything I
And that wouldn't be racism to shoot a cop because he's white because he walked up to your window? That's a good idea for you? You think it's fine to just kill a man? Because why? Because of minor inconvenience you'd have to get to deal with? Okay. You'd kill him? You'd kill a man because of a minor inconvenience in your day? Come on, that's ridiculous.
Away from my car. Left your punk ass right here rolling down this hill. My soul nigga called bag up for that.
That's gross that you're fine thinking about just murdering someone. That ain't a good thing.
So they can pick your dead ass body.
Like, you're talking about the racism. You're fine just murdering a person. That's fucking fucked up, man. You got more ethical problems you gotta worry about. You're fine killing people. That's fucked up. That's like basic. Like, all of us have moved past that worldview of just killing people. That's fucked up. What are you doing? What's the point of law then? We just learned about. The point of law is to protect people. And so we have peace and we're not murdering each other all the time. What are you doing? You want to go back to like a primitive man where we killed each other like that? No. You know what happens if you go back to that world, ma'am? Women get the worst fucking side of that fence, man. Because if you go back to physical violence representing power and that only and that alone and no law, you know what that leads to? Then men will have full control over you, ma'am. You'll be giving up your own independence, your own private property, everything. You'll just belong to a man because, well, how do you think that works, ma'am? You think you can beat up a man? No. You're going to end up belonging to a man if you live in that world. That's how the world used to work. You think that's a better idea, ma'am? Okay. But think about it. Think about your ideas a little bit, ma'am.
The man you call for backup ain't even as stiff as you. You a and I know he looking at you like, bro, it wasn't that serious.
I went to fetch our chocolate. Oh, it's okay. Of course not, because he's racist inherently. due to you need coffee. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know if I have anything that'll work. We might have to like. I don't know what models I can import. I'll try and figure that out. People have brought up hats for Carl before. I can import some model type, some model types. I don't know all the types though, and I've never really tested it, but we should.
Serious. I know he thinking that shit. You ain't got shit else to do. You don't get no. I'm really out
You
here.
get no pussy, and you're a virgin, and you're an incel. I brought that up the other day. The like incel thing is like a feminine thing, like a feminine insult, calling someone an incel. I stand by that, and here's an example of it.
Trying to get my life together, and it be situations like this that remind you got to do whatever it is that you do to survive, because even when you work by the law, it gets you nowhere. I just worked so hard to get my
You didn't work by the law. You said you were in jail before, man.
license, to get a motherfucking car in my name. You wanted me to get aggressive or anything for you. Oh, you're resisting. Oh, you're this. Oh.
How is what is her problem, man? Chill out, ma'am. Chill out. I thought you were smoking weed. Chill out. Give her back her THC, cop. Give her back her THC. What is going on here? I'll try and summer is an interesting choice. Not if the office is cold. Yeah, it's true. If I was in a cold place in the summer, I'll have hot chocolate, or hot coffee or whatever. I'll do it. I'm down. I've done it tons of times. Had hot coffee in like a cold place, but like the outside was warm. I've done that too.
Everything I love, I pray.
I'm gonna finish reading this form, okay?
Pray you
This
die.
law enforcement agency now is to
See this stupid fucking form. Like, oh, this is really helping the situation. Thank God that some politician, some bureaucrat decided you do this. Like, what the fuck is the point of this?
test one or more symptoms.
This is so dumb. There's a reason Miranda rights are short and sweet, right? It's so you don't read a fucking pamphlet to the person and they're not listening because they don't give a fuck. Just read. This is why we have Miranda rights and not a stupid page of writing, because that's retarded. That's ridiculous, man. You're never going to get that to them.
Pray somebody kill you very soon.
Drugs in your system. If any test shows more alcohol in your system
Listen to this shit. Like, you can't do anything.
than the law permits while
She
driving.
ain't going to listen to
I'll
that.
you in the face and pull the.
I'm going to shoot you in the face.
I pray somebody kill you
Oh, I pray somebody kill you very soon.
very soon.
Drugs in your system.
Very
If
soon.
any test shows more alcohol in your system than
I
the
hope they shoot you in the
law permits
face.
while driving,
I hope they you in the face and pull the off.
take any test.
Pull the face off? I want to take his face off.
This
I
agency
wish I
requests your
would've
operating
did.
privilege will be
I want to take his face off.
revoked and you'll be subject.
I wish I would have did it. You in the motherfucking face and pulled the off.
If you take all the requested tests, you
Watching CrackyReads at the office is based and risky, I think.
I be watching the news feeling bad for y'all. Y'all deserve that shit.
You, however, will have to make your own arrangements for
He has to read this whole freaking book to her. He has to read 2 novels to her. He's reading this like I'm reading Socialism to you guys.
Shut your bitch ass up.
And she acting just like you guys were.
This may result from positive test results or from the
Shut your bitch ass
Exactly. This is exactly the same.
up. Y'all done
Exactly.
enslaved us for years and
I remember you guys saying this. I enslaved you guys. I remember this part.
still don't want to see us with nothing. You won't even let me fail an OWI test. You ready to charge me with an OWI?
Will you submit to an
Ready to
evidentiary
get
chemical
my
test of your
license
blood?
taken away from me. Still don't want to see us with nothing. You a bitch.
Will you submit to an evidentiary chemical test of your blood? Will you
He's like
submit to an-
Nicolas Cage, yeah. Go tell your coworkers to tune in. Yeah, we need. I was thinking about it recently. We need stickers. I was thinking about. I wanted to relaunch LSN, the website, like with YouTube support and stuff, so we could have stickers for it. Honestly, just CrackyReads though would probably work on a sticker because if you Google CrackyReads, I think you get to our stream, right?
an evidentiary chemical test
So like, just CrackyReads would work probably. I probably don't even need. There's not other CrackyReads out there.
of your blood.
They'll find us if they look.
She was subsequently transported to the hospital for a legal blood draw.
All right.
But don't worry, y'all. I do not wear headphones.
Circuit Court in the state of Wisconsin, Columbia
Maybe they read it to make the person fall asleep. I think that's more likely. He's still reading it.
County, state of Wisconsin, to the sheriff,
Look at that. She is asleep. He's still reading it. She's asleep.
attorney, constable, or peace officer.
Look at that. He was still reading it when they got to the thing.
If we get her to sit down and pull her.
Anonymously scribble at CrackyReads on a whiteboard. Yeah. On a white. That's hilarious. You guys, the fact that you guys said the same thing at the same time is hilarious too.
Sleeves up. Can we try it without taking her out of the cuffs? She might be.
That's
fine
also
now.
hilarious.
When we get out. Gotta do the
See, Carl, communism worked.
blood draw. Can you face that way for me a second?
Did it? This is the
So, see
result.
right here in this chair.
Can't go to sleep down right here.
They need him up for a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
To take the blood.
I didn't agree to nobody taking no blood.
Right.
Oh no! Oh no!
I got a search warrant. Can you lean back for me so you don't fall out of the chair? They're gonna move you over there, okay?
You should have agreed, man, because that looks better. See, here's the thing, okay? If you guys get in trouble with the cops, actually think about it, okay? Don't be retarded like this. Don't be stupid like this. Think about it. Everything is going to be decided not now, but in court. So think about what's going to look good to the judge. What's going to give you, or even the DA or whoever, what's going to look like they should go lenient on you, and that would be cooperation, right? That'd be like, okay, just take my blood test, because they're going to get a warrant anyway. There's no reason to fight that. There's no reason to fight it. And two, it looks better when you get to court that you agreed, right? It looks like you're cooperative, and that's a good sign. It looks like, but this way, it's going to look the worst possible way. And when the judge looks at this, he could throw the book at you. Like, this is a horrible way to behave.
Stop touching me.
Oh, they're gonna come to you then. We can roll her sleeve up and try it without taking them off.
Can I roll your sleeve up?
Yes, ma'am. Who agreed to this?
I have a search warrant.
Let me see it.
Sure.
Want to provide evidence? Yeah. If you want
I
to.
read it to you.
I mean, after reading all that, she got so bored, she became calm. Thank goodness.
Don't read shit to me. I just
Yeah, I guess she got so bored of it. Come on, it was interesting.
sleep.
Search warrant?
On my face
With your
before I
name.
kick you. If you wanted to see if I was drunk, you should have let me walk.
Are you gonna
Shut
cooperate?
the f- talking to me. I don't like you. I don't like
This is all power dynamic stuff. You guys know that? Notice this? Like, look at her. The way she's behaving. These are all like power moves. Like, she's trying to feel better. She's fighting, in my opinion, she's fighting her own anxiety about the powerlessness she feels. Right? And so she's just behaving accordingly. So she's trying to do anything to reclaim what she feels like is power in the situation, whether that be like by being rude, by leaning back, by being like, I'm not agreeing to this, trying to make it so she's in control of the situation. Of course, she's actually not. But the anxiety of the fact that she's not, she can't deal with that, is what's driving all of this behavior.
you. You
We
don't
gotta
have
get through
nothing
this.
else to do all night,
The
so you want
faster
to bring
you
me
cooperate,
here.
the faster I can
Shut
get you to the
up
and you don't have to
talking
see me.
She can't deal with her anxiety well. She can't deal with her she has like low impulse control kind of, right? It's just running her brain right now.
me anymore.
Shut the fuck up talking to me. I would love to see you again outside of the handcuffs.
Yeah, I know you
I
said
wish
that.
you would have walked up to my car and I would have shot on your motherfucking face, and you would have rolled down the hill and your partners would have found your pussy at. He pulled me over. I'm going 3 minutes to the hotel. I'm literally.
Now that's another power move there. Talking to another person there past him as if he's not there. Talking to another person. That's an intentional power move. Yeah. That's an intentional power move.
Have no.
We can lean forward.
Literally.
Can you get it?
It's not gonna work. No, it's not gonna work. Let me go, man.
I'm going to.
Man, let me go. I can let her grab me. You don't have to do all that. They finna poke me with a fucking needle. I can relax.
Well, you're not.
If they
You should relax, ma'am.
finna poke me with a needle, I can relax. Fuck for me.
Belinda's more likely to get in trouble for what I say than what Belinda says. Than what Cracky says.
You racist ass bitch. I hope you go home to a bitch ass wife and kids. I don't know who y'all think I am, a kindergarten.
I make that same one. This is where she can't breathe. It might be.
It's not this
You're
serious.
acting like one.
I was respectful from the time he walked up to my car. I was respectful to this man. Listen, sir, it's not that serious. Can y'all let me relax?
You're gonna get tased if you don't stop.
Can you put on something nice on the TV, Family Guy? Can you put on Bob's Burgers so I can relax?
Want to tase me? You racist ass bitch.
Can you put on some Bob's Burgers? You racist ass.
Don't want
Get the
to.
fuck off me then. You know what the fuck this did? Made
I
my
want to relax.
life hard. He pulled me over. I don't have no weed in my car. I got my license. My car registered me. None of this shit is necessary. 35 years old, a mother of 4 kids. Do I really deserve all this?
That's sad, man. Those 4 kids.
You keep one in, I don't know if you can.
Fuck out of here. I'm supposed to let somebody take a shot, and I'm not even comfortable and relaxed. Like, that's crazy.
Right, once released. I'm gonna move your hand up.
Man, stop. Why is
I'm not even in my own home, in my own bed. That's crazy. You can say anything like that, ma'am. I'm not even in my throne, in my castle. That is crazy.
grabbing me so hard? Let me the fuck out, you stupid bitch.
That's fucking crazy. I'm not even relaxing in my bed made of gold. That is crazy.
Swear to God, I wish I could catch you outside of here. God, I wouldn't even care to go do life in jail, smoke your bitch ass. Everything I love, I wouldn't even care.
Put on some chill music and get me a drink and a pizza already. Chop, chop. Chop, chop. Cops, I want a pizza. Soda, not diet, not diet, not diet. Listen, I'll be calm when you get me a pizza with meat lovers pizza. All right, I want pepperoni. I want sausage. All right, I even want some ground beef on my pizza. All right, and when I eat all those and I have the taste in my mouth, then I'll feel a little bit relaxed and I hear the nice audio of some classic Bach or something, and I'll relax, and then I'll drink my not diet soda, my Coke, my cherry Coke, and wash it all down. Then maybe I'll be relaxed.
Much as I love my
Maybe,
kids,
man.
they who I
Maybe.
live for, I take
Obviously.
pride in killing.
When Medea goes to jail and give me a black and mild. Now the black and mild is a pretty good joke. I think just say the black and mild. I think the Medea one's fine too, but I think that one nobody's gonna disagree with.
He gonna be mad as a bitch when y'all done doing all of this shit on show. I'm not intoxicated. I'm angry. You stupid bitch. I don't have no problem with authority.
I'm drunk on anger.
I have no problem following rules. But I'm speeding. Why you ain't give me a speeding ticket? I'm 4 minutes from my hotel. If you was so concerned, you would have followed me
Unless you wanted a bit of lean.
to the hotel and made sure I was safe. But instead, you rather ruin my life because my skin
Make it a
black and I
wine.
got my license and trying to get my shit together. And I pray to God, like, something bad gonna happen to you.
Don't pray that to God. You think God wants to hear that, ma'am? You think God's sitting there like, okay, well, who does she want me to hurt today? That ain't God. That ain't how God works. Are you kidding me? That's Satan, ma'am. That's Satan you're talking to. That's Satan.
I'm not no felon. I can have the same job as you. I can have this job if I wanted to treat people like that. You fat, hunky.
Bro, you saying like you want to treat, like you're getting treated so poorly. You're wishing death on them, ma'am. They've caused maybe a minor inconvenience to you.
The next person you pull
I don't know how long she's going to jail, if she goes to jail though.
over in your face with a switch. Take your whole face off your neck.
See, do you know what? Get what you're saying, ma'am? You're wishing for violence and misfortune. That doesn't show a kind heart. It doesn't show forgiveness. It doesn't show like you would treat them better if you were in the position of power. In fact, it shows the opposite. If you were in the position of power, you would hurt them. You want revenge. You would hurt everyone there. What you were talking about earlier with the socialist thing, right? People really, like leftist types or whatever, what people really want, like a lot of the people that buy into this kind of shit, is revenge. They want revenge. It's not about fairness. It's about revenge. It's about payback. They want to see society burn, and they want the people that they see as responsible to die. To burn. The whole thing to tear down.
Did Big Mama Michelle Obama eat up all the
Can you lean
ribs?
forward and just put this back behind your back, please? You can pull your hand out. Can you just lean forward?
Him
so I can
and
be more
Linda.
comfortable as I can. All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna have a seat back in the car.
I can walk. I can walk. Don't,
That's fine.
You definitely don't touch me.
Just go have a seat.
I will. I will.
Next
I will.
level. It's like an upgrade. She's like a Majin Buu kind of thing. She's like another iteration,
Before you just have a seat.
another stage.
I'm a grown ass woman. You put your racist ass.
B Linda.
I can move perfectly fine.
That's a funny bit. That's a funny bit.
Lean back from me for a second.
I have
funny
no
bit.
problem with that. Just don't fucking touch me.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a good bit.
I really
Yeah.
can't believe you for real. I would really see if I deserve this. Like, if you pulled me over and I was
Oh my God, who are you talking to now, ma'am?
disoriented or disrespectful in any way, I wasn't. You was really mad because the
She talking calm now, like to act like she's always been calm this whole
place
time.
actually go to my car because I actually have a license. This is society we live in. For
Shut up.
Can I have
See, this is what I'm saying. All these people always blame society. They always say society. They always tap out with that fucking society kind of phrase like that. And they always blame everything else on other people.
jail staff meet me in the garage?
real. I really would like to kill you though. I ain't gonna lie. When people make me mad enough, I just be want to erase they ass. Like, you don't even
That's messed up. That's crazy, man. That's derangement. You're deranged. You're a deranged individual. When people are mean to you, you want to kill them. That's deranged. That's way over the line, man. That's insane. That's insanity. What are you doing? You don't want murder. It's crazy. You do like, come on, calm down. Take a second. We live in a civil. You just said we live in a society. Stop wishing murder. That's the thing that breaks it down, ma'am. The one thing that ruins society is what you want to do: murder. There's only one thing that actually breaks apart society. It's murder, ma'am. So stop it. Stop wishing murder. If you want to live in a society, that's the one thing you should protect, not murdering. The one thing. It's the one thing, ma'am. It's one thing you need to protect if you want to uphold society. Don't murder. Stop wishing murder.
even need to exist. The world really need more godly people.
Godly people, you want murder, ma'am. You're Satan. You're Satanly.
Could have easily walked up like, man, okay.
You think Jesus is like, I'm gonna murder your ass? You think Jesus was saying that, ma'am? You think Jesus was saying, hey, Romans, I hope they blast off your fucking face. Hey, Romans. Hey, Romans. Hey, Jewish people. Hey, Romans. I hope they fucking scrape off your face with a rake. You think Jesus was saying that shit? I hope they kill your family. You think Jesus was saying that? No. Also, I'm not really saying that. I hope I don't get in trouble just saying that out loud. I don't mean that, guys. I'm doing a quote. I'm just impersonating her. I don't mean that.
We still living in racism.
What does racism have to do with anything? Why are you wishing death on people, ma'am?
Period.
It has nothing to do with racism. You're pointing fingers left and right, but the darkness in your soul is visible for all to see, ma'am.
Fat bitch. You donut eating ass bitch.
This is just your own darkness that you're spilling out into the world, man.
It's all
It has nothing to do with racism.
rigged. I'm sorry, but
You're not sorry.
I really hope you f***ing die.
See? That's fucked up, ma'am. That's evil. You evil.
Minimize my interaction as much as possible.
That's evil. Ma'am, you evil.
I probably don't need to be honest. I don't think I'm going to come in.
Yeah, the poor guy shook from the evil demon he just had in the back of his car. This man is like the guy that dealt with that little girl in The Exorcist pissing all the floor and throwing up all the place. He just dealt with the same thing. It was just vocal. Satan had that woman. I don't believe necessarily even in Satan, but Satan had that woman.
In the end, the 35-year-old woman was charged with felony battery threat to an officer, misdemeanor counts of resisting,
well, she did do
obstructing
that.
an officer,
Yeah, she
and
did do
bail
that,
jumping
too.
×2.
Oh, what? She was on bail the whole time?
She also received several traffic citations totaling
$2,500, because she was under the influence.
$100,
Right.
including one for operating while intoxicated. First offense. Ultimately, she was released a few
Do we have a blood test to prove it? Did they get a blood
days
test?
later on a $1,500 cash bond. However, she ghosted her court proceeding in
Oh
April
my
and
God.
now has an active warrant out for her.
That's so stupid, ma'am. You're gonna get in trouble again, and then you're gonna be in serious trouble, and then you're gonna end up dead or something. That's fucking stupid, ma'am.
Arrest. Got a closet full of shirts that should be charged with fashion crimes? Head over to codebluecam.com and pick up a fresh tee,
She dumb.
hoodie, or one of over a dozen apparel
She
options.
dumb. That dumb. The devil is her daddy. He's currently looting an iPhone. Could be, yeah. All right, here we go. Let's watch this now.
Korea.
So he went tours. Oh, I watched this other guy. I forget his name. That went like to Russia and stuff. He's some like English guy. I think he maybe works with like who does he work with? I think he works with Sargun. Maybe he goes to like I forget his name though. But he went to Russia. He went to Ukraine. He went to like places like that to do tour to like show people how it is. He's a goat. Bald and bankrupt. Adidas Slavs. Oh no. But the guy I'm talking about, hold on, I'll try and find him. I think he works with Sargun. I think he knows Sargun. He's an English guy, I think. Sargun of Akkad. Russian tourism. I'm gonna see if I can find it that way. This guy. This Britannica guy.
So I've always had quite the
You
interest
guys ever
in
watch
Russian
this
life
guy?
in Russia.
This guy. He went to Russia. Where else did he go? The last tourism in Wales, El Salvador, Fallout New Vegas. So he went to the Vegas thing. He went to that Vegas thing. That's in what is the name of the town in the thing? It's named Wellspring. It's like the real. Is it Wellspring? What is the one? It's the real town. They do that. I know they do that. They do it every year. On shit, I forget. I could go out to that thing. I just never have. It was 3 months ago now, I guess. Good Springs? Good Springs? Yeah, I got it. Good Springs. What's up, Lavaz? He went to Afghanistan when the Taliban took over. Was shown around by that kooky Lord Miles guy. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cool to go to. Yeah. My issue is I don't have anybody to go with that would dig it. So I've never gone. But if you guys want to go 1 year or something, I'd go. I think that'd be cool. Lots of Fallout fans go. Yeah, seems fun. Seems pretty fun. Okay, let's watch this stuff. But yeah, if you don't know that guy, I should link his channel in case anybody wants to follow him. Okay, what if we invaded that Fallout thing and made a CrackyCon like Kick did a DreamCon? CrackyCon having this year? If you guys want to make it that, we go out there and then we come back to Vegas and do something here. I don't know if they have we could go there, of course. I don't know how big like their motel or anything is there though. Like how much we might like rent a trailer or something. I don't even know what we would do. Set up some kind of nice tent. I don't know. What was it? 3 months ago, the weather would be coolish. I don't know if it'd be rainy then or not really. I don't know. We have to think about it. I'm just like thinking out loud kind of. We need somewhere to stay. We need somewhere to stay. Unless if we're going out there and actually staying out there. Need somewhere to stay. I'll rent an RV, yeah. Yeah, maybe a trailer, an RV, something like that would work. Maybe a nice some tents. Maybe set up some tents somewhere. I'm sure there's a campsite somewhere nearby. There's probably a campsite in town because it's just a small little town. Like campsite, something like this. Okay, that'd be fun.
Welcome to the very, very cold Yanji, northeast China. 20 kilometers in that direction lies a country so secretive that when I was flying in, we had to close the blinds on the windows of the plane.
That's crazy.
Because we weren't allowed to look outside. Tomorrow morning, I'll be among the first group of non-Russian tourists in over 5.
So they open it up to tourism from anywhere. Oh, interesting.
5 years to step foot inside North Korea. Without any further ado,
Hey, this is topical too to the socialism thing. He'll be a survival guy. He survived his grandmother. Well, I mean, sure. Sure, I can keep you guys safe, sure, a bit. Like and like warn you guys what not to do, sure. Sure. I get sure. But I just know the desert though. I don't know like it is the desert. But I'm just saying like we were going somewhere that wasn't desert, I wouldn't really know it. I only know desert.
roll the cliche intro featuring a compilation of news reporters saying the words North Korea over and over and over and over again.
North Korea.
North Korea.
North Korea.
North Korea.
North Korea.
British travel influencer Mike O'Kennedy, one of the first Western tourists to visit North Korea since before the pandemic.
Made a big marathon race and Europeans came to North Korea. Ah. That's be an Area 51. I don't think there really is one, but there is the there's like the alien jerky place, stuff like that. It's old from 2010, but there's a cool North Korea documentary called Kim Jong-il's Comedy Club. You guys visit there to put on a comedy show, but they just get co-opted to reform in a bit of state propaganda. And it's like it's just a documentary. I'd like to watch that. It's a real thing. I would definitely
Looks
like to
like
watch
North
that. Yeah.
Korea's back on the menu, boys. It's the most isolated country on Earth, and since January 2020, it's been completely closed to the outside world. Until now. While 13 of North Korea's administrative
Like a travelogue,
remain
real life
closed.
footage thing. Yeah, it sounds cool. I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, I want to watch that. You know when you know.
One has opened up. Razon. Not only is
So it's only one spot you're allowed to go to.
the one place in the world where Russia, China, and North Korea, the three bad boys of Eastern politics, stand side by side, it also happens to be North Korea's controlled experiment with foreign trade. Come with me on this two-part series as we step into the most secretive and isolated country on Earth.
Interesting.
North Korea.
So what? But if you tried to go further, like way into the country, you probably wouldn't be allowed, right?
Hello, I'd like to speak to literally anyone outside of North Korea. No, didn't think so. Now, before we head into North Korea, let's clear up a few things. This is going to be unlike anything I've ever filmed, and that's because North Korea is unlike anywhere I've ever been. I like to do things solo, unaccompanied, whereas I'm going to be very accompanied. I'll be with a tour group and a tour guide. It's the only way that you can see North Korea is with a tour. I like to do things unplanned. This is going to be very planned. The next 5 days have been meticulously planned months in advance by the tour company. I also like to do things.
Oh, I guess they have to. They have to get like approval for the whole itinerary, huh?
Things as uncensored as possible. Now, this is.
But you can't do that here.
North Korea, the rules are different. I'd imagine there's going to be things that we can and can't do, things we can and can't see.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
What we're going to do is what we always do and go in with an open mind, with an unbiased perspective, and I promise you, I'll be showing you exactly what it is I see.
All right, I'm interested.
Now, I've got to get out of this fucking forest.
I'm curious what it's like. Of course, we're not going to be, I mean, most of the country we're not really able to see, I'm sure. That says the People's Republic something. I don't know I don't know the second one. The first one's like inside or China. And then, let me go back.
That quite literally hasn't been used in over 5 years by a tourist. It'll be interesting to see what the Koreans check. My phone, my camera, my passport, my 47 copies of the DVD Team America World Police. I'll try and document the entire process.
Wait, did I go forward?
DVD.
I went the wrong way somehow. I went forward. Okay, there. Yeah, I don't really know what the second one is. First one's like China, then it's like person, and then people, which usually means like the peoples. And then you have, here, I'll show you. Yogo, can you get this for me? Okay. There you go. Yogo, thank you. People's Republic, see? That's the People's Republic. same in Japanese too. Thank you, bro. People's
This
Republic
is the
with North
Chinese
Korea, yeah.
border going into North Korea, and it's a border that quite literally hasn't been
Well, I don't know the first two, so I don't totally know what that means, but
used in over 5 years.
I assume it somehow means... I don't know what it means. I don't know what the first two kanji mean. I mean, the first two characters mean.
It'll be interesting to see what the Koreans check. My phone, my camera, my passport, my 47 copies
Well, North Korea is a wonderful place, lots of food, lots of fun. Also, a beautiful, illustrious leader does not poop.
of the DVD, Team America World Police.
Oh, he
Try and
sees
document
those?
the entire process. After crossing the bridge over the Tumen River, the body of water separating China and North Korea, our passports were checked, stamped, and then we were instructed to list every electronic device in our possession. That list had to match our items on the way out, not because they're worried about what we might take with us, but because they're concerned about what we might leave behind.
Like, I don't think... The thing is, the kanji... There was no kanji for North, and there were... The only one I recognized was one for China or, like, inside, like, maybe mainland. But I don't think it says Korea in Korean. Or Chinese or whatever that's written there. I don't think so. It says something else. It's the People's Republic. What's the real name? It's not of Korea. Is it not in Korean? Hold on. Because, like, I don't know. Right, that doesn't make any sense. What is it? What does it say? Can I see it in Chinese? Or... in Chinese, it's written different. I mean, the one in the Chinese page is different too. I don't know what's written there. Democratic People's Republic of Korea. How is that written? It shows me in Korean, but not in Hanji, which is what that was. I don't know. I don't know what it says. I don't know if I would agree it says. I'm not sure it does say Korea. It might mean Korea, right? But literally, I don't know what it means. Yeah. Alright, diverged, but I was looking and see if I could figure it out.
You're not allowed to bring anything that could be considered politically sensitive, such as a book about North Korea or a USB containing external political content.
Maybe, where's Koji at? Koji could help me with this.
That we're in North Korea. Let's see what planned adventures there are for us over the next 5 days.
Anybody knows Chinese in chat?
Bus through the countryside. Let's see what we can see.
Or Korean as it relates to Chinese. From Japanese, all I can get from that is People's Republic. I don't know what the first part is.
The very first thing that struck me was the
Just
sheer
Koji
amount of
country.
farmland.
Maybe not North Korea because they recognize themselves as the only Korea. Right, and the first thing was like middle. Here, hold on. Yoko. First character was this. I don't know what the second one was, but the first character was this. Which also the middle, the mean, the average. I don't think it means any of this in the name though. I don't think so. I think it might be a reference to China or something like this, or mainland or something. And the second one was some weird one. I don't know. It's not one they use in Japanese. Then you go.
With 80% of North Korea covered in mountains, every available piece of usable land is dedicated to farming, and I mean
Could be like Inner Korea. I don't know.
single
Like, could be
piece.
Inner or
This
something.
isn't just due to necessity, but also stems from the country's core ideology of self-reliance, which prioritizes producing as much of its own food as possible rather than depending on imports. We are also told that the country doesn't use any form of chemical fertilizer. The residents are asked to collect their own bodily waste, which is then taken to the fields and used as organic fertilizer. Being a socialist communist country, there are no advertisements in North Korea. Instead, almost everywhere you look, you'll see this government propaganda designed to inspire the people. This one says, unwavering loyalty. We had 5 North Koreans with us.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, I missed that. Oh,
You'll
it's
see this
Korean. I
government
can't read that.
propaganda designed to inspire the people. This one says, unwavering loyalty. We had 5 North Koreans with us, 3 guides, a driver, and a photographer. They were very friendly, always polite, and they did their absolute best to make sure that we felt at ease. But no matter how welcoming they seemed, there was no shaking this feeling that we were being watched. Always.
Interesting.
So walking into the nature reserve now, as much as I love, this is where this trip's going to be really tough for me, because as much as I love going around and seeing the things that they want you to see, the deer park, and we're going to visit a bank, which is going to be very interesting. What I'm interested in is what's going on beyond those mountains. And beyond those mountains.
Right, in the
these
actual
villages.
country, I
I've got
know.
a feeling there's not going to be a lot of human interaction on this trip, which makes me very sad.
That's what I would wonder about too, right? You want to see the people, you want to see what's happening, you want to get to know it. I've seen about people that go to Japan, but people that don't learn, like talk to the people that live there, don't really visit the place, if you ask me. Like, if you don't get to know the people, were you really there? Like, in any real way, were you really there? Not really.
Give me a bag of your finest. A bag of your finest carrots, please, sir. I'll take whatever you've got. I'll take some corn. Get some corn, thanks, dude.
Like, you were in the physical location, but you weren't in the country.
There you go, dude. So they raised them. One of the reasons they raised them for meat is one of them, and also they cut off the antlers every couple of years, and they use the antlers to make some kind of medicine. Go away.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. They use them for something.
Now go on, mate. Oh,
They believe it does something.
Yeah. Oh, you're scaring him off. You were scaring him off. Oh fucking hell! I'm getting attacked by North Korean deers. Don't worry, I'm not from America. I'm not from fucking hell. I said the word America and they've all gone nuts. The fur changes colour.
Yeah, completely different.
Yeah?
Very beautiful.
Oh wow. The thing is, because we're feeding them, every time they see a white dude now, they're gonna get hungry. Come with me to visit a mineral water factory.
You think deer can tell the difference of people like that? You think?
Yeah.
They're to keep the poop with the emperor's
Mr.
poop?
Moon, you said this is a factory. Yeah. This is a factory. Where are the factory workers? The people working here?
What's the day today?
The day today is
Saturday?
Thursday. Thursday? Yeah.
Wait, what? What's the day today? Thursday? Is it Saturday? No, it's Thursday. They must have different words for the days, right? That he's not familiar with English words for days. To ask that question, right?
What I've just noticed, this is a mineral water factory.
It's not that he's not sure what day it is. It's that he doesn't know the English words for days.
The water runs straight from the mountain into this building, and there is kind of like a grotto. I'll get some more videos with my camera, with my phone. Kind of like a grotto where there's just water pouring out and a cup where you can go and drink the water. And nothing else here. And no one else here. Let me show
It
you
is
what
weird, yeah.
this
Very
thing looks
weird.
like on a good camera.
There's not even any people.
A little bit of the old... What did he say? Don't drink too much of it.
Cause what? It's just because what?
You could get sick.
Because it's just random water from this grotto. It's very good for you, but don't drink too much. Right. It's not good for you at all.
It's good.
If it was good for you, you could drink unlimited.
Pretty much every individual house I saw in this region looked exactly
Water.
the same. Simple.
Well, I guess it could have minerals in it or something that you could get
white
poisoned
walls
from.
with blue roofs. In
That
North
could be
Korea,
good for you.
all
Lower.
property is owned by the state, and the people don't get to choose
Whoa.
where they live. Housing and living
like
arrangements are
shit.
largely influenced by a family's political, social, and economic background.
Can't wait till we live under this, huh?
However,
Can't
many
wait.
believe that this traditional system is becoming
It's coming soon. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. This is coming to you soon. Soon you get to live this way too.
outdated.
Can't wait. You know, every time you hear those people make that argument, like, we have so many empty houses and so many homeless people. This is what they mean. This is what we get in the future. Yay.
Financial wealth.
When those arguments win, we get this. We all get this. That'll be wonderful. I can't wait.
Wealth playing an increasingly dominant role over social status. One thing that really
Can't wait for
impressed me
this.
with these new rural housing
Coming to you soon, and you'll be happy. It's like the fountain of youth in Florida. They say the same thing. Remember said his trip is heavily scheduled? Yeah. They probably had the workers leave. Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah, totally.
developments. My guide told me the government is currently building 500 high-quality homes in every county per year. With
Right, and then you just get assigned housing. Doesn't that sound horrid? Like, yeah, you get somewhere to live, but it's like, you know, it's just assigned to you. That sounds pretty horrible, man.
145 counties across the country.
Even if you
that's
get a decent place, it's still pretty
a
shitty.
huge number of houses being put up.
Even if you get a decent place, that's assuming you get a decent place to live. And there's nothing you can do about it, you know.
Hey, how are you?
Maybe you can buy like, maybe you can upgrade in your building or something to a better one, but you can't really do that much about it. I'd always rather be able to earn something better. Wouldn't you? Like, I'd always rather be able to earn something better than being given.
Let's see what a North Korean hotel room looks like.
What happens if you make a mistake? Do you lose your house? I'm sure some people do. Yeah. Depending on what type of mistake. If it makes you lose social standing, you probably lose your, like, get worse accommodations, you know? Like, they probably move you. Like transferring somebody at work. Like, you know, when you get, like, you piss off a boss or something and they move you to a crappier thing. And they take privileges away. Same exact thing's going to happen. So, like, if your superiors or there's nobody to protect you socially and somebody doesn't like you, then they'll just shove you wherever, right? They'll change your housing, they'll ruin they'll put you in a worse place. They'll do anything they can like that just out of spite. That's why it's so scary to me.
Like in 2020.
Somebody's going to dislike you for something and you're going to get punished and sent off to the moon, you know? You live in the worst possible place.
25.
What do we have?
Nothing you do about it either.
Tea, water. I think this is a
like social credit score. Yeah.
Heated beds.
And the thing is about those things is, like, what happens is there's still actual administrators that will actually, like, do stuff. And if those people don't like you, they have the power to abuse you, and the system has no protections for you.
Scenario, that'd be fun. That'd be nice. We've got a phone.
And if it does, they're in lip service. You know?
Hello, I'd like to speak to literally anyone outside of North Korea. No, you didn't think so?
Well, did he really try to do it again outside line? Oh my god. Oh my god.
The windows have been sealed shut.
Yeah,
we
of
love
course.
that. We do love that.
So nobody jumps.
Good for fire emergencies.
First impressions of North Korea. We spent 2 hours traveling on a bus from the border of China. I reckon I saw about 20 people in that time. Not a lot of people, no cars, maybe like 1 or 2 taxis in that whole journey.
How many people still live there?
People on...
I'm sure, like, people, like, left the factory and stuff, but it does seem like the area he's in isn't the most populated to begin with, even though I'm sure they tell him, like, stay inside, whatever, when the guests are around. But still, I wonder how people actually live in this area.
Bicycles, the people that I did see ride
I don't
bicycles.
even know.
They're out on the farm. I didn't see any farming equipment. Didn't see any... Considering the amount of farming equipment there is here, no tractors, no harvesting crap, you know?
Right, so he doesn't even see, like, the regular things that imply life. Not the people.
Rason is an incredibly unique and a very, very unvisited part of North Korea, even before COVID. And it's very, very interesting. A lot of foreign investment. Think of it as a kind of experiment by the North Koreans to introduce some form of capitalism into the country. I'm going to learn about it. We're going to look around. We're here for 5 days, man. Forget about it. Chill out, man. Chill out. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. Ugh.
Can't wait for this too, man. I can't wait for America's upgrade. You guys ready for America version 2? That's exciting stuff. Can't wait. Can't wait. At least you won't have any homeless because they'll live next door, you know. You'll live next door to them. At least they won't have any homeless because they'll share the building with you, you know. So that's nice. America won't have homeless anymore. They'll be your neighbors, and they'll be at your door, you know, sometimes, and that's fine. That's fun. That's a fun community activity.
This. Okay, I guess I'm buying a whole...
There's definitely a prop town. Yeah, seems like it. Yeah.
I guess I'm buying a whole deck of ciggies then.
So those are 727s.
Yeah.
727 stands for 7/27/1953, the day of the end of the Korean War. The most expensive one and the most nationalistic one, and the one smoked by Chairman Kim.
He bought the nationalist cigarettes. So they're probably the best ones, though, because they're the only ones Kim cares about.
Thank you, madam. So the cigarettes I bought back there in the souvenir shop, I used Chinese money for. Now, you might be thinking, Mike, you're in North Korea. What are you doing using Chinese money?
America's
Rason, the district I'm in
DLC.
at the moment, is a special economic zone, which means that its economic policies differ from the rest of the country. Now, let's speak to someone who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about, because I don't. Justin. What makes Rason different, and why is it a special economic zone?
So a special economic zone, such as Rason, invites foreign investment. So we have a lot of...
We have the extra beer and cigs, yeah. You're only going to get America brand cigs. Only America brand cigs.
Russian and Chinese companies that are doing business
now.
here. It
Red
gives
Marlboros.
Northeast China easy access to the Rajin port. Also, Vladivostok, the port there, freezes over for about half the year, so it gives the Russians access to a port that isn't frozen in the region.
Yeah.
And it also gives the DPRK the opportunity to earn hard foreign currency, which they can then put into
So they're trying to trick people to come here and give them money, yes?
social programs that, you know...
and then they're going to siphon the money because they don't have any resource. Because Korea is a totally mismanaged mess. North Korea is a total mismanaged mess. They're trying to suck up some external money to cover it.
Are used to prop up
the rest,
the rest of the country and the social programs.
So if you spend money there, you help the poverty of North Koreans, right? Like if you go there and spend money, you help enable further oppression of North Koreans. Same with buying stuff from China, right?
On which the DPRK exists.
Spending money there supports their continued oppression. That's great. That's nice to know. I love that. I was always a Lucky Strike guy, yeah? I only need Mars or Camels. I haven't really smoked in a long time. When I was like a teenager is the last time I really smoked. I only smoked very briefly.
Golden Triangle Bank in Rajin, and I've just gone and opened up my own North Korean bank account. I'm supposed to say cash card, but it's a North Korean bank account, and North Korean DPRK money. Which you can not spend, really. This is primarily used by locals to pay their monthly electricity and water bills, which comes to a whopping 5 US cents per month. And this is about £1, and I've got about 13,000 DPRK money.
Smoking is degenerate. You think so?
Big TV
yeah,
stick.
but I mean, I think there's some, like, everybody has some like vices. Like I believe it is a vice. I agree with you on that. But I think, you know, you pick and choose what vices you're okay with, or what ones you like, or whatever that aren't that you are okay with. There's some that are like over the line, right? For universally, some that are universally over the line to me. But a lot of them, it's like, you know, whatever. Pick the device you got.
Out on the street playing.
Try to minimize it. Do your best. But we all have a little bit of vice here and there. So. Like Jesse Lee Peterson says, we're all in a fallen state or something. Not that you shouldn't try to minimize vices. You should, I think. But I don't think you should be too harsh on yourself about it either.
And it looks like locals have gathered around to watch it.
Do they not? What is that? Yeah.
Hello, sir.
So it's a bunch of little TVs. It looks like, huh? Like 9. It looks like 9 individual screens, like wired together or something.
How are you?
Right? I don't know. It's weird.
It was quite nice that even having that very, very minute interaction with that.
People look so cool smoking cigs. It does make you look super. It does make you super cool. It does look cool, yeah. Let's say like a white boy rapper. What was the song I wanted to play tonight at the end? Alan Watts. I'm talking about something. I remember there was a thing I wanted to. I'm trying to remember now. Because there's also another option. NoFX Drugs is a good song too.
Man, shaking his hand and getting a smile from him. That is the absolute most interaction I've had in the
I'm
entire day.
Alan Watts, what did I want to focus on? What were we talking about earlier? Crap, I can't remember.
With any member of the public.
I'll use natives. I don't like smoking rigs, but doing BTS with a J ain't it. Hello, rough. Yeah, what is BTS? You ride a motorcycle and wear leathers, you look cool. True.
Here in North Korea.
Got a fitted cap, you don't. You ride a motorcycle and wear leathers, you look cool. If you get a fitted cap, you don't. Yeah, that's true. Crap, I don't remember what it was. Earlier I said I wanted to listen to Alan Watts
here in
I can't
North
remember.
Korea. And it's one I fully expected. I mean, there's quite literally other.
This is a school or what?
Than the group that I'm with. No one here.
No?
It's strange. There's one
It's
lady there.
strange.
Hi.
Oh, the one about practice mediocrity or whatever. The one about school, about professors. I remember. So it is supposed to be something for kids that he's at. An amusement park or something?
It's incredibly strange to like not be able to just go and do my
Bottle
own thing.
tokes? Oh.
In the morning I won't be able to wake up and go for a walk. I won't be able to wake
Is
up.
it a Canadian thing?
Up and go and have food.
I've never heard that before.
You just always.
I mean, a Canadian term for
It's
it.
weird. We've got 4 guides with us. 4 people watching us at all times.
No? Oh, okay. Never heard that.
For the past 5 years,
I don't know.
there's been no travelling for you between here and Pyongyang? Just individually. Ah, okay.
But I mean, I'm not always up on
Is that
all
because
the...
of COVID or anything?
COVID, yeah. Very serious.
Was COVID
On every term, but...
here for the whole 5 years? How long did COVID situation last?
Sir, okay, later.
Okay, can I ask you later?
Yeah, later.
Okay,
In the
great.
bar.
Thank you. Perfect.
In a
perfect.
Interesting. He can't talk about it right now for some reason, right? Why? That's why he's saying I'll talk to you later in the bar. Interesting. What? He doesn't want to talk about it where other people can hear him. What does that mean?
No camera.
No camera. As you can see, my
We can't even have the audio?
guy wasn't comfortable talking about COVID
Man.
on camera, but off
What
camera,
are we're missing everything.
he told me that the virus was sent over in a package attached to a balloon from South Korea. It spread
What?
fast, but thanks to Kim Jong-un's quick action, North Korea completely contained the outbreak in
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
exactly 90 days.
Shut up.
Honestly, that's not too hard to believe, considering how easily the country can lock things down and control its people.
I don't know, man. I believe that maybe they did lock it down, though. But the way they say his quick reaction makes me hard to believe that. Corona and the balloon thing is kind of hard to believe,
There's a
too.
strong possibility
That guy went missing after the talk, yeah.
that I was.
There's a good video about North Korea. Nice, nice. We should watch that another time. I'd be into that, too. But Americans do bottle tokes as well. No, I'm not saying they don't do it. I just don't know the term like that, or especially abbreviated like that. What does bottle toke mean? Like using a bottle and poking holes in it? What is a bottle toke?
The drunkest man in North Korea yesterday. Apparently, the soju. So there's just
How to smoke the hash? You take a little piece and pick it up with the lit end of the rig. And by rig, you mean cigarettes again? A rig, and when it starts really smoking, you put it on the bottle that you made an additional hole for. Okay, so you do poke holes on the bottle.
Very
Yeah, okay.
popular alcohol in Korea, South Korea. And
Yes, I got you. Okay, I'm
soju,
understanding.
which is made
Sure, yeah.
from don't fucking know, and it.
I've never actually done that because usually when I have, we're talking about concentrate now, right? Is that what we're talking about? I usually make it into liquid to put in a vape, or when I do use it, I was talking before, I put a little bit on a joint or like a little tiny bit in a bowl or something.
It's apparently the one that they have in North Korea because of the
I put like a little bit on the edge of the joint, like let it roll down as it smokes, you know.
products are all domestically produced.
One additional
for
hole,
example,
okay.
cigarettes and the alcohol.
I'm obsessed with North Korea. Seems like it. I've never heard of that method. That's interesting. It is interesting.
They're
It
domestically
makes sense.
produced and they're organic.
It's so fascinating. How come?
So apparently, the alcohol doesn't really give you a hangover. What are we doing today? We're going to a bookshop, a North Korean bookshop. Government-approved authors, government-approved themes about the party, basically.
Right.
And then we're going to maybe buy some propaganda memorabilia. And then we're going to go see some schools, a secondary school.
Soju is rice liquor like vodka. Yes, Japanese.
And an orphans school, which is like the secondary school, but the kids don't have parents. So that'll be fun for the orphans. Hey, kids, today...
I don't even buy it in Japan.
we
They
have
make a
surprise
lot of
for
it in
you.
Japan.
A fat, hungover white dude is coming to look at you.
I don't really make it in
This is a
Japan.
foreign language bookshop, and I'd say 99% of the material here is about the leaders, about the party. Thank you. So these are anti...
The mystery of what's there. You ever seen the movie The Interview? Yeah, I've seen that. This method has you smell regular for others around you and to exactly be danking with that Kush cologne, know what I mean? Sure.
propaganda
I do know,
postcards, knives, and these are American soldiers here.
Ah, of course. Yeah, it's a U.S. guy again. His head getting cut off.
I'm actually running a
Cool.
giveaway where I'll be personally writing and sending these postcards to 5 people. All you have to do is follow me on Instagram.
Rabbi, my wife and I are talking about taking a trip to South Korea. Could be fun. Make sure you talk to Koji.
And
I'm sure
message
you
me
can
telling
give
me
you
one
some
thing that you
tips.
learned from this video. Warning, if you're from the US and you get one, it might come with a visit from the National Security Agency. Big North Korean soldier, lots of American soldiers in a crash plane. Dude. This is a bottle of North Korean rattlesnake brandy. And it's
Oh,
supposedly
I remember they have that rattlesnake stuff for other things too. It's not just brandy, right?
a classic drink here in DPR.
There's like the one with the. There's some other one with a snake. I've heard of a snake thing before.
Oh. I'm going to get a bottle of it and I'll update you on whether or not I can actually leave not just DPRK but get out of China. with
Probably
this
not.
thing.
Probably
One of the
not.
guys picked up this book on Juche, North Korea's core ideology. In simple terms,
Can't. I'm sorry. Have my typos or me thinking I'm pressing the backspace only discover I've added many L's instead. Sure. Sure. With this? Sure. Okay. I've seen tequila. Yeah, maybe it was tequila. But they won't let you enter North Korea, though, if you go to South Korea? Yeah, I don't think
it
so.
promotes total
You
self-reliance.
have to go to, like, this port town.
Politically, economically,
China
and
or
militarily,
whatever. Okay,
rejecting any dependence on foreign powers. The irony is, I'm in Razon, a region actively experimenting with foreign trade and investment. It seems like we're living in a world where even North Korea can't survive without outside support.
Of
Can you
course, what do you
explain-
mean even North Korea? Of course North Korea can't survive without outside support. What do you mean even? What does that mean? Why do you say that? Yeah, of course. It never could. Without China's support, it wouldn't exist.
Explain to me what these big circles on the floor are.
A mass dancing
It's an artificial thing.
point.
Yeah.
Special occasions are The birthday of President Kim Il-sung and
Yeah.
the birthday of General Kim Jong-il.
Yeah.
We had a grand mass dancing here.
Okay.
Young people, so the students.
On the birthdays of the leaders.
I bet they won't let you enter North Korea. Yeah, it go so on top of the typos, including L's, the initial letter was removed and I'm trying to remove, and the letter didn't register despite me pressing it. Interesting. They don't allow Americans, really? They don't allow them flat out?
Students will come around and they'll do some kind of choreographed dancing.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And what does this say over here, this big sign?
Yeah. Long live the revolutionary idea of the great comrade Kim Jong-un.
I bet you could still get in. You could figure out some way to seem like you're from somewhere else, but would it be worth it? And if they found out, you might end up there forever, right? You might end up dead.
Socialist country. The first criterion for the calling socialist country, the first one is education completely free.
Right, see? Education free, Understood. The sign of a socialist country is again what? Free education provided by the state. Oh, interesting. What do we have? Wait a second. What? No, that can't be right. Wait a second. Are you saying K through 12 education in America is sign that we're a socialist country? No. That doesn't. No. That couldn't be. No. No. Could never. No.
It's also very easy to hang the bag.
After Trump killed Kim Little Rocket Man, they said, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no, you're not allowed in.
To make it better.
So Marshal Kim Jong-un had these ideas,
ideas
to make this and make this bigger.
And Soliloquy, yeah, very familiar, yeah. They basically made him admit to the crime despite being innocent. Who do you think? You haven't heard of that guy? Which guy? A guy in Korea that they forced on a thing? I don't know, maybe I have. I don't know. Which guy, though? They do? People will really watch that part and go, oh, wow, I wish America was that advanced. Yeah, I know. It's retarded,
Yeah, and that was his ideas that he invented. Interesting.
They don't see, like, the reflection in the mirror, right? They don't even see the reflection in the mirror. They don't see it. They need somebody else. They're like a dog. Socialists are like a dog, right? They look at the mirror, they're like, huh? What's that? Who's that guy? Who's that? That can't be my government. That can't be me. That's another dog. That's a different dog. That's another country. That's different than ours. Whoa. That's definitely not the same thing. Whoa.
What about this?
Socialists are just like dogs.
Forest. Yeah, okay. Now think about why the rainforests are in danger and what you have to do to protect them, okay?
What? Why is the what? Huh? Korea, you guys got some other things to worry about here, bro.
Yes. Discuss in groups and play some.
This is not important for you guys to learn. I don't know what this is.
Hey. Oh, hi, Soda. Hi.
And why are you doing it in English? You're teaching about the rainforest in English in Korea? What the fuck is the point of this?
What are you doing? And you see, we are picking
They're gonna see a lot of rainforests in their lives. They're never even leaving the country. What are you talking about?
up the flowers. Yes. Look at me and that bill right there. Yes, I see the too. Oh my God! Good heavens! Oh, what's the
Good heavens.
matter? Oh, it's no right.
You know these are these are the ones like the best students they could find at the school they had come in today, right? And everybody else is at home or something, right? Something like that's going on. These are like the best kids they could find that had the best English they could find, and they had to do this fake presentation. Like they're really learning about the fucking rainforest. This is all fake, right? This is a play for them to see. This isn't real. This is real. This is a play for the guests to see, right?
Yeah.
You're not really learning about the fucking rainforest. That'd be stupid. They're not doing that. They're putting on a play, being like, whoa, look, we're Korea. We care about international things like the rainforest, bro. Look at us in our classrooms. You're a tourist. You know that this is what we do. This makes sense, right? And we do it in English. This makes total sense.
Nowadays, this is getting wrong, and because you just get wrong.
Hello, my name is...
What did he say at the end?
Is getting wrong, and because you just get wrong.
I can't understand any of this. His whole sentence, I can't understand.
Heavens!
Heavens, I heard that.
What's the matter?
What's the matter?
Oh, it's no right.
Oh, it's no what? Can we start this conversation over? Hold on.
And play some roles.
Yeah, we'll play about the rainforest. What the fuck? This is the dumbest class I've ever seen. Oh, hey guys. Yes, we are in Korea. Hello. I teach you about rainforest. Yes, we worry about rainforest in Korea. That make much sense. Go talk in groups. Show that you can communicate in English.
Oh, hi, Saddam.
Oh, hi, Saddam. What do you say?
Hi. Oh, what are you doing?
And you see,
Nice to meet you.
we are picking up the flowers.
We're thinking of the flowers.
Yes, look at me and
Look at me.
built right yes,
I'm what? I'm built for a date?
Yes, look at me and built right yes,
What? I'm blah 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 blah.
Oh my god.
Oh, milk here. What the fuck are they saying? What language is this?
Good heavens.
Good heavens!
Oh, what's the matter?
Or where's the writer?
Oh, it's no right.
Oh, it's no mine.
Yes. No.
Where are?
Nowadays, this is getting wrong,
Dan steals the
and because you just
because
Hello, my name...
money I give to you.
Nowadays, this is getting wrong, and because you just
Your money. Oh. Come on. You know what that reminds me of? My boy Elon Musk, right? Very good impression.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Elon Musk. Money, money, money. Hi,
This is what I'm
everyone.
talking about here.
I'm Elon Musk.
Everyone.
Money, money, money. Hi, everyone.
They might have rainforests there.
Elon.
Rainforests are not a touchy subject. They are not a touchy subject. It was an unrelated conversation pretty much. I know what you're talking. I remember the conversation. That was not even the point of the conversation.
Money, money. Give to you.
Doesn't this remind me of this? He's great. He's great. Wait, what did I just pull up? When I pull up a rant? Oh, this was the this is the video we watched earlier. Is this one?
Hello, my name is Michael. Can you say Michael?
Me.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm from... Can anyone guess what country? England. Fantastic. Well done.
My name is Kim Kyung-ryong.
Wow. And what's your name?
My name is Kim Jin-hyun.
Put your hands
up
if your favorite subject is English.
Put your hands up if your favorite subject. Wait till he does it.
Up if your favorite subject is English.
Put your hands up if your favorite subject is the rainforest for some reason. Whoa, everyone! That's weird.
Favorite thing about
What's your favorite thing about the rainforest that you clearly know a lot about?
English?
My favorite thing is
The trees? Rain?
conversation.
Conversation means
Condensation. The condensation in the canopies of the rainforest, of course.
too. I love conversation. You're the English teacher. Nice to meet you. Michael, nice to meet you.
And how do you feel about the rainforest, sir?
What do you like
Who was that? Who the fuck was that lady? That was the English teacher.
about the countryside?
Why was that lady speaking English about the rainforest? Unless I'm right and it's really just a performance.
Beautiful?
Now, and the wise leadership of our the countryside has been changing.
Yes. I don't know. No, how is it been changing?
houses were built.
Did you all watch that doc from Vice from maybe 15 years ago when they also visited North Korea? No, some people are telling me some other ones that I think I'm going to try to get around to watching. It seems interesting. I want to see more. I am interested enough to watch some more of these kind of things and learn more about it. But in the end, isn't it kind of sad though, right? Like, I don't know. In a way, it's a bummer too. Because like, how much human potential is wasted because of this, whatever this is.
Swimming pool and so on were also built. Do you like daughters or sons?
Do I have a daughter? I have no children, but I think I would like to have a daughter because girls are much nicer than boys. Do you think so?
It's like she's reciting a script? Yeah, probably. If he had balls, he would have asked for their stance on Palestine.
I think girls
Lose
are
his
more
mind? Uh-oh. Is it about a fucking rainforest? Don't even.
polite. Boys are not polite. What do you think?
I like how they have like medals like the Girl Scouts or something at school. I'm guessing they make it all like militaristic from the start. I'm guessing why. Because why not? If the state is the school and you make no compromise about that, why not make it the military too?
Okay.
Why not?
Thank you so much.
America, we have this like fake double nature about our school system. Like it's this institution that's different from the state. It's not, but we pretend.
One day, would you like to visit any other countries? Yeah? What countries would you like to visit?
England, because I'm learning English.
Yeah. Of course.
Chinese and so on.
Very cool. I've been to China. Very nice, very beautiful country.
How many times have you been to China?
I've been to China 3 times. Yeah.
It's all weird performance to make the leader look good, yeah. And yes, ways of potential is a good way to put it, yeah.
1 year ago, I traveled across all of China with a truck driver. His name was Mr. Chen, and he was awesome.
Is that a video I can watch where he goes across China? I kind of want to see that too.
It took me about 5 days. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're about to see possibly the most cringy performance anyone has ever given on a volleyball court in the history of...
Those seats are weird, man. Those cannot be comfortable. Am I crazy? Like, you can't even lean back. There's no leaning back in the chair. It's just sitting forward all the time. Oh, Jesus Christ. That would be miserable. Right? Like, that's a miserable seating arrangement for the kids. Oh, my God. That's horrible. Jesus Christ.
Forever.
What did I say? She's the one who's allowed to speak. Shut up, you're going off script. They were looking awkwardly when he asked them about visiting other countries. Yeah. She's never going to England. She's getting sold to a husband who farms rice. Yeah, they don't really have, that much agency as they would wish, of course. You know me, I'm a big believer in freedom of association, so yeah, it's heartbreaking. He's not very good. These seats are disguised toilets. Squid Game's asking if that's true. How's he so bad, man? I played volleyball before, when I was a kid. How's he so bad? He never played? Did they not play it in the UK or whatever? He sucks. And I hated sports shit in PE. I hated it, but I was not that bad. I just didn't enjoy it. I just didn't like
it. Is the very latest.
Not that I didn't enjoy the activity of it. I did. But like the whole, I don't know. The whole. I just. I ain't doing anything that school wanted me to do.
#1 chart-topping single released by the DPRK, performed by the Children's Academy of Rajin.
Ah,
It's called Friendly Father.
Is it going to be about the rainforest and how much we love the rainforest? Ah. Oh, I see. And it's all for the ego of him, too, huh? Like, I guess not... Like, originally it wasn't him, right? It was his dad. I mean... What, how, like... It's for, like, the ego of their family, I guess? Like, what's even the point of this? This is something only public school could bring about. Only public school could lead to something like this. Just so you know. Just so you know. Only public school can lead to something like this. Just so you, let's really hammer that in. Only public school could lead to this. Without public school, you would not have this in the world. The evils of Kim Jong, the evils of North Korea would not exist without public school. Just for the record.
While we enjoy some little North Korean space aliens dancing, I thought I'd share my thoughts on this experience. Almost every song that comes out of the DPRK is, as expected, a tool of worship towards the country's
Going behind the curtain? Which curtain?
current or
This is the
former
future?
leaders.
Yeah, it's
The
America
recurring theme
2.0.
throughout this trip.
What's only public school leads to me enjoying a talking turtle. Welcome. Sorry, I didn't see that. Hold on. Let me put I gotta put another Linda in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome. We're streaming on I'm also streaming on YouTube right now. But you are a VIP, so you deserve VIP treatment. One second. Let me see. Have any other cool ones to show? Any more from the set that look cool? Oh, this one. I'm not sure though. Hold on. Go back. I double clicked on accident. Okay. Yeah, go with that one. That was good. Where'd it go? Deleted it. I guess. Delete it. Here, try again. I can't post them now? Don't worry about it? Okay. Well, I promise it was
people
cool.
had towards Kim Jong-un. While I'm fully aware that they probably don't have much choice in the matter, since openly speaking out against the leadership would lead to arrest, the public image of Kim Jong-un is more than that of a leader. To them, he's a god.
Yeah, I mean, that was true for Japan too, right? Back in the day, it was true for Japan too. They used to think that about their emperor. See, would it not be better if this kid could pick his own song and do some goofy thing like this, but he got to pick his own thing? I would like to see that. I want to see the world where this little goofy kid gets to sing the song he wants to sing. If you don't, don't stop me. I'm about to do a communism. No, why? What are you doing the communism for? Stop it. Don't do a communism. What is that? Blowing up America? Nuking the world? This was a variety show. Like he was peeking around the curtain. What a nerd. He looks like a pubic kid. A little bit. I love that kid. I want to see do great things. Yeah. Reminds me of a character that's really there.
That was a performance for about 20 people, and it lasted 30 minutes.
Crazy.
And it was probably better than the opening of the Paris Olympics.
Crazy. But that was cool. All right, thank you guys for hanging out. Speaking of, we're ending the stream for today. We're gonna be back tomorrow. If anybody knew, we translate Japanese video games and read books. I guess we read a book yesterday. Pretty fun. I think it was fun. I think reading a book was fun. I think it was fun. We will pick that up next Wednesday, Thursday again. Tomorrow, what do we have? What are we doing tomorrow? Video games. Doing video games tomorrow. Breath of Fire 3. I think we're beating it tomorrow. Should be able to beat it. Maybe it might take another week. Friday we have JB Garfield. We have Jinguji Saburo. We have a Japanese detective game on Friday. Saturday we have Super Robot Wars, of course. I'm trying to do a double feature this week. Play 2 Super Robot games. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys had a good day today so far, and I hope you have a good day. And I gotta find the song I want to play you out on. I'm going late, man. For me, it's pretty late. That's what I call my bowel movements. Okay. I see. YouTube keeps streaming the stream on autoplay while I'm sleeping. I'm not upset. Have a good day. You too, man. You too. Yeah, almost 12. Yeah, it's late for my time. I want to look up a song here. I'm glad you're not sad about that. What is the shit? What was it called? Eater. Mediocrity. I know mediocrity is in the word. Practice mediocrity, is that what it's called? I think so. I think it's practice mediocrity. I think so, yeah. Alright, for real this time. Studied. I figured out. Studied. Alright. There, guys. Back tomorrow. Back tonight. Where's the music?
Instructive to go to a professional professor's meeting. In my field, which is philosophy, you go to a congress of philosophers, and you'll find when they all get together in the bar or in the restaurant in somebody's room, the one thing they don't talk about is philosophy. It is very bad form indeed to show interest in philosophy among your colleagues. The same is exactly true in clergy gatherings. They don't talk about religion. What they both talk about is politics. Church politics and academic politics. Because it's bad form to be brilliant on a faculty. Because it outclasses your colleagues. Therefore, faculty people tend to cultivate the studied mediocrity. Out for that. I mean, if you get mobs of students coming to your lectures, you get pretty black looks from your colleagues. But you see what it is? It's scholarship about scholarship, not scholarship. Just as learning, because learning is good for you, is irrelevant to learning. The whole idea of improving yourself by learning is irrelevant to the learning process. And in the same way, doing business is doing business. Doing business, such as manufacturing clothes, is a very good thing to do. I could conceive that it would be extremely enjoyable, something one could be very proud of, to make good clothes. Of course you need to sell them because you need to eat. But to make clothes to make money raises another question. Because then your interest is not in making clothes, it's in making money, and then you're going to cheat on the clothes. And then you get an awful lot of money and you don't know what to do with it. To study mediocrity